Am I going to be dragging it back to the bathroom?
Stream Elements says old mage guy is now live. Streaming politics. Morning news with OMG.
All right. Hello, everyone. Yeehaw. Let's move here and turn me back on up here. Actually, I'll want to be down here for the newscast because that does up here. Okay. Morning. Can't say it's good, but it's morning. All right. Got a few to start off with. 15 hours ago is where we're going to start. There's some very interesting stuff coming up from just to scroll through. I haven't listened to anything or watched anything actually in a few days. Bits and pieces of me have been needing to take breaks from doing this. Primarily, it's just a form of keeping my head clear and not getting too wrapped up in it all, so that I can keep a clear, grounded mindset. So let's begin with getting this video started, our first video, and I will then work on getting Minecraft up and have that on the other side. Other good news, I did get batteries, so we can start doing driving games again.
There are low-level enemies and villages with free healing wells. Save Flame Hall until level 20 plus.
Regime change, but if the current Iranian regime...
No, from
Donald
the start,
Trump
please.
is having a meltdown on late Sunday afternoon as the strikes on Iran do not seem to have been as successful as he initially claimed. He's now posting "Make Iran Great Again" and calling for regime change. And this follows earlier today Donald Trump's Secretary
Stream
of
Elements
Defense
says find
Pete
me in other
Hegseth
places: Discord,
saying
Twitter,
that there is
YouTube,
no
Steam,
intention for
Xbox, and
regime
PlayStation.
change.
Old mage guy
And
on
then
TikTok
Donald
as
Trump's
mage.
Vice President J.D. Vance went on the morning shows and said the United States is not pursuing regime change. But here Donald Trump is saying MIGA, make Iran great again, and regime change. Here's what he posted. He goes, "It's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be regime change? Question mark. Make Iran great again! Exclamation point, exclamation point." As our editor-in-chief Ron Filipkowski writes, just when the paid MAGA shills got done cranking out 36 hours of posts to their divided cult that this was only about nukes and not about regime change, Trump does it again. Now, this was earlier today when J.D. Vance was on Meet the Press, and he says, our view has been very clear and has not changed. We don't want regime change. Here's J.D. Vance saying it. Play this clip.
Batteries?
Well, look, that's up to the Israelis, but our view has been very clear that we don't want a regime change. We do not want to protract this or build this out any more than it's already been built out. We want to end their nuclear program, and then we want to talk to the Iranians about a long-term settlement here.
Now, here's Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth saying the mission was not and has never been about regime change, the exact opposite of what Donald Trump just posted. Play this clip.
So, is regime change off the table, Mr. Secretary? And to the chairman, you said the battle damage assessment is still ongoing, but do you believe that some nuclear capability in Iran remains?
This mission was not and has not been about regime change. The president authorized a precision operation to neutralize the threats to our national interests posed by the Iranian nuclear program and the collective self-defense of our troops and our ally Israel.
Now, Donald Trump is posting that he posted this as well about a half hour ago. The damage to the nuclear sites in Iran is said to be, quote, monumental. The hits were hard and accurate. Great skill was shown by our military. Thank you, exclamation point. However, that's not what the intelligence seems to be showing right now. It seems that the Fordow complex was not completely destroyed. There's also a bunch of messages as well coming out from J.D. Vance and others, like this from the Wall Street Journal. J.D. Vance signals that Iran still controls enriched uranium stockpile. So that would seem to undercut everything that Donald Trump is saying there. Also, even Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, says the extent of damages is still to be seen. Again, more hedging right there. Also, this is what CNBC was reporting moments ago. U.S. is now calling on China to prevent Iran from closing the Strait of Hormuz and disrupting global oil flows. So the United States, which was once a superpower, now has to go and beg China's leader, Xi Jinping, to help stop Iran from disrupting global oil flows. So Trump is begging Xi Jinping right now. That's what is taking place. Also, Donald Trump is posting the following. Just look at the way this visually looks. It looks like a crazy person wrote this. And Donald Trump in this message is attacking Thomas Massie of Kentucky. And here's what he says. Congressman Thomas Massie of Kentucky is not MAGA, even though he likes to say he is. Actually, MAGA doesn't want him, doesn't know him, and doesn't respect him. He is a negative force who almost always votes no, no matter how good something may be. He's a simple-minded grandstander who thinks it's good politics for Iran to have the highest level nuclear weapon, while at the same time yelling death to America at every chance they get. Iran has killed and maimed thousands of Americans
Restreambot
and even
says,
took over
YouTube,
the
Jim Rockford,
embassy in
yep.
Tehran under the
Hey,
Carter
Jim.
administration. We had a spectacular military success yesterday, taking the bomb right out of their hands, and they would use it if they could. But as usual, and despite the praise and accolades received, this lightweight congressman is against what was so brilliantly achieved last night in Iran. Massie is weak, ineffective, and votes no on virtually everything put before him. Rand Paul Jr. And then Donald Trump goes on and just continues to whine there. But you see, oh, you know I had to do it. Moink. 4 companies control over
Of
80%
course.
of the U.S. meat
Already
industry.
to Wink.
China
Yeah,
now
birds.
controls the largest portion of U.S. pork. These companies are using mobster-like tactics to crush American family farms, and with the additives they're putting into our food, Americans are stuck with sketchy meat. So what can we do about it? Let me tell you about a company that's coming up swinging on behalf of American family farms.
Got a decent amount of
He is
material to cover,
attacking,
so.
Republicans for basically reiterating what Donald Trump's campaign position was, which was no wars in the Middle East. But of course, we know that Trump was lying. Donald Trump also posted the following. He refers to himself as Donuct. He spells his name wrong. Here's what he posts. The great B-2 pilots have just landed safely in Missouri. Thank you for a job well done. And then he spells his name Donuct, D-O-N-A-K-D, J. Trump, President of the United States. And it's just, post after post like this, looking incredibly, incredibly erratic. What other information are we learning right now as well? There's something called Pickaxe Mountain, that there's another Iran, lesser known underground nuclear facility that's actually deeper than Fordow, which may have enriched uranium as well, or may be a place where there is nuclear capabilities.
Restreambot
Iran
says,
is claiming that
YouTube,
they've been able
Salvo,
to remove
hi
the
Justin.
nuclear
Hi, Salvo.
capabilities before the attack on Fordow. Lots of leaders in Iran
Restreambot
are
says,
claiming
YouTube,
that
Salvo,
the Trump
nice to see you, my
regime
friend.
choreographed
You as well,
when the
Salvo.
strikes would take place because the Trump regime was hoping it would just be a one-off strike, the way they killed Soleimani in 2020, and then that the Trump regime would just move on. And that enabled Iran to move some of its weapons or move some of its materials outside of those facilities. We also know that Iran's foreign minister is now taking a trip to meet with Vladimir Putin. As we speak, he's going to be flying to Russia as part of a defense pact between Russia and Iran that Donald Trump clearly does not or didn't know about or take into account for, but if Trump knew basics about politics, he would know that. You have Israel media, Channel 13, reporting the following: the Iranian nuclear program cannot be destroyed with bombs even if we attack it for another year with the Americans. So it seems as it is becoming more clear that this attack was not as effective as advertised. The Trump regime is changing its view on it, and now it's regime change and make Iran great again.
I didn't leave
I
that
want to share
giant
this
socket
with
in
you
here, did
because
I?
this happened a little bit
Not
earlier as
sure.
well, where you had Marco Rubio on Face the
Possibly.
Nation, and he was asked, why would you do this if your
I was
intelligence
gonna say I didn't see
said that
one, but
Iran couldn't build
I didn't
a
look
nuclear
either.
weapon anytime soon? And Rubio goes, well, that's irrelevant. Here, play this clip.
Are you saying there that the United States did not see intelligence that the Supreme Leader had ordered weaponization?
That's irrelevant. I see that question being asked in the media. That's an irrelevant question.
No,
they have
that is
everything
the
they
key
need to build
point
a
in
weapon.
U.S. intelligence assessments. You know
No,
that.
it's not.
Yes, it was.
No, it's
that
not.
the political decision had
well,
not
I know
been
that better
made.
than you know that, and I know that that's not the case.
But
you don't
I'm
know
asking
the
you when the
Restreambot
order was
says,
given.
And the people
YouTube,
who say that,
Kringler, long
it doesn't
time no
matter
see.
if the order was given. They have everything they need to
Indeed.
build nuclear weapons. Why would you bury things in a mountain 300 feet under the ground?
Right.
Why would you bury why do they have 60% enriched uranium?
Honestly, I
you don't
missed
need
y'all.
60% enriched uranium. The only countries in the world that have uranium at 60% are countries that have nuclear weapons. Because
Right.
they can quickly make it 90. They have all the elements. They have. Why do they have a space program? Is Iran going to go to the moon? No, they're trying to build an ICBM.
No, but
so
that's
they
a
can one day
question.
put a
That's a
warhead on
question.
it.
That's a question of intent, and you know, in the intelligence assessment, that it was that Iran wanted to be a threshold
How do
state
you know
and
what the
use this
intelligence
leverage.
assessment says?
I'm
How do
talking
you
about
know what
the
the
public
intelligence assessment
March
says?
assessment, and that's why I was asking you if you know something more from
But
March.
that's also
if
an
order
inaccurate
was given.
representation of it. That's an accurate representation of it. That's not how intelligence is read. That's not how intelligence is used.
Now, why would that be irrelevant? Wouldn't that be most relevant before getting the U.S. into protracted wars in Iran? And finally, Donald Trump's been attacking, again, MAGA Republican Thomas Massie for basically saying the things that Trump was saying before. And here's Thomas Massie this morning on Face the Nation. You could see for yourself. Let's play it.
The Speaker of the House, who is from your
All
own
right,
party,
so-
has really rejected this. He says the Article 1 power of Congress really allows for the president to do this. It was a limited, necessary, targeted strike.
Why are
he
you
says.
guys not
Well, he's
properly?
probably referring to the War Powers Act of 1973, but that's been misinterpreted. There was no imminent threat to the United States, which was
Think I
what
know
would
what's up.
authorize that. And I think that's peculiar to hear that from the Speaker of the
Well, that
House.
doesn't
Look,
sound though.
Congress was on vacation last week when all this was happening.
You haven't been briefed on any of the
We
details.
haven't been briefed. They should have called us all back. And frankly, we should have debated this War Powers resolution that Ro Khanna and I offered instead of staying on vacation and doing fundraisers and saying, oh, well, the president's got this under control. We're going to cede our constitutional authority.
Ro Khanna.
There you have it, folks. Trump having a afternoon meltdown. We'll keep you posted every step of the way here on the Midas Touch Network. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million subscribers. Let's keep growing this network together and getting out the truth. Thank you.
New Midas merch drop! Check out the latest pro-democracy sticker packs, t-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, and more. All at store.
definitely were further than that. Yeah, there it is. That's so funny. Okay, so we just watched this one. Why is it saying we've watched this one? That's kind of weird.
Welcome to the Court of History. I'm Sidney Blumenthal. I'm here with my colleague Sean Wilentz, historian at Princeton University. And we are discussing the whole atmosphere and background of crime and punishment. It's one incident after another. Steve Bannon said that they were going to flood the zone with shit, he said. But the sewage, a lot of it seems semi-criminal to me. They are running around arresting a mayor, a judge. They're throwing a U.S. senator on the ground in handcuffs. They're creating a kind of police state where people are arrested without warrants and not brought before courts of any kind.
Later on,
There's a kind of reign of terror in certain ethnic communities in the country.
Okay. But how
what's
soon
the
you want that done?
legality of all this? I'm reminded of what Richard
Okay.
Nixon said to David Frost: when the president does it, that means it is not illegal.
You said zinger, a quarter
What do you
chocolate?
think, Sean?
Yeah,
All
I
right.
mean, this is the point: is that it's proceeding right out of the White House. This is a reign of terror that we've
All right,
never
I will
seen
let the
before
stream
in
go. I've got
American
to
history.
make a quick
It's
store run.
completely unprecedented, and it's coming out of the rearrangement of power, or the grabbing of power, the seizure of power, really, by the White House. And that is a history too, actually. There have been attempts to do this. There have been attempts to concentrate powers in the White House that would allow a president to do the kinds of things, although I think even there, what Trump's done is much more audacious. But there's a history to this. There's a history to everything. We have to be in mind of that history as well. But in terms of the acts themselves, this is beyond anything imaginable before.
Yeah, you raised 2 points. One is the audaciousness of it and how this has not occurred before. And the other one is getting away with it, which is the unconstitutionality of it,
Right.
in great part because of the Supreme Court decision granting
Correct.
Trump absolute presidential immunity for so-called official acts.
Right.
As it happens, there must be somebody who's an expert, even greater than us, on all this, who could bring to bear both experience and historical understanding, and not simply about one presidency, but about many. And that person would be John W. Dean. And we have him here. He is the former White House counsel to Richard Nixon. He exposed the Watergate scandal. He spoke before the Senate Watergate Committee. Everything he said was proved to be true. He's written numerous books. His most recent book, if I'm not wrong, about Watergate was called Nixon's Defense. And it is an impeccably argued case about how Nixon's defense all the way through on Watergate until it fell apart. John, welcome.
Thank you. I'm not sure I exceed your expertise, other than having lived it at the front line on some of it.
Yeah,
So I'm a frontline observer of what authoritarianism can do, and I have certainly, the last 7 years, been a hired hand at CNN to watch what was going on at the front line.
Yeah. What's your sense on the question of Trump's, I guess, audacity is a euphemism for people say breaking norms. It's more than norms. It's laws. It's the Constitution. Compared to Nixon.
Well, you know, there are few comparisons. There are parallels in personalities between Nixon and Trump. There are very few similarities in presidencies. Trump has pushed the envelope way beyond anything Richard Nixon ever dreamed of. You know, I have watched them, and really to observe the two, they have very similar personalities. Where I have focused in my post-Watergate years and post-White House years a lot on studying authoritarian personalities because I was surrounded by them. I wrote my first book on the subject when I really noticed the disintegration of the Republican Party with the coming of the Tea Party and their crowd. Excuse me, I wrote a book called Conservatives Without Conscience. And I wrote that book because I had been surrounded by those types of people. Now they were in charge. And so it's really, that was during the Obama years, Sydney, that I did that book. So it's been a constant observation to come down to the present where we have Trump in the White House. And all I can tell you in shorthand is that, and we can go longhand later, is that there are no comparisons between Nixon and Trump. He and Trump has made Nixon look like a choir boy.
Mm-hmm.
Struggling to get started on your novel? Meet Squibbler, the AI novel writer that transforms your ideas into fully developed chapters. With pre-made templates for all genres, AI-powered scene creation, and enhanced visual generation, your novel comes to life effortlessly with Squibbler's AI-driven features. And when you're done, we handle publishing for you, delivering a beautiful print-ready novel. Write smarter, publish faster. Start your next bestseller today with Squibbler.
Yeah, how so?
Well, I think that if we still stay a little bit broad without going through a laundry list, which we can do also, but what I see is that Trump seems to act on every impulse he has, and he has all the wrong impulses. He is a clear poster boy for the authoritarian personality. He has high incompetence, where he doesn't really know how to do these things. He has, in his second term, hired people who know much more about it and know where the levers of power are. Richard Nixon kind of dreamed of these things and did one shots and then backed down. And I think the big difference between the two men is that Richard Nixon actually had a conscience. He experienced shame. He was not proud of what he ended up getting revealed for. Donald Trump could care less. He doesn't know shame. There's nothing that can trouble him. You can't embarrass the man because he thinks everything he does is fine. So that's the big difference between the personalities. Now, how it's executing in the presidencies is, Nixon pushed the threads of power and the levers of power, but he did so, I think, with a very different motive.
What was that?
What was his motive? That's good. Yeah.
I'll never be accused of being a Nixon apologist, or I don't really have a lot of good things to say about Richard Nixon. It was a very searing experience, but I must say, not only did he have a conscience, he was an establishmentarian. He revered the processes of government. He's somebody who'd started his career in Congress as a member of the House, then he became a member of the Senate. While in the Senate, he's selected to become vice president. He actually serves under Eisenhower as acting president, and he really respects these institutions as institutions. Now, did he believe when he became president that he should use his powers? Yes, he did. But what was the motive? You know, if you sift through what Nixon was really all about, he didn't care a hoot about domestic policy. He wanted to be he wanted to create a generation of peace. And I think that's something from his Quaker background. He probably told his mother, if he's ever elected, I will be a peacemaker. While Trump mouthed those words in his inaugural, he has not shown any inclination to do anything like that. He's right now in the middle of deciding whether he's going to be a warrior or a peacemaker, as we talk.
But as you know, John, I mean, better than anybody, there was also the dark side of President Nixon. There were the enemies lists. There was the Houston plan.
Well, you know, that's an interesting thing. There's a lot of myth about what was there. That you say the enemies list. Yes, there were. I'm the one who revealed to the Senate the enemies list. I found later in the archives of the Nixon papers, they almost fired me for refusal to implement the enemies project. What happened to the enemies list is they made the list, sent it over to me, and it went in a desk drawer. And that's the reason I happen to have it all to turn it over to the. So yeah, Nixon, yes, when he called George Shultz once and told Shultz, I want his Secretary of the Treasury, he said, I want an audit on Larry O'Brien, the head of the Democratic National Committee, the chair. Shultz fought with him and resisted, but they did do something. But it was a one shot. And that's the big difference. You know, there are, Jeffrey Toobin had a wonderful piece in the op-ed just day before yesterday or yesterday about the hundreds of investigations that these people have launched against all of his enemies. And they're actually going on quietly right now. It's not a story. It should be a bigger story.
Yeah, they're using the instruments of government to try and financially ruin and discredit, even if there is nothing wrong there.
Correct.
Using that pressure. Nixon may have thought of that, and certainly he used the plumbers to try and go after. I still don't quite get it, what the motive was in, invading the DNC office.
Well, you know, let's clean that up because, you know, when you actually drill down on these things, they're not always what they were seemed at the time. Down to the smoking gun was not really a smoking gun. There's a book that's coming out. I wrote a memo a decade ago and gave it to an attorney friend. He finally turned it into a book that's coming out in Kansas Press this fall. That shows the smoking gun really wasn't an obstruction of justice. They weren't obstructing Watergate. They were covering up anonymous donors. And no one ever understood this over all the years. I testified about it because actually off camera in the trial of U.S. versus Haldeman, Ehrlichman, Nixon, Ehrlichman, that whole crowd, Mitchell, and it came out in the trial. Nobody's ever seen the record of that trial, but it's been sitting out there, and sadly, history hasn't dug some of this stuff out. So Nixon actually comes off better than the press he got at the time. And what forced him to resign? He had one of the worst defenses. When I say I speak like I sound like a Nixon defender, for Christ's sake.
We know you're not. You paid the price for that, John.
You certainly paid the price, but Donald Trump will bring out anything and anybody sometimes, right?
You know, the invidious comparison to Trump makes Nixon look like an upholder of the Constitution,
which he is in a sense. Nixon. You know, I've tried to understand and have done some digging. I was once at the Eisenhower Library to see if I could figure out. I sniffed around a little bit, but I really didn't know the papers and wasn't really able to get to what I was looking for. Was the influence that Eisenhower, who was certainly no wallflower when it came to exercising power, he was sort of Nixon's tutor. And I think that Eisenhower's influence on how you exercise power was a behind-the-scenes impact on Nixon when he became president. and he would try it, it would fail, and then he would go on to something else. He had the instincts, no question. But what we're seeing now is a guy who doesn't really understand power. He likes to wield it. He wants to be important. I see more of a narcissist who always wants to be telling everybody what to do and how to do it and thinks he knows everything, when in fact he knows virtually nothing, or even how the process works, and won't listen to anybody who will tell him. So he's an unguided missile at this point. And
you've written a book on this called. The authoritarian nightmare, Trump and his followers.
Right. Yeah, what I did with that book, Sydney, it was back during the Obama years. I had written a book called "Conservatives Without Conscience," and that's where the first time I had discovered the nature of the authoritarian personality in high-level political positions. I drew heavily on the science of the leading authority on authoritarianism and their personalities, a guy by the name of Robert Altemeyer. He was an American who'd been teaching his entire career up in Canada. Discovered him. I started communicating with him. He realized I was intrigued by his research. He really helped a lot on the book Conservatives Without Conscience. That title came from one of the reasons I used that title is publishers didn't like to use the term authoritarianism in that era. So I said, well, here's what they really are. They are conservatives who absolutely have no shame. They have no emotions. And this was based on Altemeyer's scholarship. So when Trump came down the escalator, I was doing a biweekly column then, did some columns, interviewed him, Altemeyer, and I said, Bob, before the next election, before Trump runs, we've got to lay out who he is. People weren't at that point, when we first did that book, convinced he was an authoritarian. So the first part of the book deals with Trump's personality and what have you. And the second part deals really with Altemeyer's science. My role was to really kind of write the book, to keep it out of the academic undigestible tables and charts and coefficients and what have you. And so it was for the lay reader, but it was really his science. And it's a devastating book. And it shows, the full title was Authoritarian Nightmare, Trump and His Followers. And to do the book, we also went to Monmouth's Polling Institute and had them do the first national poll ever to sort of test the American electorate on their authoritarianism. And it's about 35%. And these are his followers. This is his base. And they are ruthless. They are people who are shameless. And there are people who want to be, some of them want to be told what to do. Others want to be authoritarian leaders themselves. And it's a bad combination. And that's who form his base. So we put that book out, yes, and it isn't a pretty picture, and everything that was written in that, as well as the earlier book during the Obama years, has borne terribly true.
Well, I just want to ask a question going back to Nixon for a second, John, which is this, that as you say, he had bad press at the time, maybe worse than the facts warranted, and yet he was driven from office. There was accountability about those things. There is no accountability whatsoever. Now we know some of the reasons for that, but why don't you talk a little bit about that?
Sean, you put your finger on the biggest change. Trump is only possible because he's got this base that everybody else in the Republican Party is afraid of. That he can turn them against them, he can primary them, he can find somebody further to the right than the person who's giving him trouble. So it's his base that really empowers him, and that's the second half of that book that we did just before the election, where we tested on a national basis through Mama's polling operation. You know, who are these people? How do they feel, and what have you? And they are ruthless. They are people who are happy with Trump. He literally figured it out either intuitively or did some polling himself when he made the statement, I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and I wouldn't lose any voters. And that's true. He wouldn't. These are the people. This is how a democracy can be lost very easily. These people traditionally stayed under the rocks. They were embarrassed in a sense. Their thinking and attitudes were not widely accepted. Well, Trump has made it okay to be out there and to be themselves, and that's who they are. That is the base that is supporting this guy, that keeps him in power and has dramatically changed the Republican Party. It is no longer the party of a Barry Goldwater or on the right, or a Hugh Scott in the middle. These people would be run out of the party today. They're rhinos to the MAGA crowd.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. Your own journey sort of illustrates this. You began as a Goldwater Republican yourself, and here you are now, sounding the alarm about the authoritarian personality in the White House and his followers. And
Sydney, I'm way to the left of you now. I read your material. You look like a conservative to me.
Well, I'm going to use that on my next book.
Yeah, right.
That'll be the blurb. But you've chronicled the fall of a political party. And this is, Barry Goldwater himself decried what had happened with, intolerance that he saw rising towards the end of his life.
Some dungeon entrances in Top Heroes are super sneaky. At Sentry Tower, most players just grab the chest and leave, but there's actually a basement entrance right there. Don't miss out the treasures inside. Most players never notice there's a secret dungeon here in Western Waste. You can head through this mountain pass gate to battle a secret boss. Also in Western Waste Lost Dynasty area, you may find a sealed door. Don't leave yet. Just interact with the statue beside it to unlock. In the Northern Peaks, there's a secret elven vault tucked away where you can snag rare pets. When you finish quests at the Crystal Vein Camp, don't just teleport out. That decorative cave nearby is totally explorable. That wrecked ship? You can sneak through this hidden entrance to trigger a combat dungeon. Never stop poking around. These worlds love hiding cool stuff.
As well.
He did indeed. In fact, the title "Conservatives Without Conscience" came from a conversation with the senator with whom I had a lifetime friendship. He was my roommate in prep school. It was his father, Barry Goldwater Jr., with whom I am still friendly. So I had known the senator since I was about 13 years of age. I never had him, never asked him for anything politically. He was always told me, get out of government sooner rather than later. But he said, do public service. And he indeed, as you know, was a successful department store operator in Arizona. And he had the attitude that, if you're going to complain about it, we'll do something about it. So that's why he ran for the Senate, because he was very unhappy with what was happening in Arizona. and it went on from there. Uh, he is again not the man I knew was not the person he has often been characterized as a right wing kook. For example, I once asked the senator, I said, how in the hell, I was in law school when the 64 Civil Rights Bill was passed. And he was the one vote against the public accommodation section of the bill. I had gone up, one of my study guys in law school was Governor Paul Bible, and his father was in the Senate at the time. So we got good Senate seats to catch some really historic debate up in the gallery. But I didn't see the senator vote. But I later asked him, I said, how did you vote? How were you the one vote? He said, well, let me tell you a story, John. He said, I knew this Phoenix lawyer who had clerked on the Supreme Court for Robert Jackson, who I thought was a terrific justice. I had a lot of interaction with this guy, and he came to me about shortly before that vote came up, and he said, Senator, you can't vote for that because it is going to get overturned by the Supreme Court. I guarantee you. And then he laid out this long argument how I would be on the right side of everything from history to the court and what have you.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, who was it? He said, Bill Rehnquist.
Really? So of course, Rehnquist became Chief Justice, and he was the Nixon appointee after Nixon lost 2 nominations.
You wrote a book about
Rehnquist. You wrote a book about Rehnquist.
I wrote a book, and I apologize. I told how I was kind of just screwing around. I was out vetting other candidates for the court for the White House, the White House had taken over the role of vetting potential nominees, and I had vetted a woman who would have been the first woman to be on the court, Mildred Lilly, who was in a middle level appellate court here in California, and she was terrific. And I later would compare her resume with Sandra Day O'Connor, who was the first woman on the court, and Mildred Lilly had a much stronger resume than Reagan's selection of the first woman. Anyway, Nixon was under pressure from
Stream
his
Elements
wife,
says find me in other places:
daughters,
Discord,
and
Twitter,
Martha Mitchell,
YouTube,
John
Steam,
Mitchell, the Attorney
Xbox, and
General's
PlayStation Old Mage
wife, who
Guy
was
on
a very
TikTok as
vocal
Mage.
voice at that time on
As
all
we
things
know.
feminine.
As we know.
And so he said, well, he said, I kind of feel pressure to do this. Well, so he sent the nomination forward to the committee of this ABA that was then sort of doing the super vetting of the potential justices. And they shot her down 11-1. And he said, I can't go forward with this without ABA support. But privately, on some of the tapes, he's pleased as punch that the ABA has shot her down. But he had honored, he at least pleased his daughter's wife and Martha by sending that nomination forward. But it was the ABA old boys who shot her down.
Just a rule on Goldwater. Goldwater did write a book called The Conscience of a Conservative, and then you write a book about conservatives without a conscience. I always thought that there was a connection there.
There is a connection. It was what happened is when the senator retired, Barry and I are in touch all the time, and we've remained lifetime friends. And he said, my dad's bored as hell. He said, why don't you do a book with him? And I said, sure, that'd be fun. So we started talking, and he said, listen, John, I don't understand what's happening to the Republican Party. That's the book I'd like to write. He said, he was then in a public pissing match with Jerry Falwell, the head of the religious right.
Yes, very important.
And he said, he had famously said, Jerry Falwell should be kicked in the butt. He said, I didn't really say the butt. He said, I said kicked in the nuts is where he actually said he told me he'd done. He said, look, I'm worried that these preachers are going to get control of the Republican Party, and it's going to destroy the party. He said, I don't understand how they think. I don't understand why they think they do, but they think everything they're saying is the word of God, and they won't compromise, and they just keep barreling ahead. And I think it's a disaster if they get a hold of the Republican Party. Why don't we go into that? And in the course of conversation, he said, these guys claim to be conservative, some of them, but they have no conscience. And I said, boom, there's a title for a book. We actually started on that book while he was still alive. Barry called me and said, listen, the book, Dad loves the idea of the book, but he's just not, he really feels he's letting down his side of helping you out on it. So why don't you just back off a little bit until he's feeling better? Well, he never felt better. That was, and unfortunately, he would pass. But I kept all that material and the idea in my head. And really, it was almost 10 years later that when I was doing what Sidney describes as the evolution and devolution of the Republican Party. That was one of the first in that series where it describes what's happened to the Republican Party, where I took some of the leaders and showed that, here, these people are not only just religious right, they are conservatives without conscience that are in charge of things.
Speaking of Goldwater, as an example, he played a pivotal role in the Watergate scandal when he and other Republican leaders came down Pennsylvania Avenue.
Another good myth, Sidney.
Okay, you're gonna tell us what
this is myth explosion session. I love it.
Myth explosion session. All right, let me tell you what really happened, because I talked to the senator at length about this. In fact, his son and I did a book. I cranked it out, and then I used my friend Barry to sort of vet it to make sure it wasn't something he didn't want the family didn't want out, because I got a bunch of his papers that really had never been, his ghostwriters had never seen and what have you, and we put together a book called Pure Goldwater. And I think that includes the story I'm going to tell you, but this came right from the horse's mouth, where he knew that the media considered, when he and John Rhodes, as representative from Arizona and a part of the leadership of the House, Hugh Scott, who was the minority leader of the Senate, and he were dispatched to go to the White House and tell Nixon it was time to go. He said, that's a great story. He said, I don't talk about it much because I like the story that's out there better than what really happened.
Print the legend.
He said,
print the legend. Right.
So what happened? John, tell us
what really happened.
He said, what did happen is we had one of the liaison people from the White House was constantly calling for nose counts, which Rhodes always had and Hugh Scott always had, of where they were on what they do on impeachment. And so he said what happened is, one point, Al Haig got a hold, who was then White House Chief of Staff, said, listen, we may need you to talk to the president about what he's going to do and what the vote actually is, and who, and this is after he's lost the Southerners in the House after his conversation with George Wallace, who's told him that he will not support him. And Nixon knows that's going to result for sure with the loss of the Southern conservatives in the House. He will be voted impeached, but it doesn't tell about what's going to happen in the Senate at a Senate trial. So anyway, the senator explained what happened is, we were sort of in touch, and Hugh Scott came to me, the minority leader, and said, we got to go down and be ready to tell Nixon what it really is all about. So it was not initiated on Capitol Hill, as the myth has it, that it was time for the senior people in the Republican Party to come down and tell the president it was time to go. In fact, when they went down, the first thing Haig did was hustle the group into his office and say, for God's sake, don't tell him to resign. He said he's like 95%, if not better, there. He's decided it on his own that he just can't survive and govern and what have you. So don't upset that apple cart. And so they all agreed not to. And Senator Goldwater said, when we went in the Oval Office, he said, I've never seen Nixon happier. He said he reminded me of a guy who had just hit a hole in one at the golf course and was going to have to buy everybody a drink, and was pleased to talk about it. That's his experience. And he said he has feet up on the desk, and he was just in a great mood. And he finally got around to asking, "What's the vote?" And they didn't have any good news for him. And Goldwater said, including me, I told him I couldn't vote for him at this point. So they did give him the accurate nose count, but they didn't say boo about resigning. So this is not what the myth really happened. There's an element of truth in it, but more myth than truth.
It's interesting. They were willing to.
But it's a great story. It's a great story, and make the Republican Party look better than they may have deserved.
Yeah, but it also shows their willingness to just tell him what the facts were as they saw them.
And nobody around Trump would ever do such a thing.
And
nobody around Trump would tell him today.
Not only sycophants on his staff who don't present, the evidence of what's going on, but also the senators and the representatives in the Congress are terrified of Trump, and they do not speak the truth.
Again, it's his ability to sick his base on them that I think is his strength. If his base ever leaves him, if they've had enough, which is not going to happen. I mean, cults and conservative, authoritarian bases. There's really little distinction. Some of those who write about cults write about the authoritarian nature of the cult leader and what have you, but they do no wrong, and they've as Jim Jones showed, they will follow them to their own end. It is so over the top. I actually have a couple friends who are in the cult and who I talk to just to try to understand them. And it is not reasoning that works. One's a very successful attorney, and he somehow separates his admiration, and he has a lot of rationalization, which with the book I did on authoritarianism explains how these personalities do this, how they can compartmentalize, rationalize, and think themselves normal when in fact they are not. But it is a unique phenomena, particularly when you run into somebody who's intelligent and carries on in life like a normal person.
As it happens, John, you're also an expert in another president and have written a book about him. And I believe that is part of a presidential series edited by none other than Sean Wilentz. It was a biography of Warren G. Harding. And
I didn't get the pleasure of Sean. I think his predecessor, it was Arthur Schlesinger Jr. who did mine. Who actually, I read that the series, Arthur, I'd known Arthur for years. We had lectured together. We had lunches together. And so, I had his private number. And when the series was first announced, one or two, and the first couple are really kind of pathetic. Sean knows the series, and they really are.
Sean got it passed down to him by Arthur.
I inherited it from Arthur. I was greatly honored to be able to do so. I had written one of them about Jackson, but then he allowed me to go ahead and pick it up. But I think maybe John, yours came out after he had passed. Is that right?
No. I'm one of the last ones before he passes.
Got it.
Actually, when I called Arthur about the series, I said, Arthur, I'm not calling about Nixon because I know I shouldn't touch that in your series. I'm not the right guy. But how about Warren Harding? He said, how about Warren Harding?
Yeah,
I said, what are you going to do with Harding?
Absolutely.
He said, I said, what are you going to do with Harding? He said, I have no idea what to do with Harding. He said, you want to do it? Is that why you're calling? I said, yes, it is. I said, I grew up in part of my youth before I went off to high school. My father ran a company there. It was one of the biggest employers in town. And I used to deliver newspapers right by up and down the street Harding's home was on.
This is what, Marion, Ohio?
Marion, Ohio.
Yes, Marion, Ohio. I said he was my first president because our next door neighbor had taken over his job as the editor of the Marion Star, and gave me my first book on. Actually, gave me two books on Harding. The first one was just kind of a general book on Harding, and then it was the second one was called The President's Daughter, which was about his
still on
purported
the same video.
affair
I'm surprised.
with a Marion girl, and I had to get permission from my mother, who wouldn't give it to me to read the book. I didn't read it for years. She's, oh, no, you're not going to read that. I was, 13, 14 years of age, or 12 or 13 or whatever it was, but I was still a voracious reader at the time. And anyway, I had picked up enough from Jack Maxwell, his successor, who a lot of Harding people were still at the paper at the time, and so he had some wonderful anecdotes about Harding. And I just had this. I had no knowledge of presidential history. I didn't know presidential historians had all panned him and made him the worst president, what have you. When I first started studying him, so when I told Arthur, I said, Arthur, I don't think that Warren Harding has been given a very fair shake. From the reports I have,
Though sadly you won't get the all night long effect.
The Teapot Dome scandal, other than to authorize something he knew nothing about what it was going to be done for, and he damn near choked the one guy in his White House when he heard about a scandal that was caused. I said,
so it's really unfair to compare Trump and Harding as somehow comparatively corrupt figures. How would you compare them in terms of the corruption and their administration?
That is kind of funny.
Literally, Harding is somebody who was a successful, hardworking businessman who'd bootstrapped himself up, doing things honestly and fairly, and had low tolerance for any kind of political corruption, and certainly that was his record throughout as a state legislator and then as a member of the Senate. The guy who he selects that becomes the head of the Interior Department, Albert Fall, was the desk beside him in the Senate and was a very well-respected senator. And in fact, Harding had his cabinet unanimously approved by the Senate, which is extremely rare even then. And Albert Fall being amongst that group. In fact, I just a couple weeks ago got back two very large boxes of material on the Teapot Dome scandal that I have not had time to ever really study. But when I was doing some other research at the National Archives, I had downtime. And so I got the people who keep the records of trials to dig out the historical record of the several trials of Albert Fall, who was convicted of bribery. The problem,
and it was to get oil leases.
Oil
leases called the Teapot Dome, which was in what state was that? Wyoming.
Wyoming, right?
Yeah.
And some of it reached into California and what have you. But when I had, just enough knowledge to realize that the trial that convicted Albert Fall, making him, I guess, the fall guy. The trial was riddled with.
Or do you want this move so you can have your
things
pillow?
that would never pass muster today.
Yeah, better. Did you want your pillow?
The person who
Or does it need your
purportedly
blankie on it?
bribed him was a guy by the name of Doheny, who was a very wealthy oil man.
Right. Ed Doheny, was that his name?
Doheny was his name.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Did you want your blankie on your
He was
spot?
not convicted.
So you can
he
make
had a
biscuits?
jury ruled that he had not bribed Albert Fall, but yet
Was
the
the Attorney
government
General involved too?
Pardon?
Was the Attorney General involved?
That's Doherty, and Doherty is not involved in any of this at all in Teapot Dome. Doherty has his own set of problems.
He gets involved in a different scandal, doesn't he?
Different scandals that for which he was never convicted for anything either. Anyway, the Teapot Dome the end of that story has not been written because I think if somebody goes through the trial under today's standards, they'll find that the government just they went after Fall until he was a broken man. He was ill.
Come
He
here.
couldn't really defend himself. He'd run out of money. And the government can get anybody. And that's the scary part of what today is that Trump has got all these private investigations going. And he's gonna pick some people out.
I saw it and started laughing immediately.
If I may say quickly, I mean, that's absolutely right.
I did
But
see
just
how they
as
were
an
made,
editor, I've
though,
gotta
and
say
that kind of
John
bummed me out a little
Took
bit.
has done more to reassess, really, truly.
It's not a couple of good actors having a good time,
has gone
sadly.
under a
It's
reassessment. There were
AI.
other books, articles written subsequently.
Yep.
And I got
Completely and utterly.
Harding owes you one, John, because you really did in a very effective way. I'm very proud of all of the books that we.
As a matter of fact,
but
I
yours
even
particular
found the
had my name associated with it.
AI
It's
that
the only good
does it.
book review I've ever had from the Wall Street Journal.
I found it yesterday, and it hurt my soul a little bit.
In some ways, though, this is also like Grant too. I mean, Grant was really in obloquy for a very
Still
very
cool,
long
still
time,
fun
and
to
there's been a
watch.
Great reversal and revival of him on a much larger scale, much bigger deals, Civil War and Reconstruction, and so forth. But nevertheless, there are these reassessments, and we owe a lot to the reassessors like yourself.
Well, Harding did things like went into the South where Birmingham, his famous Birmingham speech, and Woodrow Wilson, his predecessor, had pretty well divided the country and fanned the racist fires that existed. And Harding waded right into it and said, "Listen, we can't exist as a country this way." And his audience was separated by a fence where the blacks were on one side and the whites were on the other side. And he just went right at the whites and said, "Listen, this is all wrong."
Buffer.
Now, wasn't he also subjected to a kind of birther campaign where he was accused of being partly black in the 1920 campaign?
There was a professor
Which
from
would have been a big
Worcester
deal.
College in Ohio that was convinced that his family tree indicated that he was a black man. The big sin of Harding has been unraveled, and my book did that too, because I put a huge footnote in that I wasn't sure, but based on town rumor that he had a child by a woman by the name of Nan Britton, who wrote the book President's Daughter, that no one really believed Nan Britton about anything, and so on and so forth. But today we can test that genetically.
Yeah. Yes.
And a friend of mine kept the Harding family are all doctors, generations of them. Harding's brother was a doctor, his father was a doctor. So he's one of the few that didn't.
Are you in touch with the Harding family?
Yes, I am. I am high on their list as a result of that book.
Praising.
But anyway, Peter Harding, who is a psychiatrist up in the Bay Area, we tracked down Nan Britton's grandson, and genetically
That's good enough for DNA.
and found out indeed he is Harding's great grandson.
Wow.
Grandson. So the mystery is solved.
And was that published anywhere? That information?
Yeah, yes, but not. I don't know. I'm sure that new books about Harding are getting that right because it was published enough places when it happened. But the source of it was the series that Sean now edits that provoked.
Well,
that as
now I'm triply proud. Now I'm especially proud. I mean, I thought the only one who was getting DNA tests was poor Thomas Jefferson, of course, which the DNA test is there, but to see that again with Harding, for well and for ill, I'm happy to have the record straight. I'm just an historian.
Yes, exactly. That was my. I just wanted to know. He actually quietly took care of the child.
Wait a minute.
Nan's
Wait a
child
minute.
through his sister, and that's how they raised it. So he wasn't that he did it, denied it, and abandoned it.
Right.
But that was kept pretty well secret, and I didn't have any of that information when I did the book, or I would have added it just because he. As I say, he's the kind of guy who did the right thing.
Yeah.
He just politically knew it was over if he acknowledged it was his child.
Yeah, this is not exactly the 34 criminal felony counts that someone was convicted of.
Thank you. It is.
Swear there's supposed to be a chest down here.
It's still stunning to me that a person who has 34 felonies and was really publicly announcing he was running for president to stay out of jail. Succeeded at that get out of jail card. It's quite remarkable in our history.
Can I ask one other question though about the authoritarian part?
Sure.
Which has to do with, yes, there is a space, they will do anything, but it's the violence that strikes me as important. I mean, you have Lisa Murkowski, for example, saying that Republicans in the Senate are physically scared. They are frightened. There is a reign of terror, not just in parts of Los Angeles. There's a reign of terror in our highest institutions because these backers, they won't just primary him. There are death threats out there. This, again, how does that fit into your whole picture of how the authoritarianism works? I mean, it strikes me as very important.
I've got to go back through the data. There clearly is a very violent streak in the authoritarian personality. Since it's become so clear that it's there, I need to resift our data and see what that is. But there are also, there are divisions within authoritarian personalities, those who are pro and anti-violence. I don't know that polling has been done that breaks that down. I recently keynoted a conference at Notre Dame that brought together about 100 scholars who study democracy, and they're social scientists, so they look, they dig, and we had some discussions there about that, but nobody really has the answers to how prevalent this is. It's clearly there. It's conspicuous, and Trump that's a flame he wants to fan to make him even more threatening. So it is troublesome, and it's something that's on my agenda to look through the data I have and see. Bob Oldemire passed away in February, so otherwise he would be on it.
Yeah. So
Restreams, upload and stream is how podcasters, fashion and beauty streamers, fitness coaches, even
the Republican Party. Some people think there's this phantom Republican Party out there, a real Republican Party of, rhinos, and somehow this is all going to go away, and then the Republicans, whatever this imaginary thing is, will return. But what's your view about it? You have enormous experience living this, knowing some of the key principles on a close basis and having written about it.
Well, Sidney, I have been an independent since Watergate. I'm not an ideologue of any sort, and never was. I had my mother was, I'm sure, voted mostly Democrat. My father, for tax reasons, voted Republican, but it wasn't it wasn't a partisan household. So I didn't grow up with it, and just sort of stumbled into it when Barry Jr. I used to go visit his dad, and realized. And then when I was in law school, Barry said, "Oh, you got to drop out of law school and help us campaign. We're going to win." I said, "I'm not sure that's going to happen, but I'm not going to drop out of law school either." But anyway, it was not partisan influences that ever drove me to become a Republican. I did it just because that's where my parents were registered, and I think a lot of people do register just because that's what their parents were and it's what they know in their household. I am a little bit more sophisticated than that now, and have much stronger feelings and understandings. And I don't see a future for the Republican Party. I think Trump will destroy it before he finishes it. There will be the MAGA wing, and I don't. They will call themselves Republicans, but they are, the Republican Party I was a part of and voted for was a big tent party, ran from Jacob Javits to a Barry Goldwater, and Goldwater today, as I say, would be considered a rhino. So it's a very different situation, and I think a two-party system is very important to the process and the way the mechanics of our democracy work. But the midterms are very important. I noticed that Trump's plans called for 180 days of implementation from inauguration to sort of the final implementation of their initial run at it. And that's clear why, because I think they know what they're doing is not going to sell and they may well be all thrown out at the midterms. The House looks very clear that they'll lose the House. The Senate is iffy, but not impossible. It's a reach, but not out of reach. So, and that's when things will change. They'll start bringing him back within some boundaries that will make him probably chaff even more. But and very important elections coming up, because we took democracy off the ballot, so to speak, when Biden stepped aside, and Kamala certainly didn't run on the democracy issue, and that's the most pressing thing we're confronted with, whether this form of government is going to survive.
Yeah. So the question almost
Fair enough.
everybody talks about is, in terms of Trump, is how does this end? Do you have a thought on that?
On how to dissent?
How
No,
does
this end? Where are we headed?
How does this end?
You have a thought? You've done research on authoritarian personalities. What happens?
Well, yes, I do. The question is there anybody who can pick up his mantle? Because he clearly is not a man in good health. He could drop dead tomorrow. Many people wish he would. And the question is, who would step up? I think that he had in his mind, when he selected J.D. Vance, somebody who might. Vance is a little smarter, but doesn't have the same kind of personality that Trump has. I always envisioned Trump as making his real life calling should have been he would have been a good maitre d' in a big New York restaurant where somebody slipped him the 20 or the 100
Did
or
I get a
whatever
nice
was the
boulder?
going
I did not get a nice
rate,
boulder. Why did I
and he
not
would
get a
make sure you
man?
got the right seat and nobody bothered
No
you.
little boulders.
But that's the end of
no
it.
one offered him that job.
It is a shame nobody offered him that job. That is the top of his skill set. But so How it will end? It'll end when Trump dies, and that is unpredictable. He looks to me like he's trying to get his weight under control, but who knows if that is happening.
You don't see a successor of somebody who
Natural successor, yeah.
No, I don't see a natural successor.
Not unpredictable at all.
Skills at demagoguery that he has.
Well, he's got his skill set was augmented by
All right.
a very
Um,
odd
did you want to do the honors first?
having that apprentice reality television show, which
Yeah.
took him into millions of households to portray him as somebody he wasn't, but actually being very talented and skilled and authoritarian. The tough but funny and clever boss and what have you. I never saw the television series when it was running and had no interest. I didn't know Donald Trump and never had read anything about him until he came down on the escalator. Yeah, I knew of him from pop culture, but I ignored him. I knew he was a big personality in New York, but I never followed him. There was nothing to follow him in my world. So I think this, based on the pattern and looking particularly abroad, he has built no sort of apparatus to take on his causes because his causes don't go beyond him. It is his life. He is totally transactional. Everything is for Donald Trump. Loyalty is something that runs only one way, and that is to him. So he's not built anything that can go on, Sidney. It ends with he ends. Now the question is, what will the Republicans who do support him do? I think, first of them, I think a lot of them will have a sigh of relief. And I think they're back to scratch to figure out what they're going to do because
they all hate him in private.
This is a resource world.
they
Don't
do.
build here.
The
Okay.
senators, the members of the House.
Doesn't mean I won't set a home
They
for a
loathe him.
spawn point or an anchor
And,
point.
and even his followers, they don't really like him. They know they couldn't rent a room in his hotels. They couldn't afford them, but they're charmed by him, and he is doing what they want to have done, and that is to give the finger to everybody and go off and do what they want to do. And he thought that they would. The voters I talked to and the polling we show that they believed that he would create an economy and a world in which they could have it their way. That it does not appear to be what's going to happen.
Yeah. Well,
I think it's pretty much start from scratch.
Yeah.
And I do not believe the Democrats are in the disarray that the media would have them.
Why do you say that, John?
Seriously.
Well, it's good. It's good theater to have. It's good press to have them all over the lot. I know a lot of Democratic big league players, and they know exactly what they want to do, and it's pick up where they left off, and find somebody who can get elected and get on with business. They have not changed, and their message. The horse race part of media coverage, I find pretty boring.
Yeah,
because it's pretty meaningless.
Yeah. Well, look,
Purple carpet.
we really appreciate that
Fighting
you took the time to speak with us. It's been a pleasure, and
I haven't had as happy an hour in a very, very long time.
yeah,
This is not real good.
you know, I don't think I have ever held a more interesting conversation about Warren G. Harding. And I look forward to speaking with you again and staying in touch, John.
Back on the Court of History, please.
So, yes. So, for the Court of History, which is the ultimate court, thank you, John Dean. And on behalf of Sean Wilentz, stay tuned for the next episode.
I will look for your ruling on this one.
Yes, very good. Thank
Is it next? Do we get our nice little satire bit next? No, no, not yet. We got this one, which I know we haven't watched.
Money every month. And he had to actually refund, because of this, $64 million because the people didn't feel as if they had consented to this auto payment. And then we also have him misusing money that people gave him for his own legal fees. Again and again, he doesn't care.
Not sure why it's saying we watch those ones, because
Before you leave, can you turn that document into a PDF for me? Thanks.
At 5:30 on a Friday?
It's Sunday, June 22, 2025. I'm Anthony Davis. Welcome to the Weekend Show, where we make the time to consider the news of the week. You can support my work and independent journalism at patreon.com/5minutenews. Our guest today is one of the great thinkers, a political commentator and author of several books, including American Rule, How a Nation Conquered the World but Failed Its People, and The Midnight Kingdom, A History of Power, Paranoia, and the Coming Crisis. Jared Yates Sexton, welcome back to the Weekend Show.
Anthony, my friend, always a pleasure, even as we're talking about unpleasurable things.
Well, I was going to say, welcome to the Coming Crisis, as you so well identified with your book title. We are in unprecedented and uncharted territory. We are definitely in the midst of a constitutional crisis. I think people have acknowledged that, although people can't quite say it, but that's where we're at. We seem to be under authoritarian dictatorship, which many of us, including yourself, warned of in so many words. And we're now seeing the likes of opposition politicians.
Stream
Alex
Elements says
Padilla,
find me in other places:
handcuffed,
Discord, Twitter,
arrested by
YouTube,
heavy-handed law
Steam,
enforcement
Xbox,
for
and PlayStation Old
questioning
Mage Guy on TikTok as
authority,
Mage.
A judge arrested in her own courthouse and charged with helping a defendant evade arrest. Masked snatch squads arresting people from the streets and being intimidating in the process. I mean, this is not the America that I emigrated to. Is this the America that you grew up in?
I mean, unfortunately, it is. And that is one of the things that I think gets lost. We've lived under an American mythology for a very long time. We don't like to sit with the founding of this country. We don't like to sit with the actions within this country. The actual story of America is a battle, a constant waxing and waning battle between authoritarianism and democracy. And unfortunately, because America does not like to sit with that fact, in fact, we become violent if we have to in order to silence any telling of that story, because we have lived in this absolutely aggressive denial of who we are and who we have been. We have landed in a pretty inevitable and predictable spot. We had many opportunities to change this. We had many opportunities to change course. And that is one of the reasons why a lot of us saw where this was going, is because we were able to recognize it and read the writing on the wall. And now we have to do a lot of different things, Anthony. We have to recognize both how we got here, where we are, and where we need to go. And that has never been a strong American suit, which is one of the reasons we're seeing so many of these power grabs, so many of these unconstitutional and also immoral and unethical actions. So we are in the middle of the crisis, which is actually a lot of different interlocking crises that have come to a head because we've been in denial about them and haven't chosen to actually address them and make better on them. So it is a really, really poor state of affairs. But the way that you just addressed it and summarized it is not only accurate, but it's a call to recognize where we are, where we've been, and where we need to go.
It's so interesting to me that you're not surprised, because many people are. And there are people who are like, well, I never saw this coming, or how dare he? And the reality is that we are really seeing people's true colors. I talk mainly of the Republican Party, because they're the ones who have the controlling stake here. The actual members of Congress and the Senate who are Republican, who support Donald Trump, who have the ability to either impeach him, to remove him, to recognize what is happening to America, not just domestically, but on the world stage, and want to act. Why do you think there is zero appetite for that?
Well, I think when you look at the Republican Party, there's so many different factors here. We look at them a lot of the time in our popular coverage as a homogenous group of people, right? They're the exact same no matter where you look. And I think what we've seen since the rise of Trumpism, you had a group of what I would refer to as old neoliberal Republicans. Their main purpose was deregulation, getting rid of taxes, and basically serving the wealth class, making sure that they got a larger and larger slice of the pie. Since then, in order to create MAGA, different groups have had to come together under the same tent, right? They have a binding agent, which is an authoritarian impulse. The idea that power at all cost is what they need in order to create their vision of the world. Now we have this new situation with the possibility of war with Iran, which is starting to reveal the different sort of ideologies that are at play here. They go to war with one another. And from that, I think it's useful to understand that there are certain members of the Republican Party who are members of a personality cult. They're an authoritarian cult of personality with Donald Trump. They see him as infallible. They see him as perfect. In a lot of ways, what they are doing is they're ordering their world in a childish-like way. They're looking for a father figure so that they can be free to be unfree. We also have other Republicans who are still trying to do what I just described, which is to continue to help the wealth class become wealthier and wealthier. Then we have other people, whether or not they're oligarchs, whether or not they're techno-fascist, white nationalists, Christian nationalists, you name it, who have their own agendas that they are following. So in a lot of ways, it is an emperor has no clothes type situation. Anybody who recognizes Donald Trump for what he is understands that he is a buffoonish clown. He has no idea what he's doing most of the time. He's unwell, unhealthy, unstable, and his acuity is declining every single day. The people within the party and throughout this cult of personality, they are at different levels of either recognizing that or engaging in aggressive denial of that fact. But the main point here is that their agendas are still being served. When we see the friction between them is when those agendas start to rub against each other and have contradictions. I don't have a lot of hope that Republicans are, what we hear during Biden, they're going to wake up from their nightmare, right? Or the fever will break at some point. I do not believe that that is true. I think the Republican Party has entered a terminal decline. They're in a terminal downward spiral, and anything moving forward that is going to be conducive or that is going to be healthy or progressive is not going to involve the Republican Party getting on board. It's going to be work around them and beyond them at this point. So I think looking at it, you have to see all of the different factions, but also understand that they do not currently have an incentive to work against him.
Arguably, they're taking advantage of his inadequacies and his misdemeanors and his dementia, if I can go that far. It is of use to them that he is a subpar candidate. He might be a populist. He might be someone who has attracted this cult-like following, but his usefulness is entirely helpful to them by nature of his disinterest. I mean, Trump doesn't really care about anything other than himself, playing a bit of golf, staring at the girls at the pool at Mar-a-Lago. I mean, that's kind of where it ends. I think he likes music, actually. He said recently he likes music. So
he likes musicals.
Changes everything.
Yeah, and you know what's sad about this, Anthony, is it's a lot more helpful to view this not through a presidential lens, but through a monarchical lens.
Right.
Which is what happens when you have a king who is unwell or isn't up to the job. And
Well, there is precedent for this, as
Right.
history says.
There's a vacuum of power and agency there that a lot of different interests take advantage of. So, just to give an example for people who might not understand this, we have shifted into a feudal mindset. Like in this situation with the possibility of war with Iran, there's been reportage that Trump doesn't really know what he wants to do. He's not actually up to this job, nor is it's an incredible thing. He is so arrogant and narcissistic and also incurious that he just thinks that he knows everything instinctually and doesn't even feel it necessary in order to be briefed with his job.
Right.
This
he
is a
hasn't
president-
read the briefing papers. He's not read the intelligence reports. He's actually denying what the security services are saying, that Iran is not capable of enriching uranium and making any nuclear weapons. And Trump's like, I don't believe it. He knows better.
Exactly. And so what have we seen with that? We've seen reports that his decisions on this have actually been framed by Fox News. Right. And even people who participate on Fox News, including Republican senators and personalities, they understand this as a propaganda channel. They understand that they are presenting a skewed version of the world in order to influence people. We have a president who doesn't understand that. And we've even heard for years, Anthony, where this channel that was designed implicitly to create state propaganda, he thinks they're tough on him. They think that they are critical of him. Like they are the closest thing that he has to what he thinks as an impartial, media. And in that case, he literally is changed moment to moment based on who talks to him, who sucks up to him, who, pledges fealty and sort of like tells him what he wants to hear. What we have is a sick, ineffective, incurious, incompetent monarchical figure. And so as a result, like anybody who is able to get in his ear at this point and talk to him in a way that feels persuasive or flattering, like that is the direction the country is going to go. And we've seen that now for years, and we've seen one example after another. And listen, I don't need to tell you or your listeners or viewers this. That's not an effective way to run a nation state. And that is the reason why we moved away from monarchies. There's a reason why we moved to liberal democracy was because we saw what happened in the old world. We saw that this wasn't effective. We saw that it led to death and suffering and just a terrible, nightmarish hell. And that's the reason liberal democracy took form, was explicitly to get away from situations like this.
I would argue, just as an aside, that a contemporary monarchy might be of use right now. To have somebody above the president who is non-political but has the right to say, okay, enough. You're ruining my country.
I've actually heard people make really good arguments for the idea that the presidency of the United States of America is a flawed institution and that we need a political figurehead and we need a prime minister, somebody who actually takes care of like the hard work without having to engage in retail politics.
Yeah.
And at this point, and with the way that this entire American experiment has crashed on the rocks for a bunch of predictable reasons, I'm open to hearing that. Like, you know what I mean?
For the first time, I think, a lot of Americans, for the first time, are open to a system that can't be corrupted in the way that it has been presently. And because this is, control of the House, control of the Senate, control of the executive, control of the courts, there's not really much left for the Democrats or any opposition to fight with. And that is because the system has allowed Donald Trump this kind of annihilation of all the institutions.
So this might make people itchy, but I am probably one of the more leftist voices out there when it comes to this stuff. I personally think that our institutions, because I've done the research, I've looked at, what Madison had to say about this in his notes, I happen to know that these institutions were created for minoritarian power. They were created for a wealthy white class of privileged men to control everything and give people the illusion of democracy. The founders were absolutely terrified of the idea of democracy. There's a reason why they didn't want parties. They had one party, the Federalist Party, which ruled everything. I think the problem is that the institutions that you've brought up, the House of Representatives was created to give the illusion of democracy. The Senate was explicitly designed to give the wealth class power. We had some progress with that in the 20th century. It still needs reformed. You look at the Supreme Court, which is actually doing exactly what it was intended to do, which is to curb democracy and to keep power in certain hands. I look at the solutions as bringing more democracy in. I look at the Supreme Court and listen, people can talk about stacking it. I think the judges and justices, I think that they should be subject to direct democratic choosing.
Yes.
I actually think we should move away from those things. I think the Senate needs radically reformed. And quite frankly, the presidency, what we're dealing with now with Trump, Anthony, we've talked about one piece of legislation. They've put forward the supposed big, beautiful bill. Everything else has been done through executive orders and through emergency powers. We created a ticking time bomb here years ago when we handed more and more power over to this supposed unitarian executive. And as a result, we spent years saying, well, you know, if the president uses this wisely, it'll be okay. We let a toddler come into a house that was wired to explode, and we're shocked that it's exploding. So we need major reform. And so as a result, and this is one of the things that gives me hope, we're having more and more conversations about institutional change. And not only that, if you look at the polls, the vast majority of Americans recognize these institutions don't work and need reform. So this crisis, and I think this is a helpful way of looking at it, crisis often brings clarity. We see where the problems are. They're not able to be hidden anymore. And yes, is it frightening? Yes, is it dangerous? But this also gives us an opportunity for some self-introspection and reflection to decide what it is that we actually want versus what it is that we have, because it hasn't been working for a very long time.
And so going back to a flawed system would be a mistake, because that is winding the clock back as opposed to taking America to a new place.
Ready to lose the hat and regrow the hair? With Chews by Hims, you can regain your hair and your confidence. Our chews are powered by clinically proven ingredients like minoxidil and finasteride, so you can grow thicker, fuller hair in 3 to 6 months. Your treatment is 100% personalized to your hair goals and comes at an affordable price that works for your budget, so you can step out with full confidence. Hats off to hair growth with treatment that works for you. Start today at hims.com.
And this, I guess, is why things sometimes have to get so bad before they can get better. And maybe we're just in that moment of political history but the tragedy of that is that people in the process are being deported, manhandled, executed, imprisoned in countries they've never even been to. It's a very, very dark period. And if you are unfortunate enough to be born with the wrong surname or the wrong skin pigmentation or the wrong accent, then this indiscriminate kind of Nazi-style arrests that are going on around the country is what is your current reality. So could we just talk to that for a moment? Because, I've done, like you, a lot of research, and so much of my research takes me to a door with the word Nazis on it. And people don't use those words lightly because of the comparisons from history. But, aside from the worst atrocities of the Second World War, which came much later, what we're looking at now is very equivalent. The idea of kidnapping people, disappearing people, snatching people, unmarked vehicles, unmarked uniforms, people masked, not identifying themselves. And this has led to migrants and even some American citizens who've been arrested having to put posters up, missing posters, asking anybody in the community if they've seen their husband or if they've seen their mother or their wife. That's what it's come to for these communities.
Yeah, and I want to go ahead and put this into a context, because everything you just brought up is exactly correct. You're calling the situation based on what it is, as opposed to engaging in active, aggressive denial and delusion. An authoritarian like Donald Trump is not elected president in 2016 without things being in a dire state. And if you actually take a look at the supposed American empire, which I think is in decline, you end World War II by defeating the Nazis. What did we do immediately after that, Anthony? We brought the Nazis into the fold because we believed that we needed to defeat communists, socialists, and leftists. So what took place was a very thinly veiled operation of being friendly with Nazism and fascism for decades. We went around the world and worked with dictators who were friendly with America, and we saw them as very good opportunities. And when we had leftists being killed, unions being dissolved, people being oppressed, we said, hey, this is a great opportunity to exploit the people who are being oppressed. Because people in authoritarian dictatorships, they work on the cheap, Anthony. You don't have to pay them a lot. And they show up to work because they're afraid that their families are going to be disappeared or killed. So we've played this game for decades now, in which we've had just a little bit of authoritarianism or authoritarianism elsewhere. And what eventually happens is that corruption, it corrupts completely. We've now reached the point, and this is what fascism is. And I think this gets lost a lot in the discussions and analysis.
It does.
Fascism is when authoritarianism comes home. You do it everywhere else, whether it's in colonies, whether it's in, client states, whether it's places where we have other dictators. Eventually, because of the profit motives that are being served through those alliances, eventually you have to do it in your own country. The apparatus that we're dealing with right now has been in place in America for decades.
Yeah.
You don't get to what we have now without the carceral state, which keeps minorities imprisoned, for things that they shouldn't have. Without a white supremacist legal system, without a corruptive legislature. You look at all these things, and by the way, the war on terror, everything that's happening in America right now is what America did to other countries, including rendition, including taking people outside of our borders so that they can be tortured and incarcerated indefinitely. The surveillance state that we're currently watching Palantir create, it's a simple evolution of what we created after 9/11. So eventually what happens is, if you're authoritarian around the world, eventually you're going to be authoritarian within your borders. And so what you just brought up, what we're seeing, it's disgusting. It's absolutely horrifying. But in that moment of discomfort that you brought up, which unfortunately people are suffering through, it brings clarity, which is a need to recognize what's happening in America is wrong. When it's in your neighborhood, it's wrong. When it's happening to your friends and family members, it's wrong. It's also wrong when it happens in Gaza. It's also wrong when it happens in Iran. It's wrong when, and what I'm talking to you on a device right now that was put together by slave labor with resources that were extracted using dictatorial power. That's wrong. It's all wrong. So this is a moment where all of a sudden we can look around and say, we have not been living well. And for anybody who has ever struggled with addiction or knows someone who has, the change in the recovery happens when someone wakes up and says, I can't live like this anymore. My life has become unmanageable. Something has to change. So we can't just talk about going back. What was it? This week, it was 10 years since Trump came down on the golden escalator, right? We can't go back to the moment before he came down the escalator because the moment was ready for him to come down the escalator. We have to recognize we can't just conserve what remains. We have to build something different, or else this thing is only going to continue to get worse and worse. So the point is, Nazism, fascism, authoritarianism. I traced it throughout history in the Midnight Kingdom, and here's the problem.
That was weird.
It is a human condition, and we either deal with it and move forward and create something better, or we are doomed for it to get worse and worse for a variety of reasons.
If you don't know where to start in Top Heroes World, the Springland is a great place to start. There are low-level enemies and villages with free healing wells. Save Flame Hall until level 20+. Trust me, those lava traps wreck new players. If you need gear, Silent Marsh drops poison-resistant boots. But
it's important to remind people that it's not exclusive to the United States.
That's right.
And that there are many nations that are struggling with this shift to the far right. There are these populist leaders being elected in various nations, that including allies of the United States, or former allies, you could argue. as America is pivoted to join forces with some of our former foes. Can we just talk briefly about the individuals in leadership who would claim that everything that's happening right now is for the good and is the right thing? The Tom Homans, the Kristi Noems, the Stephen Millers, the architects of these authoritarian tactics, because arguably Trump is pretty much checked out. He only finds out about these things when he sees them on Fox, as you said. And many of the former Fox hosts he's now put into his cabinet because that's all he knows, as you quite rightly say. And it is interesting that, Fox was set up by Roger Ailes to try and brainwash the people, but what it's ended up doing is brainwashing the president. And that is something I find utterly fascinating and completely terrifying. So what of these individuals who say that they're doing God's work and that this is, that this ethnic cleansing of America is essential? They say it with a straight face. They don't kind of go home and go, oh my God, what am I doing? I mean, this is very much the kind of Nazi general thing, isn't it? They are completely committed to the Fuhrer.
Yeah, and that's a very good way of putting it. I try and explain to people because, people will say, how do they sleep at night? And the answer is like babies. And the reason is because, and this is a thing that I don't think most people understand, ideology in terms of a worldview is how you sort of square the circle for yourself, right? It's how you're doing awful things to people, but you tell yourself a narrative. I'm in the right. And what's underneath all of that, and you and I assume the people watching this, almost every single day, if not every single hour, we have moments where like, oh, was I right there? Or did I mess up there, right? And we even, it turns even into an anxiety where it makes you question yourself and it holds you back, right? You can almost become a prisoner with like self-introspection. These people do not have that. And the defining characteristic
kind of what I was
it's
thinking.
not just a democratic crisis. It's not just a political crisis. It's a mental health crisis. We are currently being ruled in the United States of America, and we see it all around the world. These people who hurt people, they're not well.
No.
They have grown up in an environment that is inherently authoritarian, whether or not it's their families, their communities, their religious communities, you name it. They have not been able to process that. And those of us who study the authoritarian mindset, we understand something, which is when you grow up in an abusive environment, and by the way, Donald Trump did as well. Donald Trump was abused by his own father. Elon Musk was abused by his own father. You have a choice to make, Anthony, which is you either push against that and you change and you try and treat people better, or you metastasize. And when you metastasize, what you actually do is you take the parts of yourself that don't conform to the authoritarian abuse and you crush them, you kill them, and then inevitably you project them out into the world. And right-wing authoritarianism, whether it's MAGA, Nazis, fascist, whether it's the Metternich regime, going back, centuries ago, what actually happens is they're projecting their own self-hatred into the world. They're looking around to hurt other people that represent something within them that they've had to kill and despise. This is one of the reasons why so many Republicans are exposed as being hypocrites when it comes to gay and trans rights. Or why, they talk about family values, and meanwhile, Elon Musk has created himself, this new age harem. And what you actually, or Donald Trump is a perfect example of this. He talks about all these values and look how he's lived his life. And what you start to realize is that you can't trust these people with power because it never stops. They don't trust each other. They don't engage in solidarity with each other. They will stab each other in the back consistently, and they are not competent. There's no cohesion to what they do because they are hurting and they have to hurt other people to feel better about themselves. And this goes back to the original conversation we were having, which is this is no way to rule. This is no way to run a presidency or a country. It's inherently dysfunctional. And when you look at fascist movements, they're actually self-destructive, suicidal movements. They are pushing us further and further down a hole of oblivion because they can't help themselves. They're always heading for that cliff. And unfortunately, we're along for the ride as long as we don't stop them.
Propaganda has been like a giant game of telephone. because I'm yet to see any Trump MAGA supporters
I know.
saying that they have a specific problem with a specific immigrant in their town. There's no kind of direct issues. All of the issues are things they've seen on Fox or they've heard from the president about immigrants being bad. Well, we're now seeing, when Trump flip-flopped on going after the immigrants working in farming and agriculture and hospitality, that, you know, they are an essential part of the workings of this nation. They put food on the table, they put food in the grocery stores, they keep your driveways clean and your cars clean, and they keep your cars working and all this stuff. And to take that labor away is going to make a giant hole in the labor market. But the mere fact that this tribal movement of anti-immigrant hate is based entirely on these propaganda moves and not on any direct experience, because they're not, you know, immigrants are not taking the jobs that American people want to do anyway, and there doesn't seem to be a thought out plan for how this ends. In the same way that when we go into foreign wars, and you know, we go in with a great idea of bringing democracy, and of course that is impossible. And then it's like, okay, we leave with our tails between our legs. And this is going to be the same thing. You blame the immigrants, you go after the immigrants, you deport the immigrants, and then there's no end game. There's nobody to replace them picking fruit. There's nobody to replace them doing this kind of regular work. And so you end up crashing your own economy.
Yeah, so there's a divide here between the political expression of what you're describing and the actual logistical expression of what you're describing. So, for instance, going back to what we were talking about with MAGA, everything that they are pushing is emotional. It's all, there's a threat here, we have to take care of it, we have to get rid of it. But then behind the scenes, and this is, again, not the context that is ever given in any sort of analysis, people said to me they're going to drive out all the immigrants. I said, no, they're not, because they are absolutely essential for the wealthy of America in order to continue to profit. They are an underclass, that's what they call them, that's how they see them, of people that they can rely on for cheaper than minimum wage labor with no regulations. The wealth class has no desire whatsoever to get rid of immigrants. The plans that have been made and have been carried out so far have been about creating that underclass. It's about both getting what they want politically, getting a person in who will lower taxes and get rid of regulations and slash every single social safety program, but it's about also creating an environment where immigrants will not speak up, where they won't organize, where they won't demand better treatment. They're so terrified of being sent to a hell prison in El Salvador that they won't actually push back when people are using them for their labor. This cutout you just described with Trump saying this for hotel workers or service workers or construction or whatever it is, that was always going to happen. There was no chance whatsoever that they were going to, quote unquote, get rid of all immigrants, because America relies on it and the wealth class wants them.
It was very exposing, wasn't it? Just in the short 48 hours that the flip-flop happened, it was very exposing about how, you know, there was no critical thinking behind these decisions. Clearly, I think Stephen Miller went crazy.
Right.
There was an argument, and then they kind of continued with the policy of arresting everybody.
So what it reminds me of the most historically, Anthony, is what happened with slavery in the United States of America. Because slavery was an economic condition that put, you know, God knows how many people in ruinous bondage and abuse. But it was necessary for the South, or so they claimed, in order to have their type of life. And meanwhile, it was fueled by this idea, oh, they're coming for you. They're going to come for your wives, for your daughters. Look what happened in Haiti. They're going to rise up and kill all of us. We have to continue on with this bondage. But the economic conditions and the political and social conditions, they rub against each other, right? And so what happens is you have to create this underclass, an enslaved class, which is what makes an ethno-state work. The same thing happened in Nazi Germany. Did they want to eliminate the Jews? Absolutely they did. You know what else they wanted? Slave labor. They wanted to take a group of people that they could vilify and demonize and use them as unpaid labor in order to build their supposed empire. So when those schisms happened, they happened because the majority of people in MAGA surrounding Donald Trump, they're living in a fantasy, and they're not looking at the actual material conditions of what's happening. So we're not going to be able to, quote unquote, deport all immigrants. It would not only crash the economy, it would hurt the wealth class that is funding and operating this thing in the first place. And by the way, what I just described, Donald Trump doesn't understand any of that. And the people around him don't understand any of that. It's the wealth class that is directing this. The same people who created Project 2025 are the people who oversee this project and make sure that it continues. So there is a difference between the actual material reality and the political reality. And when we start to see those schisms, it's because you have a lot of people who are lost in a complete delusional fantasy. And meanwhile, they are also voting and supporting not necessarily just an ethno-state project, but an ethno-state project that uses the vilified and demonized for unpaid or underpaid exploited labor. And so, yeah, they can't do it, but they also don't understand that because they're not operating from a logical standpoint. They're helping to create a situation that they don't even know they're creating.
The main crux of Trump's argument about immigrants is that they, as you said earlier, they're coming for you, but they're bringing drugs and they're criminals and they're from gangs and also they're from mental institutions, which we now know he got that because he didn't know what seeking asylum meant and took the word asylum and saw that to mean coming from mental institutions. Remarkable, really, that this guy is the leader of the former free world. But anyway, the reality is that anybody who lives or cares to ask an immigrant, and I'll speak up for them just momentarily, is that we go out of our way to pay our taxes, to not break the law, to abide by the requirements of our visas, to show up for our immigration hearings, and to be good future U.S. citizens. That's why we come here, to assimilate, and we are thankful from the moment we arrive. And none of that is taken into consideration when Trump refers to immigrants. The statistics say that it is white Americans that are committing the crimes, that are doing the raping and bringing the drugs and all of the things that he claims. Those are his people, supposedly, that are the ones committing those crimes. And we saw that very recently with this tragedy in Minnesota, where the first thing that Trump and his surrogates did was claim that this shooter was a Democrat because he was hired by Tim Walz at some point, which is completely inaccurate. Of course, it turns out that he's a InfoWars fan. He's in one of these Christian cults and is very much a MAGA Republican. So, I mean, that's what we're dealing with, right?
No, it absolutely is, and I'm glad that you brought up the Minnesota situation because I was going to use that as my example. Notice how this stuff gets discussed, Anthony. This person goes in Minnesota, kills a state representative, shoots a couple of other people, and also had a list of, I think it was roughly 70 people that he wanted to hurt. We treat this as if it's some lone nut, right? And if you actually take a look at the context of the past decade and even beyond that, I mean, you can take this decades out. What we're actually dealing with is a large domestic authoritarian terroristic threat.
Thank you.
We have these mass shootings, right? And we always talk about them as their one lone nut who goes in and murders a bunch of people. And what
That's not the
inevitably
case.
happens is that a manifesto leaks. And the manifesto is talking about white replacement theory. It's talking about minorities coming for jobs and immigrants coming for jobs. We're actually dealing with a very giant domestic terrorist threat. But we don't want to connect those dots, because if we connect those dots, we would actually have to look at the fact that white supremacy is the problem in this country. But if one black person or one immigrant gets charged with a crime, that is a bigger dot unto itself. It's proof that there's a larger existential problem. And that brings us to what has actually been the undercurrent here that people want to be in denial about. White supremacy is not just a belief that people are born a certain way and they're inherently better than other people. I talked about how ideology is a story that makes us feel better. Fascism, authoritarianism, and authoritarianism light, which is what America has dealt with for a long time, it's dividing the world into people who deserve something and people who deserve nothing.
Yeah.
Those who deserve rights and resources and those who deserve punishment, control, and death. And we've heard that. It always ends up going this, pardon the expression, black or white. Like, one person is a law-abiding citizen, another person is a criminal. This person is a citizen, this person's a terrorist. And that dividing up of the world, and it isn't just within MAGA.
No.
We've seen it consistently. This country has a huge problem in viewing things through that lens and getting rid of all relevant context. But the point is that we have an existential threat, and the existential threat is white supremacy and the violence that it wreaks.
And it's coming from within the house.
This government has not only turned a blind eye to that, they've turned the dial up on that. And they have made that the defining ideology of their followers and of their agenda. And that only goes one place. And it goes towards extermination, eugenics, it goes towards full-blown fascism. And when that takes the controls, instead of talking about how do we actually share resources, like how do we all get better, how do we live in a better world, instead we're saying there's only so many resources, these people are going to have to suffer and die. Which is the reason not only that people are in concentration camps now and being deported to El Salvador, it's why you're starting to see it with Democratic politicians, Democratic cities, why you've seen it for forever with unhoused populations, you've seen it with gay and trans people, you've seen it with black people who have had their protections and liberties taken away. It is an enlarging sphere that says, no, you're on the outside, and then the sphere shrinks. And it shrinks and shrinks and shrinks until the most vulnerable people, marginalized people, are told, there's nothing for you here. The only thing that you have now is violence and oppression and exploitation. And that is the cycle of not just white supremacy, but authoritarianism, which is fed and works based on white supremacy.
Thursday was Juneteenth. Not a mention from the White House or the president. Basically
You're surprised?
eradicated from the schedule. And that really just goes to prove your point about this white supremacy and denial of history. And if you were to buy a Trump-branded Bible, the sections on there's the pages of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights are also packed into that document that he sells. Anything about any reference to slavery, that's already been removed. We have to take a quick break, but I want to come back and talk about Iran and Trump's desire to bypass Congress and start a new war in the Middle East. We'll do that next here on The Weekend Show.
Don't upload your videos to YouTube. Upload to Restream, where we will live stream it to YouTube.
You are doing both.
You know how they say that we spend a
Stream
third of our
Elements
lives
says find me in
bed?
other places:
Well, that
Discord,
really hit me,
Twitter,
because
YouTube,
what we're
Steam,
sleeping on
Xbox,
matters.
and PlayStation
A
Old Mage
$1
guy
per
on
month
TikTok as
trial
Mage.
and start selling today at shopify.com/weekend. Go to shopify.com/weekend. Shopify.com/weekend. We're back on The Weekend Show with Jared Yates Sexton. I'm Anthony Davis. Jared, as we're recording this, Donald Trump has requested an immediate ceasefire or something. I'm not entirely sure what he was asking of the Iranians. The Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has rejected Trump's calls for surrender in the face of these blistering Israeli strikes, and warned that any military involvement by the Americans would cause irreparable damage to them. We talked earlier about Trump not really understanding how the war has been playing out over decades, and how destabilized that region is. He doesn't read the briefing documents. He doesn't take any real interest, and so you saw him being asked on Air Force One, what would you say to the Iranians? And he kind of looks up as if he doesn't have a policy. And he says, well, I'm looking for an end. I want it to end. But he didn't really say what he wanted to end. And then when he's asking for an unconditional surrender, surrendering what exactly? There is just simply no detail. Trump has not really used Congress at all, as we discussed earlier, for any of these policies that he's put in place. He's effectively operating as a rogue president. And there is no due process, both inside his administration and outside, for the people that he's seeking to arrest. This is destabilizing the world, but it's also created a more isolationist America, where, as a country, it cannot be trusted now by its former allies.
Yeah, and you know what strikes me is that even your enunciation of what is going on is so far beyond what Donald Trump understands.
Yeah.
That's the really frightening thing here.
It
that
is.
Donald Trump has worked on instinct his entire
Really
time. He
fucking
knows how
is.
to vilify people. He knows how to stoke anger and fear. Meanwhile, we just talked earlier about what MAGA is and all these different competing ideologies. You know what they agree on? They agree on going after gay and trans people, taking away the rights of black people, going after immigrants, vilifying them, taking away women's rights, and also, again, enriching the wealthy and the powerful. You know what they don't have? They do not have a cohesive foreign policy strategy. They have no idea of what they're doing. And you're actually watching a lot of the contradictions take place now. There is a cohort within MAGA of white nationalists who are actually in line with Vladimir Putin and one of his closest ideologues, Alexander Dugin. And you see that with someone like Tucker Carlson. And that entire idea is that neoliberal globalism, which is the defining order of the world, which is what has propped up, the American empire, that we should all retreat into isolationist spheres of influence. Russia should be over here taking care of its area. China should be over here taking care of its area. And America takes care of, like, North America, possibly South America. The idea behind that is that each of these countries would become their own ethno-states, would become more religious and more authoritarian, and then maybe down the road they'll have it out and they'll figure out who runs the world, right? There's no room in there for the United States of America to go in the Middle East and bomb places. So now you're seeing Tucker Carlson and other white nationalists who are against these things. Meanwhile, there's still neoconservatives, and for people who don't know what that means, think about George W. Bush and Dick Cheney, and some of them are anti-Trump. And they're very excited about this because they've wanted to go after Iran and exploit their resources for forever. You also have Christian nationalists. Anthony, they want this because they literally want the end of the world. They believe that going to war with Iran and getting Israel in a place of power will lead to the second coming of Jesus Christ. If everything I just described sounds contradictory, confusing, and bewildering, that's only because it is. And now we have a person in Donald Trump doesn't understand any of this, has no actual movements. The only thing that he's accomplished so far is what has been designed for him by Project 2025. He's basically Ronald McDonald rolling out the new cheeseburger at McDonald's that has been designed by food scientists and a bunch of marketing strategists. He has no idea about any of this stuff. He's the messenger.
Nor interest either.
Nor interest. So now you have a situation, and it's bad enough that he doesn't have an interest in this. It's also bad enough that he's entirely persuadable by people who flatter him and show fealty to him or want to enrich him. We also have another problem in the midst of all of this. He has some of the most historic war powers that emergency powers that a president has ever had. And so he can decide to do something without any informed idea of what's going on. And he's also president as the American empire declines. The reason that Israel has carried out what they've done in Gaza, and they've even said it out loud, they said, we expected America to pull us back. We expected America to tell us enough is enough. And anybody who studies empires knows that when they decline, their proxies, their client states, they start doing what they want to do, and they have no ability to do anything about them. Israel can do whatever it wants. Saudi Arabia can do whatever it wants, because if America says no, they'll go to Russia or China. So it's a non-winning situation for America, and now the supposed greatest empire in the history of the world is about to get drug into a situation. No one knows how this thing's going to play out. No one knows where it's going to go. And by the way, it reeks of the Iraq War in ways that I don't even know how to fully express.
I know, weapons of mass destruction just rattles around in
Regime
my head.
change will be welcomed as liberators. It's the exact same game, same exact story. And now here's the problem, Anthony. It's even worse than Iraq, which is one of the worst mistakes America's ever made, because we're on the precipice of World War III as America declines. And as empires decline, everything's up for negotiation. This is why Putin was able to go into Ukraine. This is why China has been able to enlarge its sphere. So what happens when an empire goes into decline is it loses its influence. The gravity of its reality that it wants starts to shrink. Things start absolutely falling apart as all these different sort of border skirmishes and regional things fall apart. So we have the worst person at the worst time in the worst circumstance. And so when you put all those things together, I listen, I'm not an engineer, but I know enough to know that if multiple parts of a machine are starting to fall apart, it's likely that the machine's going to fall apart and things are going to go badly. And so this is a bad situation, and it's only getting worse with every passing hour.
The naivety of disbanding what I have always thought was one of America's greatest achievements, and that is USAID. This soft power around the world, supporting nations, educating people, doing away with disease, bringing medicines, bringing supplies, bringing shelter. The fact that that was the first thing that the Trump regime chose to eradicate was very telling, because it didn't just expose the racism, but it also exposed the naivete regarding what the influence of USAID has on the world stage. And as you just mentioned, China, Russia, they fill in the gaps in these regions, and therefore their strength as a nation grows. America is a very weak nation, despite Donald Trump having his military parade, which supposedly was to celebrate 250 years of the army, which of course was just to celebrate his 79th birthday, was a disaster. And apparently he was furious because it didn't show America as the mighty nation that he was hoping. He wanted one of these North Korean-style parades, and what he got was more like a family fun day with creaky tanks. And
I gotta pee.
This, but that is what America is right now on the world stage. It is a bit of a laughing stock, and the G7 was a perfect example of this. This meeting last week in Alberta, Canada, hosted by Mark Carney, where Trump decided after 24 hours that he'd had enough and decided to leave, not before dropping several bombshells that Vladimir Putin was very upset about being kicked out of the G8, hence it becoming the G7, behaving as a messenger boy for the Kremlin. I mean, that was very telling in those moments.
Yeah, and to bring all these threads together, I think some context is necessary. First of all, the destruction of USAID by conservative estimates is going to lead to hundreds of thousands of deaths. And we're never going to know the full extent of what taking that away will be. We also need to take a look at a program like USAID and say, we should live in a world where we don't need that. We should live in a world, because basically the countries that are receiving aid from that organization have been held in check and in arrested development because the United States of America wanted a world order in which they could exploit those people. Like, if you look around, people say, well, why can't this country get things together? In fact, people say, why do we have so many people coming through our borders? It's because the United States has kept them in political turbulence because it's been advantageous for the United States of America. So that Band-Aid, that sort of thing that was trying to keep things together at the same time, taking that away just leads to the inevitable suffering that was always going to be caused by American empire. The point is this. We have now reached the point where the American empire and the post-World War II order, it's been exposed as hubristic and destructive, and it didn't work. It was held together by tape for a very long time because of economic and political conditions. Now that it's falling apart, we can look at this and we can actually look back over these past 70 years and say, that wasn't the project we should have had. We should have created a collaborative world order that helped everybody and made sure that people weren't going to suffer and die of starvation and unnecessary disease. We shouldn't have worked with these dictators. On top of that, Anthony, we kept on mobilizing immediately after World War II. We created not just the Cold War, but a state in which the American military, which you just brought up, and I can't think of a better metaphor, at the end of American empire than that parade.
Oh. So is this up to date?
Mostly.
At my last job, we used this tool called Scribe for onboarding.
Scribe?
What's that?
Oh, it's this tool that creates step-by-step guides while doing a task. Here, I'll show you. So, I just do the process as I normally would, and see? Scribe automatically documents every step I take and adds screenshots.
Well, what if I need to make changes?
No problem, you can update. It's that easy.
Okay, everybody, we're using Scribe for everything from now on.
Try Scribe and replace outdated onboarding with smart documentation.
And we had 250 years of the American military, and then you have this farce of a ceremony that reveals we can't even plan a parade. The only thing that has kept us in power is oppressing people and hurting people and engaging in light authoritarianism and full authoritarianism around the world. So what you just brought up is we're actually seeing the consequences of decades of mismanagement and abuse. It was able to hold on for a while, but like a person with a chronic disease, at the end you realize for years they should have treated that disease. They should have went to a doctor. They should have tried to get help. They should have tried to do something different. But not doing that, it leads to a terminal condition. And so we've arrived at the natural endpoint for the way that we've ruled the world for the past 70 years. And now it's becoming very clear we made the wrong choices. And along the way, it was very clear to a lot of people that we made the wrong choices. It should be a moment of clarity. But instead, it's a moment of terminal illness. And it doesn't have to be that way. There's still time to take care of this. But what we're seeing is where this thing was heading all along.
So let's talk about taking care of it for a moment, because the same day as Trump's military family fun day was a protest like America has never seen. Tens of millions of people taking to the streets in all cities right across the country, mobilizing, activated, and with a great sense of urgency. And the message was actually less diluted than I've ever seen before. There was much more clarity. This idea that America does not want a king. It was very clear that Donald Trump has overstepped his authority, that the rule of law is something that we require our leaders to abide by, and that people are not going to stand for it. There was no, as we were talking about with Fox earlier, there was obviously a lot of propaganda from the right saying that, it was a day of violence, which it simply wasn't. We know about part of the reason for this protest coming about as it did was because of Trump trying to make an example of California by sending in the National Guard, federalizing the National Guard, sending in the Marines to support the National Guard. And that really was too much for a lot of people, including many Republicans too. So let's talk about this No Kings movement. Let's talk about the idea that people are now ready to step up. And, there is talk of pushing for regime change in this country by the people. How does this come about?
Yeah, so that's the big question. It's what I've been working on, when I'm not doing interviews like this. In my organizing work, it's trying to get people to realize, unfortunately, we can't expect the Democratic Party to simply step up and move away from their billionaire donors. We can't simply expect the media to realize that they're not covering this the correct way. And there reaches a point, and it reminds me historically of what happened at the turn of the 20th century. And for people who don't know, at the turn of the 20th century, basically America was held captive by a group called the robber barons. These were the industrialists who had created the modern America and basically hoarded all of the resources. And guess what they did? Because historically it happens. It happened in Britain, by the way, with the first corporations that gained all of the control. They inevitably corrupt the legislative body and the culture. They own the media apparatus. They own the politicians. They basically own everything that you could own. At the turn of the 20th century, people stood up and said, I don't want to live like this anymore. I don't want to work in a mine next to my 5-year-old child. I don't want my family dying young deaths. This isn't right. So what did they do? They stood up and they organized. and they started doing the battle. That's how you got the populist or the progressive movement. Man, I'm trying to remember these names. The progressive movement of the early 20th century was when people came together. And what did they achieve? They dislodged the robber barons. They reformed democracy. That's how we got the direct election of senators. That's how we got the women's vote. And we saw it again in the 50s, 60s, and 70s when the civil rights movement came together and said, we need to be treated fairly. The Democratic Party and Lyndon Baines Johnson didn't wake up one morning and say, I want to sign the civil rights legislation. It took collective action. And so here's what I keep telling people, Anthony. On the last Saturday during the No Kings protests, and I went to my area as one, look around at the people and say, there are a lot of us. And it certainly seems like we're all seeing this through the right lens, which is, this is actually a class war. We're dealing with a dictatorial regime that is helping the West.
Rather common line a lot of you might remember. See all those ants? By themselves, they're nothing. But if one stands up, they all might stand up. And then we've got a problem. Now, mind you, I hate to be the guy to be this crystal clear about it, but we're the ants. They the grasshoppers. These rich-ass motherfuckers that don't want to pay their taxes and want tax breaks like crazy. Don't want to pay their fair share when they're not even doing the goddamn work. We are. And we all need to come back to seeing that. Y'all who support Trump say you see it, but sure don't seem like it. He's supporting Trump, who is one of those motherfuckers. Surprise, surprise.
Wealthy and hurting everybody else. And if you come together, the next step is not just having a rally. It's not just having the largest rally in the history of the United States over one day. It's coming together and developing an agenda. It's starting to pressure both the Democratic Party to change, which is what the Tea Party did in 2010, which was a complete fake front for the wealth class, which is part of how we got to MAGA. You force the Democratic Party to change their circumstances. You force the media to pay attention to it, even though they're owned by the wealth class. And what we have to develop next, Anthony, is we have to develop an agenda. And I think it's pretty clear where we've gone wrong in this country. I think it's pretty clear what we need to do to fix this thing, but we're going to have discussions about that. And if that's not enough, and this is something that we need to talk about, look around at all the people that you saw, tens of thousands. In some cities, it was hundreds of thousands. What happens if those people don't show up to work on Monday? What happens to this country? Who has the power then? And I'm not saying that this is easy. Like, organizing is hard work, and for the record, the wealth class has decades worth of a head start on us. But it is going to take us putting ourselves on the line. Some of us are going to get hurt. Some of us are going to get injured. Some of us are going to lose our jobs. But we have to push for something different. And we have to understand that democracy is not like a spectator sport. It's not something you watch on MSNBC. It's not, we've been given this morality play. This good person is fighting this bad person. No, there's a larger situation. And it's not about posting. It's not about reposting. It's not about any of that. It's about the fact that when you have an authoritarian regime, you have to fight back. And it's going to make us do uncomfortable things, but there's really no choice at this point. We know where we're going, we see it clearly, and we have to figure out something better and realer and more human.
So the withdrawal of labor is a very powerful tool. It would almost mean fundraising, not for a political party, but fundraising for the people, to give them some money to tie themselves over whilst they're not working. Because even working conditions in the US differ so much from Europe. And the reason that we often see more explicit protest in Europe is because people are afforded the opportunity to protest without getting a criminal record, without being jailed for 10 years for setting fire to a car. It's just treated differently. Dissent is part of democracy. But in the US, the penalties for criminal damage are so harsh. and people are living paycheck to paycheck, so they can't necessarily lose their job because then they lose their health insurance. And so being activated and being involved is much more of an ask. But we've kind of crossed that line now, haven't we? We've got to a point where people are seeing their neighbors being kidnapped. And that is a step too far for many people. And so what I'm hoping is that kind of elastic will snap. Are we there yet? Or are we just at the very start of the stretch?
I mean, I think we're at the start of the stretch, but we need to be at the snap. And I want to say a few things because I think you nailed it dead to rights here. And some of the things I'm about to say are going to make some people uncomfortable. And listen, we're in uncomfortable times, and so we need to. And even if you don't agree with me, I want people to hear someone saying it. First things first, I really don't care if a Waymo car gets set on fire. I really don't care if an abandoned police cruiser that's being used to oppress people gets set on fire.
Right.
And what's more, I don't care if it's police or National Guard or ICE. If someone goes into an elementary school and attempts to kidnap children, what would you do if they didn't have the word ICE on their shirt? You would stop them. And we have reached that point. Nobody blames the Jews in Warsaw for fighting back. They knew what they were doing. And
yeah, I'm not allowed to be in the workforce because I don't give a fuck if they got ice on their equipment or not. But if I was in charge of taking care of a bunch of kids, you'll get those kids over my dead body. There may be a few of y'all's.
and they knew what they were fighting. That's an uncomfortable feeling because what does this country always talk about? It's in all of the coverage, Anthony. They're not talking about human lives. It's one single word that dots every one of these broadcasts: property. And who do they talk to? Former FBI agents, former police officers. They're not talking to the protesters. We are taught to just go along with this thing and expect people to take care of it for us. And that brings me to the second uncomfortable point. All of that money that you have given to Democratic politicians or Democratic groups, you need to start giving that money to mutual aid groups in your communities. You need to create a system that takes care of all the social programs that have been slashed, and on top of that, helps the people who need help. And in engaging in local organizing, you're going to find the people who will not only go to that protest with you, but who won't show up to work on Monday with you.
Right.
Those are, and it's a real big ask because neoliberalism tied our health insurance to our jobs. It made us all feel more precarious. We're all terrified to lose our living. We're all, living basically paycheck to paycheck at this point. We need to create structures that take care of one another. If someone loses their job because they're protesting against an authoritarian regime, they need to know they'll have food to eat.
Yeah.
They need to know that they'll have a place to go. And until we build those things, we're not going to do the actual fight against authoritarianism. We're going to do this dance back and forth where we call on politicians to take care of it, even though they've shown that they're not willing to. We are the people who are going to have to solve this. And if you look around the world, you brought up Europe. Look at France. France has neoliberal leadership in Emmanuel Macron. He's kept honest by the fact that if he does something wrong, the streets are going to be full. The economy is going to be endangered because people are going to say we're not going along with that.
Nope.
We need that and we need more. And any movement that's actually going to change things, it's going to take us risking things.
You talk about the Democrats. There is a power vacuum that we are witnessing. And Chuck Schumer ain't the one to fill it.
He ain't the one.
No.
Right. Hakeem Jeffries talks in riddles and I find to be quite confusing. And I don't know what the American lawmakers' obsession with like poster boards with graphics on it are. We don't have that in Europe, showing up to into the chamber holding these printed. I mean, printers must be doing a great business right now. But other than that, the people are still poor. The people who need help are still poor, and I include Trump supporters in this. There doesn't seem to be that realization yet that for everything that Trump has said, that they are still poor. They're still having to live off of credit cards. They are still getting into debt. They're still having to beg, steal, and borrow, and live hand to mouth. Do you think that this movement that you describe could start to encompass some of the people who supported Trump who now regret their vote? And because that's really how this changes, is when instead of it just being former Democrats, it's everybody. It's the people. The people are everybody, and that would seriously frighten the current regime.
I would say, first of all, when it comes to the Democrats who aren't showing up, and I think you're exactly right about Schumer and Jeffries, people need to understand that the responsibility of people like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries is not to fight authoritarianism. It's to keep the money flowing in from big money donors within the Democratic Party. And it just so happens that the billionaire donors that they're trying to appease are absolutely terrified by the Democratic base, which is expecting them to fight authoritarianism and help people. You brought up people like accruing more and more debt. They're paid and given donations by the people who want that debt. So they're not going to stand up against those things. That doesn't mean that every Democrat is like that. It means that we need to accept that some of them are. And again, I talked about enslavement a while ago. There used to be a party in this country called the Whigs. And the Whigs were one of the two major dominant parties. You know when they weren't? When they showed that they weren't willing to fight the Confederates in waiting, that they weren't ready to fight for abolition. That's how you end up getting the Republican Party for people who don't know politics. And this movement that we're talking about here, it is about exerting pressure that says to the Democrats, you either start listening to your base, who they have decried, who they started to use these words, Anthony, they call them these groups, right? Which are the people that they blame for the 2024 loss, which include gay and trans people, people of color, the poor, the women, who are like getting in their way. They're the ones who mess things up. And what needs to happen is they need to feel the pressure of these quote unquote groups. Hey, you're not going to be around unless you
killed battery again.
You know, we'll find a new party if we have to. There's more of us than there are of you. And then you bring it into the other sphere, which you brought up, which is, I do think that there are some people, there are so many people who voted, and nobody likes to think about this. There are people who voted Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. Yes. There are people who have vacillated back and forth. You can get some of those people. Yes. And they have a fantasy about who Donald Trump is, and occasionally that breaks when it hurts them. You will get some of them. You're not going to get most of them. Most of them are lost in a delusional cult of personality. The other people that need to get brought in are the people who sit out these elections. Even though we've had historic turnout, we still have a massive amount of Americans who have given up on politics in general because they don't believe that they're being served by politicians. And they're right. That's the worst part about this, is the people who have said nothing really changes in my life, even, if I win this election, they're not incorrect. And so when I talk to people and they're like, oh, what do you make of this lack of faith in parties and institutions? I say good, because we need to try something different. And the people need to make it known that they're not going to continue going down this path, and they expect something better. And so this movement, it can make that happen. And historically speaking, looking at these cycles, that's the only thing that will make it happen. Because expecting suddenly for politicians to start doing something different than they've ever done before, it gets you nowhere. It gets you to where we are right now.
A perfect example of what you're describing about, big money in politics was this young vice chair of the Democratic National Committee, David Hogg, a former Parkland kid, who divided the party over his plans to intervene in primary races against sitting Democratic lawmakers. And then basically just got kicked out. I mean, the kid is 25. He had some great ideas. But his senior was like, well, if you do this, I can't raise funds anymore. And you're basically blowing the whole system up. And so off he went. I mean, that was us getting close to change.
Mm-hmm.
And, the pendulum just swung back again.
I knew that Hogg was going to be gone the moment that he announced intentions to primary Democrats. It was just a matter of what apparatus and what levers they were going to find. And the reason that I knew that is because Yes, a party does represent the interest of its base when things are great and things aren't falling apart, or whenever they feel the pressure to do so. But what else is a party supposed to do? It's a fundraising apparatus. It's part of a very large financial system, which is what we've seen, particularly with Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi. And what did we see back in 2016 and then in 2020 and then 2024? We have seen that the Democratic Party is neurotic and it has a control fetish. It doesn't want things that are outside of its control. We saw this with Bernie Sanders and how it moved away from him, and we saw all these different levers come together to push him out. In 2020, it became even more obvious when all of these members of the primary, they got together in a room or on a call, and Barack Obama was like, Joe Biden's the one, get behind him, let's go. And we saw where that led us. 2024, we saw another situation where by consensus, they came across the new nominee when Biden had to be forced out. So the Democratic Party has been forced to really consolidate power and avoid any type of pushback. It's not the first time it's happened with the Democratic Party. There have been stops and spurts and all of that. Barack Obama, by the way, his gaining of the nomination, the Democratic Party was pushing against him until he won the nomination, and then suddenly he became the greatest thing that ever happened to the party.
Thank you.
They're risk averse. They've become conservative. And in the face of all of this, they don't have what it takes to fight this thing. Doesn't mean that won't change, but it's not going to happen organically. It's going to have to take pressure from the base and from the people. And that's what we see the beginnings of right now.
So let's talk to the people who didn't vote. The people who, as you said, well, my vote doesn't change anything. And also to the people who thought they were voting and their vote got purged, for example. There was an awful lot of voter suppression, and there is a high chance that leading into the midterms that Trump will be flexing all of these authoritarian muscles, and in the states who control the legislatures who have control of this vote will be gunning for Trump in their using various methods and the many new voting laws that have come into place that will suppress the vote. But we, in the short term, because it is a short term, we're only, 18 months away from midterms anyway, Trump's name is not even going to be on the ballot. So that's going to change things. So how do you encourage everybody to come out and vote for Democratic candidates in the short term, just so that some change can be made in Congress? Control of the House can be taken back to people who live in reality, as opposed to in a cult-like mentality. Because I see this as a short-term thing and a long-term thing. Long-term is a reboot and to rebuilding. But in the short term, you have to overthrow the dictator, sure.
Yeah, and it starts with another uncomfortable thing, which is I'm not thinking about 2026 or 2028. I can't, because I don't want to take it for granted that there will be free and fair elections. Either there won't be elections, or we could have an illiberal democracy like Russia, in which you have elections and no one trusts the results. So saying, hey, we can get to 2026 and things will get better, we're only in June of 2025. We still have the rest of this year and next year in order to get there. I don't take any of that for granted, and in an emergency, you can't. When it comes to talking to people who are not necessarily allied with you or haven't caucused with you or voted with you, this is another uncomfortable thing because it goes against our best instincts. What do we see on social media, Anthony? It's one time after another finding out someone doesn't agree with you, and then you scream at them. You must be awful. You must be evil. You're in the wrong. That's not a way to build solidarity. It actually pushes people away from the political process. And it doesn't work talking about red versus blue things, because cognitive dissonance has created a trench warfare mentality. If the person is in another party from you, they must mean you harm. And so you don't take anything that they say for granted. You believe that they're lying to you and they're out to get you. Conversations start by, it's not what you say to them, it's what you ask. And it's asking people, what do you want? What are the things that you care about? What in your life feels a certain way? And guess what? A lot of them have been completely radicalized by right-wing propaganda, Fox News, online stuff, you name it. If you actually ask them what they believe in, they're likely to give you conspiracy theories, right? And they'll say things like, oh, I don't want teachers who are going to try and indoctrinate students. I don't want teachers who are going to groom students, you name it. And what do you say? You don't engage with that. You say, oh, I hear that you care about your child's education. And they're like, yeah, I do care about my child's education. And it's like, you know what? Maybe we agree on the fact that schools should have good funding in order to set children up in a right way. And all of a sudden you start to realize something. And this is like one of the secret weapons of all of this. We are all guilty of talking about this political divide. We hear it. America's more divided than ever. You know what happens when you look at polls and you look at what people have to say?
It
We have an
divides you.
overwhelming consensus on the issues in this country. Most of the things that we fight about are created by the wealth class through think tanks and institutes and all of that. They create controversies and flashpoints. Most of the time, on the issues that matter, Americans agree by a division of 60 and 70 and 80% to 40, 30, and 20. It's the disinformation and conspiracy theories that keep us from talking to one another. So instead of talking at them and telling them how to vote, you ask what matters to them. And then you start talking about the things that actually can bring you together in order to make change. And then you're not asking for their vote. You're asking for solidarity. You say there's a group of people who are trying to keep us from talking and working with one another. And once you realize that, all of a sudden you have an ally as opposed to an enemy who wants to hurt you. I've seen this happen. I've seen it take place around the country in my organizing work. It always works unless you're talking to someone who is unreachable. Everybody else is reachable, and you can have conversations because deep down they want what's best for their kids and their countries and their lives. The other people are destructive and they're lost in a cult. You don't need to spend your time with them. The people who actually want these things but are confused, you can find common ground and you can start to build something.
Donald Trump is tanking in the polls, and it turns out that things like snatching people off the streets and not giving immigrants due process is something that does not play well with Republicans either. And for me, that is the key here. That is what binds us together, the idea that we share a common humanity. And so playing to the humanity of the debate is maybe the way to cut through, because Trump does not have any humanity, and his henchmen do not have any humanity. And I think that that is the differential going into this next election cycle, is that recognize, I mean, arguably Kamala Harris tried to do it with joy. I think she picked the wrong word, and the way they went about it was a little questionable. But ultimately, it was still a hugely popular movement. The idea of bringing it back to a place of humanity rather than of fascism. And now that we've experienced the fascism that she warned us of, now that it's actually happening, that the authoritarian regime is underway, it's not a threat anymore, it's a reality. And so I'm hoping that this kind of joined up human experience is the one that is going to encourage people to vote, more votes than they can suppress. I mean, that's the other thing. If you consider that there were potentially 90 million votes that never came about, and there's a recount going on in New York State at the moment. But what we're looking at potentially is a huge movement of people who care about each other and the country far more than the current king who has installed himself in the White House.
That's exactly right. And I think it also starts with something else that was a misstep back in 2024. Because I think where that campaign and that
Stream
election went
Elements says find
sideways
me in other
was when
places:
it goes
Discord,
back to that
Twitter,
neurosis of
YouTube,
the Democratic
Steam,
Party, where it
Xbox,
became
and PlayStation
conservative,
Old Mage
and you
Guy on
started to hear,
TikTok
no,
as
we'll
Mage.
take care of illegal immigration better. And you start having Liz Cheney show up, and you start thanking Dick Cheney for all of his service to the country. And that's a natural thing that happens with the Democratic Party, but you have to leave it behind. And the message needs to be this. Yeah, it's happening to that person over there that you don't know. It's going to happen to you. It's going to happen to your children. Don't you feel it? You know it. It's getting closer and closer and closer. And we've ignored it when it's happened around the world. We don't even, oftentimes going back to like slave conditions that the United States of America has fostered, we don't think about it when we use our iPhones. We don't think about it when we, eat crops that are even like cocoa that has been harvested under slave-like conditions. We don't think about that because it's out of sight, out of mind. Now that it's here, now that we can see the apparatus that's taking place, we can start to understand the threat. So you can't negotiate with it. You can't sacrifice people. And that needs to be the main message. It stops now. And if you come together in the numbers that we have seen, and if you start to press the issue, that barbarity and that cruelty and that violence and that oppression, it only gets worse. Because look what happened in Los Angeles. It wasn't even an out-of-control protest. He couldn't even handle the optics of it. He had to send in the National Guard and Marines to arrest American citizens. If you press the issue, the barbarity of the situation becomes more and more open, and people start to realize, oh, this isn't just strangers. This is happening to people down the street. This is happening to people that I know.
says,
And what
YouTube,
have we seen?
Salvo,
and I know
Forever
the
Friends,
stories
Andrew.
provide a catharsis, and people laugh at people. What is it? The leopard face eating party ate my face, right?
I saw
and
that.
it's this thing of I told you so, and look at these people, how
Forever Friends,
they're
dude.
rubes. They didn't understand what was happening, and now it's happening to them. You have to take advantage of that. When people start looking around and it's members of their community, people that they care about who are being disappeared and brutalized, there is an opportunity to say, see what's going on here. These are moments where cognitive dissonance can start to really build and people can change. And that is our opportunity at this point. And quite frankly, it's the last opportunity that
Restreambot
we
says,
have.
YouTube.
Because otherwise
Salvo,
it's only
many
going to
hugs
become
for you,
more
my
and
big
more
friend
entrenched,
Justin.
and all these authoritarian elements are just going to metastasize further.
If you've been waiting to apply for
Restreambot
disability
says,
benefits,
YouTube.
don't. Hi,
Salvo,
I'm Sarah,
I love so
and I'm a
much my
lawyer
big
at
friend.
Atticus. Applying as soon as you're unable to work or struggling to work due
Thank
to
you,
your medical
Salvo.
condition can really help
Restreambot
strengthen your
says,
case.
YouTube.
The process takes
Salvo,
time,
always
but
by your
winning
side, my
benefits
friend.
is life-changing for so many of our clients. The average disability check is worth about $1,500 a month, but some people receive up to $3,800 monthly. You also automatically get Medicare as part of those benefits. If you're considering applying for disability benefits, Atticus can help. Across the board, our clients win benefits 80% of the time, compared to the 22% national average. And there's more. You'll get back pay for the time you spent waiting for your application to make its way through the process. That can be a significant lump sum in your bank account that shows up shortly after you're approved. Complete our 2-minute quiz to see what benefits you might qualify for and get personalized disability advice. Follow the link to get started.
I want to finish by quoting Jose Gomez. He's the Los Angeles Archbishop, who has, and I don't normally quote faith leaders, but I actually think that faith leaders might be the solution to an awful lot of what we're seeing at the moment. And he's criticized Trump's aggressive immigration policy, blaming it for causing panic and fear with the ICE raids and everything else. But he's also talking about the fact that the Trump regime has no immigration policy other than trying to deport thousands of people every day. And that the fault does not lie with the immigrants themselves. He said this is not policy, it's punishment. And it can only result in cruel and arbitrary outcomes. And so if there was a decent immigration policy, then we wouldn't have these problems in the first place. Do you think that faith leaders coming together of all stripes and stepping up, as they did originally, I mean, this was, the church was a sanctuary, to see that separation from the extreme Christian nationalists, but actually look at our mainstream. I mean, we now have an American Pope, which should make a huge difference in this storyline if he, takes advantage of his responsibility and authority, which he may well do. We don't really know yet. But the solution could come from these non-political voices that people trust that will bring us together.
So 2 comments on this, both are from a religious sort of perspective. First things first, if people don't know what a sin eater is, I would recommend looking it up. And this is back in, old superstitious times when things started going wrong in a town or a village. A person would come in and they would take the blame for what was going on and they would be scorned, but they were seen as a valuable member of that cycle. Immigrants right now are being treated like that. They are the scapegoats. The problem isn't immigration in this country. The problem is that America is in decline because the wealthy have hoarded all of the resources and things are getting worse. We wouldn't even be having these conversations about immigration if the situation was better in the United States
Correct.
of America. We're having this conversation because material conditions are worsening and the wealthy have decided to scapegoat these people. They've decided to make them the sin eaters, so to speak, of the situation. They are the ones responsible, as opposed to the fact that it's the wealthy who have caused this situation by by not paying taxes, by getting rid of regulations, by taking everything for themselves for, you know, the suffering of the rest of us. And when it comes to faith leaders, I think you're dead on. I'm an ex-evangelical. I grew up in the evangelical church. There's a reason why I've been so suspicious of Christian nationalism. It's because I saw it firsthand when I was a child. I saw these authoritarian communities filled with conspiracy theories. And watching it come together, it is, again, an ideology that gives people, they believe God is on their side, they're fighting against evil, and so whatever they do is right. This goes back even to St. Augustine, the idea of rightful persecution, which is the people are coming after me, they're coming after the one true church, we deserve to do whatever we want to them. Whatever happens to them, they have it coming because God is on our side. Having faith leaders stand up and say, this is not actually Christianity, this is, I mean, you've seen it, you know, within all of these Gaza protests, you've seen people say, this actually isn't about Judaism or anti-Semitism, this is actually about, you know, authoritarianism. Those people do an invaluable service.
Yeah, they do.
They create the opportunity
yes,
for that
they do.
ideology to not be totally monopolized by authoritarians who use it for their own purposes. Fascism and Nazism would not have worked without the Catholic Church and without the Christian element within Nazi Germany that ended up becoming, I believe, positive Christianity is what they called it. And if you actually take a look at that, these people are putting themselves on the line even as their own movements have become radicalized. They're invaluable. And people need to stand up and hear that being said so they understand that this is not actual dogma. This is a perversion of any religion, and which is what happens when religion and power combine. We've seen that time and time again.
Yes, hence the desire to bring the church and the state close together.
I have something to say here at the moment. Let's get back in there.
I'm so grateful to you for your expertise and for your explanations, and I hope we get a chance to do it again really soon. Jared,
Anthony, I am so thankful, and I have to say, in the midst of such terrible, repulsive discourse and coverage, it is so emboldening and so heartening to see someone like yourself out here having these conversations. I wish you the best of luck. Please be safe, and can't wait to talk again.
Hi, Boo.
Thank you so much. Don't forget to support me and independent journalism at patreon.com/5Minute News or by joining the 5-Minute News YouTube channel. And I'll come back next Sunday with a brand new special guest and more factual news to discuss on the 5-Minute News Weekend Show with Midas Touch.
As I said, I would be back with input. I myself got to see the same from the religious groups. And yes, he's right. Those faith leaders that are willing to stand up and say, yeah, that's not the way the faith is supposed to go, are invaluable. And that's part of the reason why you'll catch me rooting these people on. Saying, yes, more. I'm damn near as anti-religion. I mean, for real. So much so, it's been part of my sign-off pre these newscasts. But no, I've seen it and been victim of it firsthand. Because I was the different one in the church. It's not enjoyable, to put it lightly. I think we have one more before we can get to our comedy bit. Yes, right back as people rise up.
Some dungeon entrances in Top Heroes are super sneaky. At Sentry Tower, most players just grab the chest and leave.
For questioning authority, a judge arrested in her own courthouse and charged with helping a defendant evade arrest, masked snatch squads arresting people from the streets and being intimidating in the process. I mean, this is not the America that I emigrated to. Is this the America that you grew up in?
I mean, unfortunately, it is. And that is one of the things that I think gets lost. We've lived under an American mythology for a very long time. We don't like to sit with the founding of this country. We don't like to sit with the actions within this country. The actual story of America is a battle, a constant waxing and waning battle between authoritarianism and democracy.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, because America does not like to sit with that fact. In fact, we become violent if we have to in order to silence any telling of that story, because we have lived in this absolutely aggressive denial of who we are and who we have been. We have landed in a pretty inevitable and predictable spot.
Yeah.
We had many opportunities to change this. We had many opportunities to change course. And that is one of the reasons why a lot of us saw where this was going, is because we were able to recognize it and read the writing on the wall. And now we have to do a lot of different things, Anthony. We have to recognize both how we got here, where we are, and where we need to go. And that has never been a strong American suit, which is one of the reasons we're seeing so many of these power grabs, so many of these unconstitutional and also immoral and unethical actions. So we are in the middle of the crisis, which is actually a lot of different interlocking crises that have come to a head because we've been in denial about them and haven't chosen to actually address them and make better on them. So it is a really, really poor state of affairs. But the way that you just addressed it and summarized it is not only accurate, but it's a call to recognize where we are, where we've been, and where we need to go.
It's so interesting to me that you're not surprised, because many people are, and there are people who are like, well, I never saw this coming, or how
I
dare
did.
he?
Fucking
And
hell.
The reality is that we are really seeing people's true colors. I talk mainly of the Republican Party because they're the ones who have the controlling stake here. The actual members of Congress and the Senate who are Republican, who support Donald Trump,
My baby
who
girl.
have the ability to either impeach him, to remove him, to recognize what is happening to America, not just domestically, but on the world stage, and want to act. Why do you think there is zero appetite for that?
Well, I think when you look at the Republican Party, there's so many different factors here. We look at them a lot of the time in our popular coverage as a homogenous group of people, right? They're the exact same no matter where you look. And I think what we've seen since the rise of Trumpism, you had a group of what I would refer to as old neoliberal Republicans. Their main purpose was deregulation, getting rid of taxes, and basically serving the wealth class, making sure that they got a larger and larger slice of the pie. Since then, in order to create MAGA, different groups have had to come together under the same tent, right? They have a binding agent, which is an authoritarian impulse. The idea that power at all cost is what they need in order to create their vision of the world. Now we have this new situation with the possibility of war with Iran, which is starting to reveal the different sort of ideologies that are at play here. They go to war with one another. And from that, I think it's useful to understand that there are certain members of the Republican Party who are members of a personality cult. They're an authoritarian cult of personality with Donald Trump. They see him as infallible. They see him as perfect. In a lot of ways, what they are doing is they're ordering their world in a childish-like way. They're looking for a father figure so that they can be free to be unfree. We also have other Republicans who are still trying to do what I just described, which is to continue to help the wealth class become wealthier and wealthier. Then we have other people, whether or not they're oligarchs, whether or not they're techno-fascist, white nationalists, Christian nationalists, you name it, who have their own agendas that they are following. So in a lot of ways, it is an emperor has no clothes type situation. Anybody who recognizes Donald Trump for what he is understands that he is a buffoonish clown. He has no idea what he's doing most of the time. He's unwell, unhealthy, unstable, and his acuity is declining every single day. The people within the party and throughout this cult of personality, they are at different levels of either recognizing that or engaging in aggressive denial of that fact. But the main point here is that their agendas are still being served. When we see the friction between them is when those agendas start to rub against each other and have contradictions. I don't have a lot of hope that Republicans are, what we hear during Biden, they're going to wake up from their nightmare, right? Or the fever will break at some point. I do not believe that that is true. I think the Republican Party has entered a terminal decline. They're in a terminal downward spiral, and
it's just the same thing. Don't need that. You're okay, Gene. We haven't started the... Well, now we can.
Telepathic link to the...
Okay. This is a satire with some real set off of actual events going on. Kind of enjoyable.
We need an expert on the ship. Gleep, let's get Alice Wetterland.
Hey.
Calling. Hey.
Oh, you're...
Oh, you said her name and she appeared. Holy shit.
Amazing. Hey.
She has a telepathic link to the ship.
Yeah.
We didn't even have to call her. Here she is.
Hi, aliens. I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being here to help us wade through this week of just terrible news.
Well, I hopefully can help you out. Is the premise that you guys...
Yes.
Not the premise. I mean, is the reality that you guys need help?
Look, the ship literally doesn't have enough walls for you to break, so that you can't even do that. Okay. Well, you figured out our crafty little premise, Alice. Congratulations.
Yes. All right.
All right, let's roll.
Let's roll this.
Let's roll, as they say in the tanks.
Welcome back to this special Wow, when the screen background is more lit than the parade, the animated fireworks here are doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Adobe After Effects is really excited about this.
Lawrence, it's been an electric...
Are you not entertained?
How can it not be when the takes
I
behind
love
us?
it. We're here with our people.
All 5 of them.
It would be funny to see the SpongeBob float just right behind.
Better than a parade of people and things all designed not to be seen. They're all camo. It's like...
That's really true, yeah.
It's an inconspicuous unspectacular.
I think a lot of the audience was actually in camo as well.
Yes.
That explains it.
It's an immersive parade.
They were all in bleacher camo so they could blend in with the bleachers.
I mean, the audience for this was the, cosplaying camo crowd.
It's the J6ers, and now they've got tanks.
They immediately turn the tanks around and go toward the Capitol by instinct.
So, we forgot to take out the GPS from last time.
I think I left something in Nancy Pelosi's office.
You know, whenever you go into Nancy Pelosi's office on a J6, what you want to do is just leave something strategically. And do an insurrection again.
I forgot my earrings.
Just oh, my handkerchief from when I'm your shit on your walls. I left it.
So embarrassing.
And she's like, okay, come back one time. All right, but I am going to bring 10,000 friends. I know.
Wave the tank, waving to the crowd. When does any American get an opportunity to wave to a serviceman in a tank?
Other than when the Civil War begins. I don't. Yeah.
Ironsides really led the way during
saluting and jacking you off at the same time.
And that was just the commander-in-chief saluting the troops yet again, Emily.
I just got caught waving to one of the guys. You guys, you cannot help but participate. I'm telling you, this is so incredible.
It's not Blue Man Group. You don't get to jump into the show.
It's giving Times Square ball drop energy.
Right, yes.
You know, any minute now.
Any minute now, we're gonna bomb Tehran in 10.
Where's the best backpack for grocery, right?
The one that was down on the floor over there. The For woodland camo, woodland or high desert, I guess. It might be in the closet. Mom might have moved it over there. I haven't used it for a little bit. Yeah, looks like that. If I see it, I'll let you know. Why, what was you thinking? Ah, fair enough. Makes it easier to carry it. I know. You got your bike lock? Uh-oh. Still got the tarp in the truck? Yeah. Cover the bike.
It's now continuously flashing service and electronic, whatever the fuck it is.
Oh boy.
Particulate system is full. See blue shit.
Oh boy. The next thing that you could possibly do would be when you get there, take it inside with you up to customer service. And then they can have you confirm that it's yours with the key. Worst they can do is say no. Otherwise, I mean, taking the seat off of that isn't going to make a difference. Otherwise, you could make something look like it's secured on there. Or maybe make a nice bungee kerfuffle that somebody would have to fuss with for a bit. Give you time. What are the next possible available options? If you had a padlock, the ratchet straps would be something you could do. But you'd also have to have the key for that padlock.
One of the many keys in a 600,000 key rings.
Yeah.
Which, that's a good idea. Better than nothing. Unfortunately, the ratchet straps can be cut.
Yeah. So can rope, but
Have you ever worked a customer service job and there's that one like overly gung-ho manager who's like they walk in and you greet a customer like, hey, welcome, and they're like, can we just pump it up, and they're not happy until you're like, welcome, like so insane. These people are like, you can tell the media training is like, it's probably more strict than the military itself.
Oh yeah.
It's like, boom, boom, boom. You're excited. You're excited. They're like so. This clip goes on, and the girl is like, I don't know. Losing her mind?
Stop and give me 20 false claims.
Well, guys, here with us now is former Defense Intel Agency officer Rebecca Koffler. Rebecca, what are your thoughts tonight on the incredible symbolism and the messaging that we saw here tonight from the Commander-in-Chief on the Army's 250th birthday?
I am so excited, Emily.
Oh my
and-
gosh, she's drunk.
I feel so bad. This girl's wasted.
I know.
Uh-huh.
I know.
Everybody, like, this is incredible.
I don't blame her. She's having the best time.
I am also very concerned about her title. You know those lobbyist groups that's like intelligence group or whatever?
Mhm.
Or if she was like actually an intel officer. I'm genuinely unclear.
No, she's head of the CIA.
Yeah, she
Oh.
Figure it out.
If you didn't have goosebumps at various points of the night, then something's wrong with you. Because whatever was the cost of...
What I call griff bumps.
That's what I call my erect penis.
Whatever was the cost of this...
$45 million?
It was worth every penny.
Supposedly.
All the talking points.
Every penny which has been discontinued. I love this. I love this so much.
The squeaks.
It's like that one wheel in a shopping cart.
It's kind of a bop, actually. It's like really big.
Waste, fraud, and abuse of these roads.
Yeah, and so we are looking at a fabulous single file crowds there.
Oh, it really does go with the drums.
Impressively one deep.
Oh my god.
There are dozens of us.
Even the people driving the tanks don't look like they're having fun.
I can't imagine.
Wake up, you piece of shit. It's your birthday parade.
Come on. When are we going to be able to turn the military on citizens already?
This guy's playing Clash Kings or whatever. Shitty army game.
He just wants his kids back. And
there we go.
Sucking tank fumes.
Oh, I can hear those tracks rolling.
Palantir.
Destroying the country from within.
It's the points to celebrate or show military strength. It's like very weak to be like, welcome to your worst nightmare, other nations. Like, whose knows?
Welcome back to the Tostitos Raining Hellfire Fiesta Parade.
War to Run, brought to you by Snickers. Satisfied?
Taste the rainbow.
Oh, don't.
You've been answered questions about do you believe the U.S. is moving closer to striking Iranian nuclear facilities. Where's your mindset on that?
Can't say that, right? You don't seriously think I'm going to answer that question? Will you strike the Iranian?
This has nothing to do with what he's saying, but why is the Secret Service a Devo cover band now? Like, why do we not? What is going on?
They're just begging to be green screened. They are asking for it.
Yes, they are.
Just put Trump and Jeffrey Epstein on every one of them.
You don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it.
I'm like Schrodinger's dick. I work or I don't work at the same time.
I might do it. I might not do it. What did you ask? Yeah.
What you're watching in real time is peace through strength, and Israel took an action out of self-defense.
Preemptive self-defense.
Israel attacked first, but you're not thinking fourth dimensionally.
We're playing 60 chess here.
One thing is clear, although he is the president of peace, he's made it very clear that people got to choose peace.
Declaring factually that Donald Trump is the president of peace is one of the most insane things that I've ever heard.
And that's an incontrovertible fact.
War is the ultimate olive branch.
It's like that Lennon song, give peace a chance or die.
Here's the bigger question. Wouldn't the world be better off if the Ayatollahs went away and replaced by something better?
Like AI Ayatollah.
I would like if the Ayatollahs went away. I'm often, on many occasions, I have expressed my deepest dreams and aspirations that the Ayatollah would just fly far, far away.
When I recline on my veranda outside of my plantation, I see a shooting star at night.
Sipping on my sweet tea.
Sipping on my nice sugared up sweet tea. Could I make an Ayatollah go away, Mr. Shooting Star?
I just been practicing. It's a 3-chord progression, and it's sunrise morning when the Ayatollah fly away. Like an actually a really good singer, and it's like kind of arresting, and you're like, oh shit.
Let's close that chapter soon and start a new chapter in the Mideast, one of tolerance, hope, and peace.
Oh, we could use that here.
Pretty sure we've written this book before about trying to open new chapters in the Middle East, and it was not a good one.
Unfortunately, no one in the Republican Party reads. They just ask ChatGPT to summarize everything for them.
They can't read that either.
Yeah, that's true.
Shorter.
Shorter.
Just say it out loud, not on flat.
Understand, we will rain heaven and hell on top of you until you submit.
Until you squeal like
God,
a
he's got to get up.
You know that I'm in a war mood because I've got my war hat on, and that's a key distinction. That's what you wear when you get hit by a cartoon mallet and you have a lump the size of like a ruler on the top of your head.
Gotta cover it up. Yeah.
I just think here's the thing, like there's
I thought that
nothing
was a
more
knock at our door.
discordant than the wool sport coat with the
Dub dub.
Stetson.
Yeah.
Like I think either
Hey.
look is great. I'm not
Come here.
gonna, a man can wear a Stetson hat all day or a sport coat.
Yeah.
But nary the twain shall meet. I'm just saying.
Well, he couldn't even decide on one name. He had to go with Mark and
It's
Wayne.
so strange.
They wouldn't dare do this on Landman, or I've never watched any of those shows.
Landman? Is that like Biclops?
It's on Paramount, right? I know what you're talking about.
Of course it is.
I think now's the time. This is the historical moment, and we've got the right president. This is exactly the time to do it.
They're talking about it like it's getting tattoos. They're like, now's the time to do it. I'm glad you said it. I was thinking the same thing.
You don't want to do it in late summer. Everybody goes out of town.
And the ending here would be a fabulous Middle East. Prosperity, bounty, energy.
Easy peasy.
Just look at the other shining examples in the region.
No notes.
If you don't know anything about the country, I didn't say I don't know anything about. Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran? They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay,
good guesses.
Persian. Let's see. There was Prince of Persia. That was Assassin's Creed.
Look, obviously, there's Aladdin.
I know stuff. How did you not know that?
Okay, well, what's the name of the parrot played by Gilbert Gottfried? You don't know that.
You're a
Iago.
senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government. You're the one who claims about the country. No, you don't know anything about the country.
No, you don't know
anything about the country.
So crazy that he didn't know you know.
This is like Frost Nixon for the most annoying voices.
Given the time we're having this conversation, do you have any thoughts on
Dublin?
Political violence?
No.
What happened in Minnesota recently?
Everyone talks about Minnesota, but they don't talk about the guy seems to be a leftist.
Do you buy that?
Everybody talks about the thing that happened, but so few people are talking about a thing I thought of that is fake. What?
Now, I'm not sure about that, by the way. From what I've seen, I think he voted for your dad and things like that. From what I've seen,
I'll believe that when I see it.
He just showed it to you. Like all you have to.
I don't have object permanence. Sorry, I should have said that.
His eyes are closed even in this group.
Guy who was appointed by the Democrat governor, vice presidential candidate for the Democrat Party, Tim Walz.
You can hear John Jr. kind of being like, but this is what it really is. And it's like this kind of energy that
Dublin,
I'm
what are you
lying.
doing?
I have to jump on this.
Get it out.
Hear it. And then
What
the
you
people
doing?
who buy it.
Well, they've done a lot of their own research.
What is the difference between provable fact in your brain and things that someone told you that you like?
Thing that I just know it. It just feels right.
You know how like a lot of what conservatives hate about liberals is that we're smug and like we're holier than thou, and we're like, yeah, because we understand history, or like, yeah, because we read.
Yeah, the premise of this show.
I understand that can be seen as like sort of talking down to people, because it is. We're like, I am being condescending on purpose because
we're aliens literally looking down on Earth.
But people don't like to be condescended to, and I get that. But like, how do you think we feel on the left when they are smug and wrong?
Yeah, right?
When you're smug and wrong.
Just making shit up.
Oh my God. Like, it's so much more frustrating.
Watching the framing that this is some sort of MAGA person, it's just so predictable at this point. It
is predictable.
His roommate and best friend, known him since 4th grade, did say Bolter voted for Trump.
Well, everyone's calling him a Democrat. He's not a Democrat.
What a plant. George Soros paid this man.
He looks like he's talking to the news on the hottest day of the year in Ecuador.
This is what Minnesota's like. I'm from Minnesota. It is fucking poop in the summer.
There's people, especially in America, they don't know what sex they are. Their sexual orientation, they're confused.
This is his evangelical.
No, this is him being a liberal.
Him being a leftist.
Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah posted a surveillance photo writing, "This is what happens when Marxists don't get their way."
Do you regret your tweet?
Punch him. Jesus.
Do you have emotions in general?
Honestly, whenever I see these scrum, I'm always like, how intense is the impetus to trip him?
Yeah.
It's like walking and talking and holding stuff at the same time. It's like
Plausible accident.
Who's to say?
Yep, totally.
No, I don't think they should do it.
He said this when asked about how to treat Gaza.
We nuked the Japanese twice in order to get unconditional surrender. That needs to be the same here.
What I was saying is that we didn't negotiate with evil in World War II.
If I had a news program, I would say, hey, let's not use words like evil because we are adults. We're not talking about Thanos and like the forces at play. These are human beings making human actions and human mistakes and like human decisions. So let's like talk about the substance and not like this weird like there's evil there.
Nuking Gaza would be a terrible idea. The fallout would drift into Israel.
Yeah.
It would kill the hostages. The
Insane.
point that I was making was,
That is the most inhumane fucking thing to say.
And I don't know why you suggested it. She's like, what? That was you.
my point is we didn't sit down and go, oh no, civilians might die.
Where do they find these freaks?
Florida.
In the House of Representatives.
Like it's like a claw machine into the dome.
I believe the Palestinianism in Gaza is on a level of evil that we saw in Japan.
Imperialistic Gaza.
It sucks how much they've colonized me.
They won't stop until their open-air prisons taking over the world.
What's going on with this jackass?
What actual testosterone dude goes in and tries to braid Christina? She's like the most delicate, beautiful, tiny woman.
Oh my god. Somebody's been reading too much Fae erotica. Just the most like ethereal, like live, just like sort of sensual energy.
He tried to come in and tear her wings off.
She has incredibly weaponized barrel curls.
Like a fey creature, Christinome is an old hag disguised.
Oh shit! I think that Christinome's security handled this in a very professional fashion.
They threw him to the ground.
It's very telling that she, like, during all of this coverage, no one has mentioned any actual occurrences.
Yeah.
He lunged at her.
Somebody wrote, like, in the comments of something like, well, he lunched at her.
He had one sandwich in his hand and his juice box.
We've been following the story of Trump Mobile, which is a new wireless phone service with unlimited talk, text, and data.
Unlimited. The better to surveil you, my dear.
Right. The device will be built in the U.S., but one analyst thinks it's more likely to be produced by a Chinese manufacturer.
So there's just like a very high chance it will never be made.
Yeah.
It's an AI rendering. It looks like shit.
I love this model. Definitely calling ICE on his neighbor.
Oh man, they really should use the Karen woman on the phone calling the police.
He looks like he's calling a woman, a liberal woman that he's trying to date and then pretend talking online.
Fucking bitch.
No, it's not about politics. I just like don't like whatever. Anyway, you're gross and ugly and you should probably die.
We can do it cheaper, we can do it better, and eventually all the phones can be built in the United States of America.
It doesn't even have side view. Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, it has no sides. It's just a front and back.
I have to say the coolest thing about, and I don't obviously want to buy one. I'm not pro-Trump or anything, but like it is a really cool technology that the phone, it's so light that it's just an idea.
Ideas change the world.
Instead of calling, having to call people, you can just have a conversation with them in your mind.
Stream Elements says find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Our ethos is, build for Americans by Americans.
FABA.
Monthly plans, $47 a month, which we kind of thought was fun and cool.
It's neither.
Unlimited call.
If only they had rolled this out when he was the 45th president. The savings.
All right. Well, that is everything.
Well, thank you for watching this week of terrible news with us, Alice.
I'm literally going into therapy right now.
That's the best. That's the best.
Thank you.
Is there anything going on in your universe?
Well, I would just say watch the new season of Resident Alien if you can. The night it airs, that helps us. Tweet about it. Toot about it.
Yeah.
Truth about it. I know you're all on Truth Social.
Yeah.
And this is coming out when?
Saturday.
Okay, so if you are listening this Saturday and you live in Texas, come on out to Comic Palooza, where I'll be with Corey Reynolds, Alan Tudyk, and Sarah Tomko. If you're in the Houston area, you will also have missed me playing Punchline Houston on Friday if you are listening to this and you were there. Thanks for coming. Oh, also my podcast Treks in the City, and I stream on Twitch Tuesdays and Fridays.
Yeah, we love the podcast.
Get on Twitch, the last uncensored platform.
It's very fun. We have a good time.
A platform that's not owned by a billionaire Hulk.
I keep trying to open up tabs on your shared screen.
Oh, she's in the mainframe. Hey, get her out. She's hacking it.
Okay, you guys.
Thanks,
Thank
Alice.
you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
So that's my little guilty pleasure for political comedy. Is it surprising that it's a little bit more grounded in reality? I don't want to. Let's filter through. Oh, freaks out. He gets ignored to his face. Didn't flip the script. Perfect moment. And it went all the way back into the top on me with that one. You see me? No, it didn't. I'm tripping. Various senator goes public with scathing rebuke. Here's one that everybody needs to see.
I'm Dr. John Gartner.
And I'm Dr. Harry Siegel.
And welcome to this preview of Shrinking Trump.
On this week's show, we look at the last 2 weeks in American politics. And what we see is really a tale of two Americas. Good news and bad news. The bad news was National Guard and Marines being imposed on California over the wishes of the governor and the mayor of Los Angeles. We saw Democratic officials handcuffed and arrested. And we also saw an official in Minnesota murdered along with her husband, as well as another official and his wife being gravely injured.
But the good news is that the attendance at No King's Day was the largest demonstration in American history. This is what we were hoping would happen. 5 to 7 million people turned out, and this is a source of enormous hope. We also got a very perverse satisfaction out of the fact that Donald Trump's dictatorial parade, what I like to call the little
That's an idea.
dictator wannabes authoritarian parade, was a flop, and he knew it.
Also, in this week's show, we have Dr. Anaida Dua, a professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School, who is also an activist, and she really gives us real insight into what's happening to the research establishment at American universities. This is a segment that John and I talked about and thought about calling macho posturing, because one thing I've been noticing about Trump, when he does something that is genuinely toward autocracy, he tends to do it and then take it back and then do it again. So it's like he tries things out to see if he gets slapped. And if he doesn't get slapped too much, then he can do it more. So, for example, he put the National Guard and 200 Marines in LA against the wishes of the governor and the mayor of LA. And who it was very clear that the disruption, the violence was in about 2 square city blocks. The LA police had no problems handling it. And Trump went on television and said, LA would have burned to the ground if it weren't for me. So there's the autocratic imposition. And he justified it in such a way that essentially it sets a precedent for him doing it anywhere else. On the other hand, the 2,000 National Guards made no arrests, didn't beat up anybody, stood around buildings. So did the Marines. So he both did something implicitly violent and perhaps predictively violent. But in this case, he kind of held back a little bit. And I'm pointing this out not to say that this isn't a danger. This makes it more dangerous because it assuages some people to think, well, maybe he won't go all the way.
I do think in the culture of the military, there is a strong tradition of not being politicized and not attacking the American people. It goes against the fundamental nature. It really does go against the DNA of our military. Even when we won the Revolutionary War, there was an argument about whether we should have a standing military or navy because there was a fear that they would attack the American people. And so the idea that the military is under civilian control and they're not used for suppressing crime or disorder in the United States, unless the most extreme circumstances of invasion or whatever. But then in others, there's a strong culture of we don't do that here. And so I think there's some resistance in the part of the military to become violent against the American people. However, they are standing there backing up the local police and the ICE agents who are being very violent.
No, the ICE agents have no such compunction.
No,
that's not it. But I think you're absolutely right. I mean that even when there was national action against the resistance to desegregation in the early 60s, it was the National Guard, not the military, who were sent in.
That's a good point.
And so I completely agree with you. And I think that tradition really also stems from the Civil War, which was a very painful time when Americans were killing each other, when soldiers were attacking soldiers who were also American but from the South. And it was a very worthy war, and I'm glad it was won. But I think that's also left a kind of distaste about fighting against Americans on American soil. But in any case, this was Trump's post on Truth Social about the LA demonstrations. If they spit, we will hit. This is a statement from the President of the United States concerning the catastrophic Gavin Newsom-inspired riots going on in Los Angeles. They're not inspired by Gavin Newsom. The insurrectionists, there's that important word, right, John?
Yep.
That would justify invoking the Insurrection Act, which would allow him to declare martial law. The insurrectionists have a tendency to spit in the face of the National Guardsmen, women, and others. Evidence for that?
There isn't any.
Patriots are told to accept this. It's just the way life runs. But not in the Trump administration. If they spit, we will hit. And I promise you, they will be hit harder than they have ever been hit before. Such disrespect will not be tolerated.
Well, the part of what they do is create this false narrative. And we're going to see this theme going all the way through the show. All of these repressive measures are always being justified by a false narrative. So he's saving LA, LA was burning, right? And he's saving LA. Not true. It's new scum and tired. Not true. They're spitting in the National Guard's face. Not true. Later, we're going to find out that they're roughing up all these Democratic politicians because apparently these Democratic politicians are body slamming and assaulting these muscular ICE agents, these little, not true. So they're justifying their brutal behavior by claiming that the people are doing things they're just not doing.
Yeah.
Dr. Du is an author of more than 140 peer-reviewed articles. She has, if I get this right, you have a master's in both in study of trauma as well as in a master's of business.
I do.
Is that right? And has her own clinic. Looking at, I'm going to ask you, but really a specialist in in rehabilitation of limbs and surgery. Did I get that right?
Yes, peripheral artery disease. So I specialize in keeping legs attached to bodies, which is super important.
Well, but she is really at the top of her field, and so we're very, very lucky to have her here.
Right. And we have her here not because we have a problem with our legs being attached to our bodies, but because Dr. Dua has become a real activist in the area of combating all of these research cuts that have affected Harvard in particular, but really all of American universities and all of the research institutes in the government. So I'm very glad to have you here, Dr. Dua. As two psychologists, we grew up in the scientist practitioner model. We understand how important science is and how it works in the medical setting and in the academic setting. Maybe you could explain to people in the audience just how devastating these cuts are to research and what the effects will be.
Jesus Christ.
Absolutely. I think it's important to break things down. Usually when we talk about research and medicine and, Medicaid, and there are these huge concepts that people really just, as you know, with all of us work with patients, you have to break it down to the person in front of you. And the thing about research as a whole is that research has changed over the last few years in regards to what it really entails. And it's not just a person sitting with a pipette on a bench holding a mouse anymore. That is part of things, but actually it's taking that science and bringing it to your mom so that when she gets that horrible cancer diagnosis, we can implement what we've learned to save her life. But you can imagine what it takes to go from that little mouse protein all the way through to something that your mom can use to be saved. And what does it take? Time and money.
Yep.
And what happens with these research cuts is the money that we would have used to push forward the science to finally translate, that's the magic word, translate from the bench, from where you actually do the research into the human being, that's what's getting killed.
Yep.
Because what's happened is things that it takes to do the research, like the literal material that we use, costs more money. The space that we do it in, the rent has gone up. The cost of having a postdoctoral student that helps you do it costs more. And of course, the FDA and CDC and all these other groups that have to make sure that what you're doing is safe and can actually go to the human, these are years of processes with lots and lots of money, millions, frankly. And so the research cuts kind of put a chokehold on all the wonderful things that are going to come down the pike. And the saddest thing about it, I think the key is there's no way to know what your future would have been.
That's what I was thinking.
A cure for your horrible heart attack that was just about to make it? We'll never know because the research just got stopped.
So that's our preview. Please don't just watch the preview, watch the whole show. You can see it. It's streamed every Friday on the Really American Network. That's a YouTube channel. On Fridays at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. You can also download the show as an audio podcast anywhere you get your podcasts. So please listen to the whole show. We'd love to see you there, okay? Take care.
Take care.
It's almost nap time.
state regime media known as Fox is in a total and utter collapse as its propaganda trying to act like Donald Trump's strikes against Iran were some massive victory. It is backfiring in Fox's face, and they just don't know what to do. So they tried a number of tactics yesterday. So first, they bring on Marco Rubio, and Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, tries to pretend that America is not at war with Iran because Donald Trump attacking Iran is incredibly unpopular. So here's Marco Rubio. He goes on Maria Bartiromo, and he goes, no, we're not at war with Iran. We're just focusing on the nuclear program. That's about it. Here, play this clip.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. Are we now at war with Iran?
No, we're not. This is not a war against Iran. This is very simple. 67 days ago, the President of the United States sent the Iranians a letter, and it said, you're not going to have nuclear weapons. You're not going to have a militarized nuclear program. Let's negotiate. I want to do this diplomatically. I want to do this peacefully. They tried to play him along the way they've played every American president for the last 35 years. And, the president told them, if we don't get a deal, which is what he wanted, then I'll have to handle it differently.
But you see, then Donald Trump contradicts what you just saw right there. And Donald Trump posts, it's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be regime change? Make Iran great again! Exclamation point, exclamation point. So then Fox has to pivot. So then you have Kayleigh McEnany on Fox, who's Donald Trump's former press secretary. And now she says every dictator is on notice right now. So now they're expanding their regime change operation to include all dictators around the world. America's going to go to war with everybody. Well, that escalated quick. Here, play this clip.
Precisely. Every dictator in the world is on notice now.
Now, one of the things that we're learning as well is that the Fordow nuclear complex was not completely destroyed. And Donald Trump on Saturday said it was completely destroyed. And Trump says that the entire nuclear operation of Iran has been knocked out, destroyed forever. They are done. So now it's time we just move on. And Trump's like, can we talk about the budget bill? He doesn't really work that way, Donald. And in fact, with all of the data coming out, it seems that the nuclear facility was not completely destroyed at all, that the uranium was able to be moved, and also that Iran had warned Donald Trump that they would potentially activate terrorist cells across the world or potentially in the United States as a result of Trump's conduct. So now I want to show you what Fox is doing. They are preemptively blaming former President Biden for potential terrorist attacks in the United States caused by Donald Trump teaming up with Netanyahu and no other allies of the United States and attacking Iran. Seriously, Bill Mulligan of Fox is saying, per senior CBP sources, here were all of the Iranian nationals that crossed during Biden and let go. We don't know if they're terrorists, but there may be Biden-Iranian terrorists out there. Do you see what they're doing? But now that the Midas Touch Network and independent media is out there calling them out, educating the American people what's going on, swatting down their propaganda tactics, Fox doesn't know what to do. So they try their usual tricks. They bring on this guest who's like, to the Iranian people, I say, Yallah, to the Iranian people, Yallah. Now go and overthrow the Ayatollah. Here, play this clip.
And to the Iranian people, I say, Yallah, go take your country back. The world is watching and we all stand with you.
Yallah. That's a word I've learned from you, Aaron Cohen. Thank you very much.
Could we just be real for a second? Like, I think the Ayatollah is a terrible person, okay? I don't want to see the Ayatollah running Iran. I don't think that Iran should have nuclear weapons. I don't want, though, the United States to be in a never-ending Middle East war based on false pretext, the same way we did in Iraq in 2003. This is like that on steroids and on fast forwards times about 10x. And let me tell you, I just have a hunch here that even if the Ayatollah is unpopular amongst a lot of Iranian people, I'm going to guess that Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump are more unpopular. And I don't think the Iranian people are going to welcome come on, regime change us in Iran. And why don't you put a Netanyahu and Trump puppet? I'm sure that will go real well. Utterly, I'm being facetious, of course. Then you have this next guest here who goes on Fox, and now they try to kind of push their propaganda into overdrive, and they go, we are so blessed. We are so lucky to have Pete Hegseth and Donald J. Trump running the operation, unlike the people who are running California and Los Angeles. He talks like that too. Here, play this clip.
I think it's reassuring that in the face of this situation, we've got really strong leadership in the federal administration, whether that's the Department of Justice, FBI, of course, Pete Hegseth there, and the president. That's reassuring. It's not reassuring, frankly, when you have states like California, cities like Los Angeles, led by people with no moral clarity on these questions and no real operational competence when it comes to law and order in any sense. Look.
Okay, so then you have Mark Levin. Mark Levin is like the biggest warmonger. He's like, let me tell you how. It's my Mark Levin impression. So Mark Levin then spends the entire night. Let me tell you, I'm Mark Levin, and here's what you need to know. Donald Trump is just like Netanyahu. Now, I want you to watch this clip because Mark Levin essentially says that Trump and Netanyahu are so similar to one another and such good friends because they're both criminals. Here, play this clip.
Alliance between our two countries. Let me tell you a little story quickly. Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu are friends. They have many of the same friends and enemies. Look, in our country, our government tried to take out Donald Trump. The establishment tried to take him out. They used phony crimes. They used phony civil statutes. They brought him in Democrat districts. They had judges, I would say in their back pocket ideologically, yes. And yet he muscled through and he defeated them. And you defeated them too with your vote this election. Benjamin Netanyahu has something similar going on. He's been in a criminal trial over the most inane allegations one can ever imagine. And it goes on and on and on with a hard left attorney general, a hard left prosecutorial system, and radical leftist judges, including on their Supreme Court. They have basically what is a judicial tyranny at the highest level. We have a judicial tyranny at the lowest level, but sort of leaching into the highest level. So they share the same, in many respects, enemies, obstacles, and friends. And so they're very close, despite all the leaks that you read in Axios and Politico that were pushed out there, a gap between Netanyahu and Trump, a gap between the Americans and the Israel.
So you ever wake up and feel like your body just hit the snooze button on life? Yeah, same. Honestly, aging sneaks up on you in some wild ways. Whether it's a night out or a good workout, I just don't bounce back the way that I used to. One day you're full of energy, the next you're Googling how to stretch without pulling a muscle. I believe one of the best aging breakthroughs of the last decade is Qualia Senolytic, and here's why. It's designed to help your body naturally eliminate something called senescent cells, also known as zombie cells. These are the ones that just hang around after they've stopped doing their job, draining your energy and making you feel, well, old. Think joint discomfort, sluggish recovery, low energy, the whole deal. Qualia Senolytic is a groundbreaking supplement made with 9 plant-based nutrients, and you only take it 2 days a month. That's it. Since I started taking it, I felt more energized, quicker to recover from workouts, and honestly, just more like me again. Plus, Qualia's breakthrough formulation is vegan, non-GMO, and tested by leading scientists. Experience the science of feeling younger. Go to qualialife.com/Midas for up to 50% off your purchase and use code Midas for an additional 15%. That's QUALIA life.com/Midas, MEIDAS, for that extra 15% off. Your older self will thank you. And thanks to Qualia for sponsoring this episode.
And then Mark Levin calls on a former Deputy Assistant Attorney General, John Yoo, and what they try to argue to their MAGA mush brain audience, which I will fact check, and Mark Levin's like, why do we even need to go to Congress in the first place? And then they have John Yoo, who tries to, talks very sophisticated. He goes, well, the War Powers Act by Congress is inherently unconstitutional. We must go back to the Constitution. You see, the Article 2, which deals with the executive branch, Donald Trump's able to do whatever he wants. Why would he have to go through Congress? Here, play this clip.
What do you say to them about impeach the president over the War Powers Act? Is the War Powers Act constitutional? Let's start right there.
I agree with you, Mark. I don't think it is. The Constitution sets out the war powers. Congress can't use a law to rewrite the Constitution. And the Constitution says the president is the chief executive of the United States, and he is the commander-in-chief. The founders understood those phrases to mean that the president has the primary responsibility to protect our national security. Alexander Hamilton in the Federalist Papers said, energy in the executive is a definition of good government, because he was explaining why are these clauses in the Constitution. And he said it's necessary to protect the communities, our community, from attack. That doesn't mean Congress has no power. Congress has the power to provide funds or to cut them off. That's how Congress ended the Vietnam War. That's how Congress ended the Mexican-American War of 1848. But what Congress can't do is take these theories promoted by people who felt burned by Vietnam or burned by the Iraq War, take these academic theories and use them to try to rewrite the constitutional order. You can only amend the Constitution if you want to do that.
Okay, well, why don't we look at the United States Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, which says the sole power to declare war is held by Congress, Mark Lemmon, by Congress. You go and look at Article 1, Section 8. The Congress shall have the power to declare war, and then it says to raise and support armies, to provide and maintain a navy, to make rules for the government and regulation of land and naval forces, and then it says to provide for the calling of militias. So the Congress has that sole power. Now, once Congress authorizes it based on its sole powers, the commander-in-chief, the president, can then faithfully execute the laws as commander-in-chief. The Constitution clearly says, Mark Lemmon, that it's Congress's power. That's why the War Powers Act is constitutional, because it's based on Article 1, Section 8. So then you have Trey Gowdy. One of the most incredible things, too, is, like the Trey Gowdys of the world and even the Levins, they don't really like Trump. And the people who like Trump, the MAGA base, Trump screwed them and he promised them no wars. And then Trump went with the warmongers on Fox, like Trey Gowdy. So here you have Trey Gowdy speaking with Senator Tim Scott. And just look at this North Korea-style propaganda. Tim Scott's like, let us just stop and let us reflect and say thank you, dear leader. Thank you for this. You have made the world so much of a better place. We need to do that, Trey. Play this clip.
Still kind of getting used to the whole
1,000%. The president has all the authority he needs. Let us stop here and say thank you, Mr. President, for the flawless decision to carry out a very important strike. What President Trump just did was save American lives, protect American interests, and stand with America's friends and allies in the region. He always has the authority, the constitutional authority, to take care of business for the American people. For those folks in either body who believes differently, it's just hogwash. Let's stand with our president, stand with our country, and let's do the right thing. Let's not make this a Republican or Democrat issue. This is an American issue carried out by the President of the United States on behalf of the American people. This is a great day in America, a truly great day.
Really? You think it's a better place right now? Oil takers are making U-turns right now at the Strait of Hormuz. Chinese oil tankers as well. Oil's about to go up massively. Iran is threatening terrorist strikes. The State Department had to issue a statement to all Americans traveling abroad that you are now targets of potential assassination and terrorist attacks.
Over there on the center.
As a result of what the United States is doing.
Oh, fancy.
So I guess mission accomplished there, huh? Mission accomplished. Here you have Pete Hegseth Just so you see
All right.
how ridiculous this is. Earlier,
All right, no
Sunday,
frets.
Pete Hegseth held a press conference where he said the mission was never about regime change when it comes to Iran. Play this clip.
Is regime change off the table, Mr. Secretary?
Well, that's one way to wake up.
You said the battle damage assessment is still ongoing, but do you believe that some nuclear capability in Iran remains?
This mission was not and has not been about regime change. The president authorized a precision operation to neutralize the threats to our national interests posed by the Iranian nuclear program and the collective self-defense of our troops and our ally Israel.
And then you have J.D. Vance saying the mission was never regime change. Play this clip.
Well, look, that's up to the Israelis, but our view has been very clear that we don't want a regime change. We do not want to protract this or build this out any more than it's already been built out. We want to end their nuclear program, and then we want to talk to the Iranians about a long-term
They'll be back to check on it in a moment.
Well, now it's apparently regime change.
Said they'll be
Regime
back to
change,
check on
regime
it in a
change,
moment.
right? That's all they're talking about. Then they bring
Yep.
on Nancy Mace on Fox.
So-
and here Nancy Mace says,
Oh, you did end up getting the
"Have you
backpack?
said thank you yet to our dear
Okay.
leader? Have you said thank you? Have you prayed for Donald? Have you said thank you to our Mandarin Mussolini?" Here, play this clip.
Well, I think it's really obscene what Ro Khanna has stated. I mean, what Donald Trump and Israel have done.
Yeah, I ended up crashing a little bit there.
NHG Heinz 6J5EJY5DYJT says vote for Nixon.
Red line.
He must end the
Iran
war.
crossed it, and we took out. He made good on his promise. He took out 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities. They were very close to having a nuclear warhead. I know this. I've been briefed along with a lot of other members. But he did the right thing, and we learned last night, like we learned with Soleimani. Donald Trump doesn't make threats. He makes promises, and he made good on his promise last night, and we are all safer for it. We can say thank you to President Trump for his endeavors last night, and our military and our pilots and everyone who was part of that operation last night.
I mean, we talk. It's the most ridiculous things that we're watching right there. Here's Mark Levin.
Let's see, he gets his zippies.
We need to defeat these Democrats and isolationists like Republicans, Thomas Massey and Rand Paul. Here, play this clip.
They claim this law was passed in haste. It's unworkable. You want a taste of this? You're going to need it because we're going to fight this battle.
Yes.
We have to defeat these
Yeah, if you can get it through.
these isolationists who are in Congress.
Because
these
otherwise,
libertarian isolationists like Tommy Massey,
they're going to destroy it, and they
Rand
won't be able to
Paul,
have
who claim that
shit
they know what
anyhow.
the Constitution is when they don't know what the hell they're talking about.
So, yeah.
And then finally, you have
Make
Mark
sure you can get it
Levin
off without damaging it.
refer to Democrats as the enemy from within who must be defeated. Just watch this tyrannical language right here from this freaking
Roger.
moron. Mark Levin, play this clip.
And so there they are, the reprobates, the miscreants, the malcontents, starting with AOC and Bernie Sanders. 2 people who hate the Constitution and hate the Republic, or they wouldn't be Marxist Islamists, would they? So they say the president violated the War Powers Act, which was passed in 1973, and my guest, John, you and I are going to discuss at some length. It was violated. He must be impeached. He's a dictator.
Of course.
Our military just pulled off something that is astonishing. Just saved the world, the entire world. And by the way, that includes the United States, from a nuclear Iran. And the Democrats see this as an opportunity they believe to exploit. They're the enemy within. They are the enemy within.
I mean, dude, just because you have the most obnoxious voice ever and you go, okay, doesn't mean you're right. It actually usually shows how wrong you are. But guess what, Mark Levin? We're the media now. Midas Touch Network gets more views than you do. Maybe your propaganda crap would have worked a long time ago. Not anymore, Fox. That's not the way it works. We're getting 33 million views here every 48 hours. On
I needed that to pop.
We're calling out the propaganda. Everybody hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million subscribers.
Oh, I love the bulldog call out there.
All hell is breaking loose in cities across the United States of America, particularly cities in blue states that Donald Trump is unleashing war against. Car washes, Home Depot parking lots, swap meets are being invaded by masked ICE agents and potentially bounty hunters who have been deputized as ICE agents, correction officers deputized as ICE agents, targeting hard-working migrants, beating them, attacking them, making them disappear. And we're seeing how others in the community are observing what ICE is doing, standing up against ICE, and they're getting this all on tape as well. I want to highlight some examples over the past just 48 hours or so. I want to give a shout out to Brittany Mahai over at the Los Angeles Times. I think she's doing a great job reporting on this as well. She spoke to an individual named Job Garcia, a United States citizen who was arrested by Border Patrol agents outside a Home Depot in Hollywood. Here's what Job Garcia heard them say. How many bodies did you guys grab today? Oh, we grabbed 31. Oh, what a good day. High five. I'm talking about hard-working migrants, people who have lived here in many cases for decades, who are now ripped apart from their family, and before doing that, physically ripped, thrown to the ground, beaten ruthlessly by these disgusting ICE agents, the American Gestapo. It's on tape. It's being filmed. I'll show you. Job Garcia shared this video he took shortly before his arrest. You'll see the ICE agents going to a truck driver. Boom! They bang the windshield. They grab the truck driver. Job Garcia's like, what the F are you doing? So just a warning, the language here, lots of cursing. There's a lot of physical, you're going to see violence here. We can't look away from this, though. We have to know this is happening. I know with Donald Trump provoking and escalating wars overseas and all of the things that Trump is doing, he wants to distract from the fact that he has a Gestapo like the Nazis going through the United States and doing this. Here, play this clip.
No les abra. Yo, are you fucking serious, bro? Give me your fucking hand. You want it? You got it, sir. You fucking got it. You want to go to jail? Fine. You got it.
Stream Elements says find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Horrible, horrible stuff.
Nothing he did there was warrant for them to do what they did. Not a goddamn thing.
Here, Pablo Manriquez posted the following. Employees and bystanders at Salgado Tire Service in Pico Rivera, California, run an immigration agent off their property for harassing their workers. As Adrian Carrasquillo explains, they don't want the attention for what they're doing, these ICE agents and those deputized as such. They don't want anyone to know who they are, and that's why they're masked. They don't want videos like this out there. We've seen multiple examples of too much attention and light flushing them out. So let us use our platform here at the Midas Touch Network with over 5 million subscribers to be that light. Play this clip.
You guys don't have to talk. You guys don't have to talk. You guys do not have to. Answer any questions. No questions at all. What's your badge number, actually? Yeah. What's your last name? No le necesitas que. What's your last name? No le necesitas que preguntar. What's your badge number and last name? 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 Nada más trabaja. No te necesita que ser un warrant para agarrarte. No le necesita que decir nada. No tiene que decir nada. What's your badge number and last name? No le necesita
Yeah.
hablar. Calladito.
If this piece of shit actually was a cop, he'd have him removed already. He would actually have the information and know what's going on. There wouldn't be questioning. These are not cops. These are not ICE. This is not actual ICE.
Hasta que se vayan.
Oh, for those of you at ICE who actually are taking part of this, if you're not ashamed of yourself and thinking about leaving, first off, you should have done that the fuck already. Secondly, you're trash. You are absolute trash to still be working at ICE with this going on. You went against your oath as an ICE agent and continue to do so by still continuing to support this. For that, fuck you.
Hey. Don't do nothing. I understand, but he has his rights as well. And you know that. We have our rights. As long as we're here in the United States, we all have. You can go. You gotta go. Thank you so much.
Next, I want to show you this. A brave woman stopping a kidnapping by these individuals who claim that they are ICE agents. And you know, lots of people saying they're deputized as ICE agents. And this is from a car wash, also in the area as well, same area. And you'll hear her say, "This is effing kidnapping. That's not your badge." I do have a little bit of an education. Get the F out of here. Racial profiling is illegal. Play this clip.
No tiene que contestar nada. No tiene que contestar nada. No tiene que contestarle nada.
What are you guys doing? Hey.
Batch.
Hey.
Okay, you need to identify yourselves. You need to identify yourselves. No, you need to identify yourselves. This is kidnap. This is kidnap. You need to fucking identify yourselves. You identify yourselves.
Like I said,
What's your batch number?
I think it's time that we start shooting back.
No, we didn't see any of that shit. We didn't see any of that. No tiene que contestar ninguna pregunta. ¿Se identificó con usted? Okay. Mi madre, no conteste nada. No conteste nada. Ni firme nada. Why don't you question me? You guys are not even ICE. You need to identify yourselves. You're just nothing but fucking bounty. Can I see your badge, please?
My badge is right here.
No, I don't see it.
Yeah, it's right there.
No, I need to see it. No, this is kidnap. This is kidnap.
No.
This is kidnap.
This is an immigration inspection.
This is a kidnap.
It is a kidnapping.
I am staying out of the way, but it is also my right to record. So this is fucking kidnap. Because you guys just show up and you do not identify yourselves, so they don't have to go. They don't have to go with you guys. You identify yourselves? I need to see the badge. No, that is not your badge. It's not your badge. You know what? I do have a little bit of education, and I know that is not your badge. That is not your badge. So unless you guys
Way to go,
identify
girl.
yourselves, you are not taking anybody. No conteste nada. It's like ice with freaking out of shape, fat asses.
Wannabe cops. Trump's roleplay militia.
Fucking racial profiling is against the law, you motherfuckers. Get the fuck out of here, assholes.
What's going on?
No, these are not even ice. These are not ice. These are fucking bounty hunters. Fuck them, assholes.
Do you struggle with bloating and discomfort after your morning coffee?
Yeah. That's not ice. We need to stay vigilant. We need to be recording these fuckers. We need to step in. We need to call them out. Because if we don't, we lose.
Your first order.
And by now you may have seen this clip right here of a brave 20-year-old U.S. citizen, Adrian Andrew Martinez, who stood up to ICE. He was then disappeared by the regime and released. Then he was charged with punching ICE officers, which he did not do. And he was standing up for people in this Home Depot parking lot while the Trump regime was having the Gestapo arrest migrants. Here, play this clip.
Hey, what the fuck? Hey, why the fuck you guys touching people? Fuck you! Get the fuck out of here! He fucking touched me, bro! Hey, what the fuck? What is he doing? He's a fucking hard-working bro! Calm the fuck down! Hey, chill! Hey, we're taking this motherfucker! I'm giving this motherfucker shit, dude, chill! I'm not doing shit! Hey, what the fuck, dude? You can't be doing that shit! This is my civil right! I can fucking record you if I want! Hey, yo, what the fuck? Look! Put it in the car! Hey, these are legal citizens, you fucking pieces of shit! Fuck you! Put it in the car! Hey, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? Look! Put him in the car. Hey, I got the shit over here, don't worry about it. Fuck, dude, what the fuck? What kind of shit? They're putting hands on him, dude, and you're putting... That's bullshit! That's bullshit! Why are you guys putting hands on homie?
Now, in this next post, this was posted by Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries. This is a disturbing video, but they're all frankly disturbing. This is a bunch of masked men in Border Patrol vests brutally assaulting and detaining a father in California. You can see his gardening equipment on the floor because he's probably a day laborer who works for homes in California and gardening and landscape. His 3 sons have all been publicly identified as Marines. Welcome to Donald Trump's fascist America. Are you disgusted yet? Play this clip.
I'm gonna let this play. I need to walk the dogs. This enrages me. I don't know about y'all.
Now, this is being posted from the official White House account. Right here, what I'm showing you. This is official videos and photos from the White House Instagram account. If you don't believe me, go and look at it yourself. It shows ICE agents and Customs and Border Patrol agents dressed in military fatigues. Frankly, they're equipped with military gear that I know our soldiers who served in Afghanistan wish they may have had some of this gear. And this is what the Border Patrol post says. It says, "We show up, we stand firm, we carry out the mission despite the noise." Look at this other photo of them, like an armed military. Where are they going? Where is this United States armed military invading that's being posted on the White House account? Oh, the Santa Fe Springs Swap Meet. Family fun, live music, shopping. Open 6 days a week, Tuesday through Sunday at the SantaFeSwapMeet.com. I've been to the Santa Fe Swap Meet before. It used to be vibrant, thriving, cultural. You would have lots of Latinos there, but frankly, lots of people showed up, enjoyed great food, great things that were for sale right there. But now, Border Patrol agents dressed like an invading force were out there. Oh, and then they're showing people giving them the middle finger as helicopters and choppers fly overhead. That's what they're posting on the official White House account. Look, it's not a question of, is there a constitutional crisis in the United States? It's over. I'll tell you, we're going to fight back and we're going to win, but we're past constitutional crisis mode, okay? We are in fascism mode. You have Donald Trump, an authoritarian, a dictator. This is a dictatorship period. That is what it is. America is not a democracy right now. Now, there are millions of people. On the low end, 6 million. On the high end, 10 to 12 million people. Different estimates I saw protesting at the No Kings. The biggest protest in the history of the United States. Think about that. You don't hear about that on corporate news. The largest mass mobilization ever is taking place against a dictatorship that now has taken over the United States with mass Gestapo punching, attacking, harming people. We heard the story of a 64-year-old man killed during an ICE transfer. Horrific conditions. We've been sharing the stories of 19-year-old girls, 16-year-old girls ripped from their families, thrown in detention centers. I played you the clips of people crying and howling, thrown into horrific detention centers. And this hits near and dear to my heart. My wife is first generation American. Her family's from Guadalajara. They live in, I won't say the name of the community, but in Los Angeles, in a community where ICE agents are there daily in those clips that I'm showing you. The ICE agents are going to those Home Depots. Those ICE agents are targeting and attacking people in my wife's neighborhood. My wife's mother is a United States citizen, as are all of my wife's family members. They don't leave their homes. I want to explain to you what's happening in these communities from a firsthand perspective. My wife's mom, who would go to church frequently, is no longer going. It was a major part of her life, is afraid to leave her home. She used to go to the gym. She is not leaving her home. And now the word on the street is that ICE is going to start going into people's homes. And you see the ICE agents. When my nieces and nephews recently graduated, you had ICE going around in circles in menacing ways, threatening and harassing and intimidating Latino communities. And this is very reminiscent of Nazi Germany. And it's happening right now in the United States while Donald Trump is escalating wars and he's going it with Netanyahu against Iran, isolating all of our allies And by the way, it just shows you what an idiot Trump is. As he and Netanyahu are going after Iran, Trump sent General Kellogg to meet with Lukashenko in Belarus, one of Putin's puppets. And Iran and Putin are allied. We have the most idiotic dictator in the world. But let me leave you with some hope. And the hope is, I promise you the pro-democracy community is going to prevail. I promise you that we, the people, will stand up and rise up like we are doing now against the Trump regime. And when we stick together, when we stay shoulder to shoulder, there is no stopping us. This is Democracy Summer, the protests, and I only encourage peaceful protests. Period. Only peaceful protests here at the Midas Touch Network. Peaceful protests will continue to grow. We will continue to grow our peaceful protests. Shout out to all the organizers. You are the true heroes. Shout out to everybody who is peacefully and following the law and standing up against the Trump regime. Thanks for watching. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million subscribers.
New Midas merch drop. Check out the latest pro-democracy sticker packs, t-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, and more. All at store.midastouch.com.
Power companies hate when you do this, but there's nothing they can do about it. There's a new portable cooling system that can drop the temperature in a room by up to 30 degrees in just 90 seconds. And the crazy part? It runs on barely any power. It's smaller than your car battery, cools down any room in 90 seconds, and runs on just a fraction of the power of a regular AC. This brilliant invention was created by two engineers from one of the country's largest.
I'm gonna go out for a cigarette.
They were tired of
I think my cat's under my bed.
for unreasonable electricity costs during summer. And when a power
There she
outage
is.
during a heat wave left their family sweltering with temperatures soaring past 90 degrees, they decided to take matters into their own hands and create a groundbreaking portable AC capable of cooling down any room in a matter of minutes without the
Sorry
big
about the
costs.
ads.
The two engineers, Lucas Weber and Tom Vogt, knew that traditional air conditioners were inefficient and expensive to use. So they decided to reverse engineer how cooling devices wasted power and designed a compact, ultra-efficient cooling system to overcome that problem. The result? This ingenious invention that's capable of cooling down any room instantly without the big costs. And it's now shaking up the $5 billion AC industry and helping families all over the country. Instead of relying on Freon, bulky compressors, or massive energy draw, the engineers created a patented airflow recycling system that pulls in surrounding hot air, rapidly cools it, and blasts out a steady stream of refreshing cold air. The first time they tested it, the temperatures dropped from 93 degrees Fahrenheit to 63 degrees Fahrenheit in under 2 minutes. And that's how Brisa AC was born. Experts agree it's just as effective as air conditioners, but hundreds of dollars less a year. Weighing just 2 pounds and no bigger than a car battery, this device runs silently for hours, maintaining a cool, refreshing breeze while using 90% less power than standard ACs. It didn't take long for major energy companies and appliance brands
Good
to
boy.
get wind of his invention. They lined up to buy it, but the two
Good
engineers,
boy.
worried they'd inflate prices and limit access, refused. Instead,
Good
they partnered
boy.
with independent engineers
Yeah, you didn't touch it.
to bring this breakthrough directly to consumers.
Good boy,
The
Loki.
use of Brisa AC is very simple and just takes 30 seconds. Press the button and enjoy
Oh,
continuous
boy.
cooling wherever you are. Brisa AC is
Yeah,
smaller,
separate food up for
lighter,
now.
more efficient,
Talk back to
and
my Siggy.
97% less expensive than regular AC units. If you already have an AC, use Brisa AC instead to save money and stay just as cool. It's much cheaper and just as effective. People across the country are switching to Brisa AC for a smarter, more affordable cooling solution. Right now, Brisa AC is offering at a substantial discount to spread the word, but you'll need to hurry. With heat waves predicted to be some of the worst in the past century, Brisa AC is flying off the shelves. Don't risk going without cool, refreshing air this summer. Click the button on this video or scan the QR code to claim your 50% discount on Brisa AC before they're gone.
All right, let's go. An ad.
So why use Grammarly over ChatGPT? Well, Grammarly offers expert writing suggestions versus something generic that everyone gets while you type in real time. No need to copy paste. You can use it across 100,000 apps and websites. It's not just a spelling or grammar checker. Grammarly is an AI writing tool that helps you in any situation.
Well, you mess with the mouse and you get the horns. Mickey, Shrek, Elsa, Frankenstein's monster, Iron Man, the Minions, these universally recognized characters have joined forces to take on a digital pirate more dangerous than Jack Sparrow, Midjourney AI. This is the entertainment industry's version of the Avengers assembling, but it's Disney versus AI, so maybe everyone is bad? Sort of an oops, all Ultron situation? That's right, in a high-stakes lawsuit with massive implications for the future of generative AI, Disney Enterprises and Universal Studios and their affiliates have sued Midjourney for direct and secondary copyright infringement. The complaint accuses the AI image generation company of systematically exploiting some of the most famous intellectual properties in the world, including characters from Star Wars, Frozen, The Simpsons, and Marvel, without permission or compensation. Universal and Disney say Midjourney is nothing more than a virtual vending machine that spits out copies of copyrighted works on demand. And every time someone asks Midjourney to make a Yoda with a lightsaber or Elsa in front of an ice castle, the company cashes in. And anyone who's ever used a generative AI image generator is like, yeah, that's what makes it fun. But Disney and Universal's suit is a test case for the boundaries of fair use, the definition of derivative works, and whether AI companies can legally profit from training on and replicating protected content without consent. But what happens when your AI tool starts churning out images of Darth Vader, Elsa, and Iron Man, but you didn't pay a dime for the rights? Well, Disney and Universal sued Midjourney in the United States District Court for the Central District of California, that is the federal court that's located largely in Los Angeles, alleging both direct and secondary copyright infringement under the Copyright Act of 1976. The complaint accuses Midjourney of blatant piracy, quote, by helping itself to plaintiffs' copyrighted works and then distributing images and soon videos that blatantly incorporate and copy Disney's and Universal's famous characters without investing a penny in their creation. Midjourney is the quintessential copyright-free rider and bottomless pit of plagiarism. Gee, tell us how you really feel, guys. But Disney and Universal say that Midjourney's business model relies on reproducing their copyrighted works. Quote, Midjourney had to copy plaintiffs' copyrighted works in order for it to be able to subsequently disseminate reproductions and derivatives of plaintiffs' copyrighted works as outputs. Plaintiffs are referring to their rights under the Copyright Act of 1976, codified at 17 U.S.C. Section 101, and continuing from there, which gives creators exclusive rights to their original works of authorship, such as books, music, movies, art, software, and more. As we've covered many times on this channel, the copyright gives creators the exclusive rights to reproduce their work, prepare derivative works, distribute copies, perform the work publicly, or display the work publicly. And unauthorized use of any of these exclusive rights is copyright infringement. However, the fair use exception allows the unlicensed use of a copyright-protected work in certain circumstances, which we'll talk about later, because that's a main defense for Midjourney. But here are some examples that the plaintiffs cite to confirm that Midjourney directly produces images that infringe on their copyrighted characters. Quote, in response to the prompt Mandalorian carrying Baby Yoda, movie still, screen cap, Midjourney accesses the data about Disney's copyrighted works that is stored by the image service and then reproduced, publicly displayed, and made available for download an image output that copies Disney's Mandalorian and Baby Yoda as shown in this screenshot. In response to the prompt Olaf Frozen cartoon, Midjourney came up with this screenshot. In response to the prompt Poe character from the animated film Kung Fu Panda, full body view, screen cap, Midjourney produced this image. So you get the idea. Now there's just pages and pages of these examples, and this is a generally really well-written complaint that really utilizes photos and pictures well, which you don't often see in a federal complaint. But it's just an overwhelming number of examples of outputs that likely infringe on Disney's copyrights. There's not going to be much of a debate here that these particular outputs infringe on Disney's IP. But the complaint alleges that Midjourney is not a passive tool in creating infringing images. Rather, Midjourney controls what content is used to train its AI models, how it's processed, and what outputs are allowed. And plaintiffs say that Midjourney engaged in the following conduct to train its image service. First, Midjourney gathers the copyrighted works from the internet and other sources using, quote, bots, scrapers, stream rippers, video downloaders, and web crawlers. In another context, Midjourney's CEO said the company, quote, grabs everything they can, they dump it in a huge file, and they kind of set it on fire to train some huge thing. Second, to prepare the data for ingestion, Midjourney cleaned the copies of the underlying works that were collected in the previous step through a filtering process and reformatted, such as converted them to a common technical format, the copies that were not filtered out in the cleaning process to train its image service. This step necessarily included creating more copies of the materials obtained in the gathering phase, such as a new copy of each reformatted item. And third, the companies allege that Midjourney uses the collected and cleaned data and copyrighted works to train its image service. Now, the plaintiffs admit they don't know exactly how Midjourney completes this process, but that will be the subject of discovery, I'm sure. And the companies believe this process involves, quote, fixation of copies of plaintiffs' copyrighted works in a tangible medium for which the work can be perceived, reproduced, or otherwise communicated with the aid of a machine or device. And the plaintiffs point out that for Midjourney to work, the copying has to be pervasive, creating copies upon copies of copyrighted imagery. Quote, indeed, in true vending machine form, Midjourney distributes and displays copy after copy of plaintiffs' iconic copyrighted characters to its subscribers and its website as part of its Explore feature. These copies often contain extensive infringing nuance and detail, background elements, costumes, and accessories beyond what was specified in the prompt. And according to the complaint, Midjourney seems to generate infringing images, even when the prompts do not directly reference copyrighted material. For
Odin Valhalla Rising, now available on mobile and PC, exclusively with Google Play Games. Ascend to Valhalla on a larger PC screen and get an exclusive 15% discount for a limited time only. Download Google Play Games
Need some good purrs. Yeah. That'd be some good purrs.
For example, when a researcher entered the prompt, popular 90s animated cartoon with yellow skin into the service, Midjourney generated an image of The Simpsons. When a research team used the prompt, quote, black armor with light sword, movie screen cap AR 16:9, V6.0 style raw, Midjourney created images of Darth Vader and the Mandalorian. Furthermore, when the researchers entered a single word, screen cap, Midjourney came up with images of Spider-Man, Loki, and Elsa, apparently from the films featuring those characters. And Midjourney markets its service by using copyrighted images on its Explore page, which is accessible to subscribers and non-subscribers alike. Quote, there, as an added service to subscribers, Midjourney subscribers can search the various images previously generated by Midjourney for other subscribers. As shown below, this Explore page contains a seemingly limitless trove of infringing copies of plaintiffs' copyrighted works. For example, if you search for Baby Yoda on the Explore page, Midjourney publicly displays images of Disney's Din Grogu character, colloquially known as Baby Yoda, that Midjourney has generated and distributed to its subscribers. And plaintiffs claim that Midjourney is using people's desire to see things like Grogu dressed for Halloween for subscribers. Quote, Midjourney's Explore page manifests its express intention and desire to attract Midjourney subscribers and increase its revenue by exploiting the availability of infringing plaintiffs' content and its ability to reliably reproduce plaintiffs' copyrighted works for its subscribers. Midjourney reportedly earned over $300 million in 2024 and has millions of paying users. Midjourney charges a subscription fee ranging from $10 to $120 per month, and Universal and Disney argue that this economic success is built on the back of unlicensed use of their
Hold on, relax.
Disney and Universal stress that the entertainment industry
relax.
has $billions over the decades
I've got
the
you.
iconic characters that Midjourney is now freely imitating. And they assert that Midjourney's infringement is not incidental or accidental, but calculated and willful. Quote, Midjourney's infringement of plaintiffs' copyrighted works is manifestly willful. Counsel for plaintiffs sent Midjourney letters detailing Midjourney's extensive infringement of plaintiffs' copyrighted works, attached as Exhibits C and D. In this letter, Disney put Midjourney on notice that its image service was generating images of Disney's iconic characters, including The Simpsons, Spider-Man, several Guardians of the Galaxy, characters including Groot, Drax the Destroyer, and Rocket, the Star Wars droids R2-D2 and C-3PO, Stormtroopers, and Buzz Lightyear. Similarly, Universal put Midjourney on notice that its image service was generating images of its iconic characters, including Shrek, Hiccup, and Toothless from the How to Train Your Dragon film franchise, Boss Baby, Po from Kung Fu Panda, and the Minions from Despicable Me and Minions film franchises. Not that it's dispositive, but the complaint alleges that Midjourney did not respond to the plaintiff's letters, and instead the company allegedly doubled down on its infringement. 4 months later, it announced a new and improved version of its service, dubbed V7, and shortly before plaintiffs filed suit, Midjourney's CEO touted its upcoming video service, noting it works well with images from Midjourney. And the plaintiffs argue that Midjourney has full capacity to prevent the creation and display of infringing material, especially since it already uses filters to block nudity and violent content. And the plaintiffs are concerned that, quote, Midjourney is very likely already infringing plaintiffs' copyrighted works in connection with its video service. Now, willful copyright infringement occurs when someone knowingly and intentionally violates copyright law, and this means that they are aware that their actions are infringing on someone else's copyright, and they proceed anyway, either with knowledge or with reckless disregard for the copyright holder's rights. Now, the legal claims here aren't that different from the many lawsuits that have already been filed against AI companies and are currently in process, though there is an emphasis on the outputs of the AI and not just the claimed illegality of using the copyrighted material for inputs and training. But what is different is this is Disney and Universal. This represents the entertainment industry going to war against AI. And the first claim is for direct copyright infringement. This occurs when a party violates one or more of the exclusive rights held by a copyright owner. And to prevail on this claim, the plaintiffs must establish two key elements: that they own a valid copyright in the works at issue, and two, that the defendant copied original protectable elements of those works without authorization. And proving direct infringement involves showing that the works generated by the defendant are either literally copied or are substantially similar to the original works in ways that go beyond general ideas or themes. Now, the term substantial similarity is a term of art. It doesn't just mean, oh, this looks substantially similar. There's a whole test that I won't go into. But in this case, Disney and Universal argue that Midjourney has done exactly that. They allege that the AI image generation service allegedly creates images that clearly depict their protected characters, such as Darth Vader, Elsa, Iron Man, and the Minions. And the visual comparisons that the plaintiffs use seem to show that a simple prompt leads to the output of obviously recognizable images based on their copyrighted properties. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that based on the images in the complaint, every single one of those would infringe on Disney's copyright if there's no defense, regardless of what test you're going to use. And just because we always get comments along these lines, it doesn't matter if the outputted image has never existed before. It's very, very similar to images that do exist and would almost certainly qualify as copyright infringement. And based on that, the plaintiffs argue that because Midjourney controls the system that generates, displays, and distributes those images, the plaintiffs claim that Midjourney is directly responsible for that infringement. And since Midjourney will probably argue that it's not responsible for what its users do with the datasets, plaintiffs also sued for secondary copyright infringement, which is a broader legal category that includes both contributory and vicarious infringement. Unlike direct infringement, secondary liability does not require the defendant to have personally created the infringing content. Instead, it applies when someone facilitates, encourages, or profits from another party's infringing actions. And courts recognize this kind of liability as a way to hold accountable those who, while not directly copying the works themselves, play a critical role in enabling the infringement.
If you don't know where to start in Top Heroes World, the Springland is a great place to start. There are
I
low-level
knew it.
enemies and villages with
To establish contributory infringement, the plaintiffs have to show three elements: that there's been a direct infringement by a third party, such as Midjourney users, that the defendant knew or had reason to know of the infringing activity, and three, that the defendant materially contributed to it. Disney and Universal argue that Midjourney knew its platform was being used to create infringing content, yet took no meaningful steps to prevent it, and instead the company promoted its ability to generate such content and refused to adopt safeguards that could have limited the misuse of its tool. And a similar liability issue came up in A&M Records versus Napster, where the Ninth Circuit ruled that Napster was liable for both contributory and vicarious copyright infringement. The court held Napster liable for contributory infringement because the company knew or should have known that its users were engaging in copyright infringement by sharing music files without authorization. Napster itself didn't share copyrighted music files itself, but Napster materially contributed to that infringement by providing the software and infrastructure that enabled users to find and download copyrighted songs themselves. And the plaintiffs also allege vicarious infringement. They claim Midjourney had both the right and ability to control the infringing activity and had a direct financial interest in the infringing conduct. Vicarious infringement doesn't require the defendant to have actual knowledge of the infringement, and in this case, Disney and Universal say that Midjourney fits the bill. It controls the terms and functionality of its AI platform, has the technical ability to block infringing prompts or outputs, and makes substantial revenue from subscriptions that give users access to the image generation service. They allege that Midjourney not only enables but profits from widespread unauthorized use of their copyrighted material. So based on this, the companies seek injunctive relief to stop the alleged infringement and are also asking the court for damages, including statutory penalties for willful violations. Now, if you pirate an entire industry's worth of IP, you're probably going to want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've gotten in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you got a data breach letter saying your information might have been leaked, or dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. And by the way, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's nothing up front. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. So does Midjourney stand a chance here? Well, when generative AI companies are accused of copying copyrighted works, their first line of defense is almost always fair use. Now, we've covered this a lot. To claim fair use under the Copyright Act, Courts examined four main factors. One, the purpose and character of the use, the nature of the copyrighted work, the amount and substantiality of the works used, and the effect on the potential market for the original. Now, Midjourney, like many of the AI companies, will likely argue that its service is transformative, meaning it changes or adds something new to the original material and serves a different purpose. The company will also say that it doesn't directly copy images, but instead uses data to generate entirely new works based on their users' prompts. Disney's complaint challenges that defense by providing a side-by-side comparison, showing that Midjourney outputs highly recognizable images of protected characters like Darth Vader and the Minions, and these images really do seem to replicate the visual elements that make the characters distinctive. But Midjourney could also point out that the plaintiffs seem to deliberately try to get Midjourney to create infringing images of its characters through prompts that literally say something like Elsa singing in front of an ice castle. But a lot of this is uncharted, and we don't have verdicts in a lot of the AI.
One thing I have to say right now, YouTube, the company. That's why me listening to my music when playing the game is not copyright. Same goes to you, Twitch. It is not being used for the same purpose. It is not something that you have to pay for. And it is not going to affect the market. Please, get your shit straight and stop harassing us streamers. Stop trying to make our lives harder, especially those of us who are disabled. Jackasses.
Copyright cases yet. Though, in one case in 2023, the Supreme Court added an additional dimension to fair use analysis when it decided a case called Andy Warhol Foundation versus Goldsmith, which turned on the first fair use factor. And that case is really interesting. In 1981, photographer Lynn Goldsmith took a portrait photo of Prince, and a few years later she licensed that photo to Vanity Fair for use as an artistic reference. Andy Warhol then created an image of Prince based on that photo without further licensing or Goldsmith's permission. And after Prince's death in 2016, the Warhol Foundation licensed one of its images to Condé Nast for $10,000. Now, Goldsmith didn't receive anything and sued the Warhol Foundation for copyright infringement. And the Supreme Court ruled that the Warhol Foundation infringed on Goldsmith's copyright. The court held that the licensing of the resulting Warhol image for commercial use as basically a magazine cover was not protected under the fair use doctrine. And writing for the majority, Justice Sonia Sotomayor explained that, quote, if an original work and secondary use share the same or highly similar purposes, and the secondary use is of a commercial nature, the first factor is likely to weigh against fair use, absent some other justification for copying. And the artwork Warhol made from Goldsmith's image, dubbed Orange Prince, may be visually distinct and carrying a different enough artistic message to qualify as fair use, but that did not mean the Warhol Foundation could license Orange Prince to a magazine where it would be used in the same context as the Goldsmith photo it was based on. And that decision carried major implications for AI-generated content. Like Warhol, Midjourney creates works that may look different from the copyrighted materials used as inputs, yet those materials still form the backbone of what's being generated. And crucially, Midjourney has built a commercial product on the unauthorized use of copyrighted material.
Stream
and
Elements says find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Arguably, they both share the same purpose. Now, the second fair use factor, the nature of the copyrighted work, might favor the plaintiffs here. Courts generally protect highly creative works like movies, characters, and animated visuals more vigorously than factual or functional works. And since the characters at issue are expressive, fictional creations, that factor is probably going to cut against Midjourney. On the third factor, Midjourney could argue that it doesn't store or reproduce the original images outright, but rather processes them into abstract mathematical patterns. However, so far courts have been skeptical of this kind of argument, especially when the AI outputs are nearly indistinguishable from the copyrighted source. The fact that Midjourney's service allows users to generate images as iconic characters on demand makes it difficult to claim that only a small or insubstantial portion of the copyrighted work was used. And the fourth factor, the market harm, could be one of the strongest arguments for Disney and Universal. They maintain that Midjourney enables unlicensed, unauthorized use of their characters in a way that competes with or devalues the licensing of their own images. And their licensing business is huge. If you were the type of person who wanted a painting of Star Wars in the style of Thomas Kincaid, you can buy that from Kincaid, who paid a license. And even if users aren't selling the images, the availability of free AI-generated character art may reduce the market for official merchandise, content licensing, or derivative works. And as with the Warhol case, the courts ask not just whether the new images look different from the copyrighted works, but whether they compete with or substitute for the original in the marketplace. And if it does, the fair use defense starts to look a lot weaker. Now, Now, the fourth factor was also decisive in one of the few cases on AI that we have a result. It's a case called Thomson Reuters versus Ross, where the court found that Ross Intelligence harmed the potential market for Westlaw by using its proprietary editorial content to build a competitor. But that case did not involve generative AI, and as so often happens in law, the new technology is moving at warp speed, while the law is stuck in traffic. So that means that the law is currently in a state of flux. And there's no single settled legal standard in US law that applies to generative AI. Courts are navigating uncharted territory, often relying on precedent from cases involving large data sets. But those cases typically don't involve systems that produce new creative outputs like AI does. For example, the Supreme Court has ruled that factual compilations like the White Pages, that's a place where you look up phone numbers, or at least you used to before the internet existed, lack the originality required for copyright since facts alone aren't protected. And the courts have also ruled that scraping public data is largely legal. In a case called HiQ Labs versus LinkedIn, for instance, the Ninth Circuit held that LinkedIn couldn't block a small analytics firm from scraping public user profiles since personal facts aren't copyrightable either. And AI companies like Midjourney argue that they're merely building indexes to the internet, similar to the White Pages or public LinkedIn profiles. And if that analogy holds up, then AI companies are really going to rely on cases that involve data mining, like the Authors Guild versus Google, which was a landmark case over the Google book search. In that case, Google scanned millions of books, some in the public domain, but others still under copyright, and made them searchable, offering only a brief snippet of the copyrighted works. There, the authors and the publishers sued, arguing that the scans were unauthorized and violated copyright law. But after a decade of litigation, the Second Circuit ruled in Google's favor, holding that the digitization and snippet display were fair use. And the court found that Google's use transformative because it created a searchable index that didn't replace the market for the original books. Readers still had to buy the book to read it, so using copyrighted works to train or power a new tool, especially one that doesn't substitute for the original, can qualify as fair use. And AI companies argue that just like Google, their scraping is protected by fair use. And does scraping billions of images hurt the market for the original in any way? Not necessarily, although of course, factual context matters. And there's an argument that using artwork to train machines to do other things like making new art could be so transformative that you can't look at the finished product and conclude that it's based on hundreds of other works. And users can create Midjourney to create works that are clearly transformative and new. But the problem with Midjourney is that it can also be used to create knockoffs of the plaintiff's characters, and that Midjourney profits from that. So we ultimately don't know how the courts are going to come down and view this new technology, but the stakes are obviously huge. These cases could lead to the end of AI as we know it, but it's also possible that the case could lead to some kind of settlement where Midjourney agrees to pay a licensing fee to Universal and Disney. But AI is obviously incredibly divisive. And when news of this lawsuit broke, over 375 sources covered it, with about 35% of the sources reporting from the left, 50% coming from the center, and only 15% coming from the right. But when you examine the headlines, you see some very different frames emerge that shape how readers interpret and understand the events that are unfolding. From the right, the most common themes are to emphasize the potential copyright violations of Midjourney, often referring to them as pirates. On the left, we see a focus on the unfairness toward individual artists. And from the center, we see one of the strangest media biases we've ever seen, deference to how Midjourney might affect Darth Vader and Shrek specifically. But the headlines you read first have immense power to shape how you understand the news, and that's why I like to see the news from as many angles as I can, which I do with the help of today's sponsor, Ground News. Ground News is a website and app developed by a former NASA engineer on a mission to give readers an easy, data-driven, objective way to read the news. And right now they're offering Legal Eaglets 40% off their unlimited access Vantage subscription. You can scan the QR code or use the link in the description to get a discount for a limited time.
Yep,
because
still waiting for him to come back to the last bit.
From around the world and across the political spectrum, so you can see the bias and compare coverage.
He's being really good.
A quick visual breakdown of the
and yes,
bias,
I did get them out.
Ownership of the sources reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. One of my favorite parts is their bias comparison feature, which highlights specific differences in reporting across the political spectrum.
Of course, both of them only went P,
from sources you've never heard of, where there's no telling who owns it or what agenda they might have. I also love their blind spot feature, which shows you stories that are underreported by either side of the political spectrum. Like this related story of Microsoft planning to cut thousands of sales jobs because of new AI-powered technology, trained in part on data generated by a human sales force. Now, this story was mostly ignored by the right, representing less than 20% of the sources reporting, but this type of analysis helps explain why we often talk past each other and why some people seem hyper-focused on what to others seems like nonsense or fake news. But all this is why Ground News is my favorite way to get the news. And as a legal eaglet, you can save 40% off the Ground News Vantage subscription by scanning the code that's on screen or clicking the
Nosy.
link down below. This subscription gives you unlimited access to every feature, including the Bias Insight tool and Blind Spot feed. And by subscribing, you
Probably.
support an
Makes
independent news
sense.
platform working to make the media landscape more transparent. So click the link below or scan the code today. Or if you like, click on this link over here for more Legal Eagle.
Definitely
and
what
I'll
he's
see you
thinking.
in court.
No, you're not one of the
Want to
hunters.
break into cybersecurity?
One of my Facebook people that I follow. When their Great Pyrenees killed a coyote or multiple,
Yeah.
they get a package of hamburger.
Yeah. I think you're showing me that.
Package of hamburger or steaks.
Yep.
Good treat for good bucks.
Yep.
Didn't Mom tell you? She's working 3 to 11 too.
No, she didn't. I had no clue.
Yeah, she's gonna be training a new girl on swing shift.
Yeah. Ah, crap. These guys haven't been pushing that narrative at all. So
Donald Trump is having a complete meltdown this morning. He's behaving like an absolute lunatic. But what else is new? He appears to be threatening nuclear war with Russia. Here's what Donald Trump just posted on social media moments ago.
Really?
I hear former President Medvedev from Russia casually throwing around the N-word, nuclear, exclamation point, and saying that he and other countries would supply nuclear warheads to Iran. Did he really say that, or is it just a figment of my imagination? If he did say that, and if confirmed, please let me know immediately. And Donald Trump puts immediately in all caps. The N-word should not be treated so casually. I guess that's why Putin's the boss. And he puts that in caps. By the way, if anyone thinks our hardware, and he puts that in quotes, was great over the weekend, far and away the strongest and best equipment we have, 20 years advanced over the pack, is our nuclear submarines. They are the most powerful and
just when you think he's
and lethal weapons ever built, and just launched the 30 Tomahawks. All 30 hit their mark perfectly. So, in addition to our great fighter pilots, thank you to the captain and crew! Exclamation point. These are the rantings and ravings of an absolute lunatic who this morning is threatening nuclear war, is calling it the N-word, and is saying, did I hear former Russian President Medvedev say that he was going to use the N-word and that he was going to supply Iran with nuclear warheads? This is what Donald Trump is talking about this morning. This is what he's posting on social media. He was also panic posting the following this morning as well. This is all in caps. Everyone keep oil prices down. I'm watching! Exclamation point. You're playing right into the hands of the enemy. Don't do it! Exclamation point. That's what you're posting in the morning? You sound like a panicked lunatic. He then posts the following as well, straight from the Central Planning Department of the Trump regime. To the Department of Energy, drill, baby, drill, drill, baby, drill, and I mean now! Exclamation point. Does he think the Department of Energy does the drilling? Drill, baby, drill, Department of Energy. Oh, and then he also attacked Republican Congress member Thomas Massie of Kentucky. Get this bum out of office ASAP. Get this bum out of office ASAP! Exclamation point. Now, oil prices are surging, which you're going to feel at the pump soon, as inflation continues to rise, as unemployment continues to rise, as GDP continues to contract. Oil prices are surging in the wake of U.S. strikes in Iran. The U.S. oil futures jumped 3.6% Sunday to about $76.47 per barrel, and it seems that it's only going to be getting higher with rhetoric like Donald Trump is using this morning. One of the main issues is whether or not Iran will shut down the Strait of Hormuz. And the Strait of Hormuz passes right by Iran and Oman. At least 2 super tankers made U-turns at the Strait of Hormuz following the U.S. military strikes in Iran. Ship tracking data shows as more than a week of violence in the region is prompting vessels to speed, pause, or alter their journeys. Also, the United States State Department sent out a notice to all Americans in Qatar to shelter in place, that their lives are in jeopardy as a result of potentially being targeted following the United States strikes on Iran. George Conway posted the following: "Gosh, I'm shocked that the verbally and mathematically subliterate, quote, businessman who cheated to get into Penn, bankrupted so many of his businesses, and pissed away so much of his real estate fortune his father created, doesn't have a clue about the law of supply and demand." That's in response to Donald Trump's post this morning. "Everyone, keep oil prices down. You're going to fall right into the enemy's hands. Keep oil prices down." George Perks writes, "It turns out creating a situation where 25% of global petroleum liquids might go offline at any minute has an impact on oil prices. Who could have guessed that?" Meanwhile, Iran's military central command spokesperson issued the following statement: "Mr. Trump the gambler, you may start this war, but we will be the ones who end it." As we look at some of the high-resolution satellite imagery of the Fordow nuclear facility, it does not appear that the facility was completely destroyed. It does appear it was damaged. But we do see here, if you look at this photo and you zoom in, you'll see 16 cargo trucks were entering tunnels at Iran's Fordow nuclear facility shortly before the U.S.-Israeli strike, raising concerns that Tehran may have secretly relocated enriched uranium or critical nuclear minerals ahead of the bombing. Lots of people were also saying that as a result of Donald Trump's social media posts and Trump's behavior and his statements, like, oh, we're planning something far bigger than a ceasefire, that Donald Trump also tipped off Iran for what was going to happen so that they were able to limit the damage that was actually being caused. I think Jake Bro makes a good point here when he shows this photo of former presidents giving speeches to the American people at the White House and contrasts it with Donald Trump. Jake goes, "I have never seen a U.S. president that was so weak and so scared about talking military action that he needed his yes men entourage to keep him company at the podium in the Cross Hall." Donald Trump came out there with J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, and Pete Hegseth, versus in the past, commanders-in-chief addressing the American people directly. From the New York Times over the past 24 hours, Trump's incessant tweets gave away his war plans and convinced the Iranians to hide a ton of uranium. Nice job, Donald. And who do we have right now as running counterterrorism in the United States? This guy, Thomas Fugate, 22-year-old. He was a grocery store clerk, and that's what he was doing. But he was a big MAGA person, and that's ultimately why I was reading what the meme actually says. But he was a grocery store clerk, and that's why.
I dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store preloaded with 20 handpicked products that are trending all over the world.
No!
He was a big MAGA supporter, ultimately picked by Trump because he was a big MAGA fan, has no counterterrorism experience before.
Is listening to the craziness of the world making you just want to cuddle up on the couch with your cat? Me too. This podcast is sponsored by Smalls. If you're a listener of this show, you know that my cat cannot live without Smalls. To get 60% off your first order plus free shipping, head to smalls.com and use our promo code MIDAS for a limited time only. Smalls cat food is protein-packed recipes made with preservative-free ingredients you'd find in your fridge, and it's delivered right to your door. That's why Cats.com named Smalls their best overall cat food. My cat Chubbs eats Smalls every day, and his favorite flavor is the chicken and
Christmas
turkey.
Pokeball.
My cat prefers Smalls
Ho,
way
ho,
more than
ho.
their previous cat food. I
But I
legitimately
only
did a
have
taste test
access
and
to
put two
ho,
bowls side
ho.
by side, and
Ho.
they immediately went to Smalls. Since making the switch to Smalls, my cat has had fewer hairballs, more balanced energy, a healthier weight, a softer and shinier fur coat, and a less stinky litter box. Still not a believer in Smalls? Forbes ranked Smalls best
Anything
overall
else up
cat
there?
food, while BuzzFeed said, my cats went completely ballistic for this stuff. Smalls is possibly my favorite sponsor ever because my cat Chubbs is frankly obsessed. I used Smalls as a topper to transition Chubbs to Smalls, and the transition went perfectly. My cat's breath is so much better, and their fur is much softer ever since I switched to Smalls. Smalls also has a bunch of amazing treats and snacks that you can add to your order, and my cats love all of them that came in the most recent box. What are you waiting for? Give
Oh,
your
that's that
cat the food they
battery
deserve.
cell.
For a limited time only, because you're a listener of the Midas Touch podcast, you can get 60%
I gotta
off
look
your
for more of
first Smalls
those.
order plus free shipping by using my code MIDAS. That's 60% off when you head to smalls.com and use promo code MIDAS. Again, that's promo code MIDAS for 60% off your first order plus free shipping at smalls.com.
Pat Ryan, a veteran who served 2 combat tours in Iraq, says the following: Trump is claiming his strikes on Iran made the American people safer. He is dangerously wrong. I served 2 combat tours in Iraq and am now in the Armed Service Committee. His actions were not only unconstitutional, they have made America less safe, not more. Here's why. Within hours of strikes, Trump said the nuclear facilities were completely and totally obliterated. This was literally impossible to know. A battle damage assessment takes days or even weeks, especially given the secretive and fortified nature of all 3 targets. This morning, Chairman Kaine made it clear it was far too soon to know whether Iran's nuclear program was destroyed. I hope and pray the strike was successful, but there's a real chance the operation wasn't fully effective. If so, the risk to the
Gotta
U.S.
remember,
is
I'm not
dramatically higher. Iran now has every motivation to break out and develop a nuclear weapon as quickly as possible. Given the lack of clear rationale for why this preventative strike was needed and what exactly it was capable of achieving, this is an incredibly dangerous amount of risk to take on. I know Trump said he now wants peace. I share that goal. The problem is that, as Secretary Mattis always says, in war, the enemy gets a vote. We have 40,000 troops in theater. The risk of an Iranian or proxy counterattack is much higher. I'm praying for their safety. It's not just conventional attacks from Iran, ballistic missiles, drones I'm worried about. It's asymmetric escalation, cyber, closing the Strait of Hormuz, militant groups in Iraq deciding they have nothing to lose. It's, God forbid, a strike on the homeland. I love our country. I proudly put my life on the line to keep the American people safe, and I'm under no illusions about the Iranian regime. It's evil. But war is hell, and Trump just introduced
bastards.
an incredible amount of risk and volatility
without
into
a
the
pickaxe.
global order. For a guy who ran on keeping us out of war, this is a total 180, and he did it without ever making the case to the American people or involving Congress or even getting on the same page as his own director of national intelligence. That's deeply wrong and un-American. We need to have an honest conversation
want
as
that.
a country about what comes next, and we cannot repeat our approach from 2001 and 2002. The answer cannot be we'll figure it out as we go.
Resource
I
on
lost
for
too
that.
many friends because of that logic.
Knockback sticks.
Meanwhile, you have MAGA Republican Senator Joni Ernst from Iowa. She says, this is not a war. We're not actually in a war. This was just a strike. This is not a war. Here's what she says. Play this clip.
They do not want to see a war. This is not a war. This was a strike on a threat to the United States of America. I would say as well, this is retribution, Harris, for the thousands of American lives that have been taken by Iran through direct strikes from Iran, as well as their terrorist proxy.
Meanwhile, you've got MAGA Republican Congressmember Pat Harrington on Fox saying
We're trying to lower the temperature by raising the temperature. Play this clip.
Be with you. Look, this is certainly a
Oh,
dynamic environment,
right,
right?
that's not
We're
good.
trying to lower the temperature of global conflict while simultaneously kind of raising it here in order to lower it. And so I think the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is exactly right. It would be Iran's
Nope,
worst
getting my ass
decision
kicked.
possible
At least
to
I won't
this
have to deal
point.
with
They've
them
made
anymore.
a lot of bad decisions up till this juncture to come back and attack America or American troops. I genuinely hope that they don't do that, but we'll just have to wait and see here.
Then you had MAGA Republican Congress member Keith Self threatening to bomb downtown Tehran. Play this clip.
I don't think they'll go big because if the president's promised if they go big with major missile strikes against our assets, we'll go back downtown Tehran probably. But yes, it is time for them to come to the table, to negotiate the peace that we have demonstrated. The president is serious when he says the U.S. will demonstrate peace through strength. We did that. Now it's time for Iran to come back to the table and make a deal with the president.
All right, we will be watching very closely. Of course, Texas.
And then moments ago in front of the White House, you had Donald Trump's faith office praying and speaking in tongues at the White House. Play this clip.
And this
Yeah,
is the
grab
time.
it.
And so we declare right now from the capital of our nation that America will come back to God. We will come back to God. Nothing will stop this nation. And we speak right now by the authority of heaven.
That's what's going on in the White House right now. Donald Trump threatening nuclear war against Russia and calling it the N-word. I'm Ben Meiselas. This is the Midas Touch Network. Hit subscribe. Help us get to 6 million subscribers.
The truth is more important than ever. Check out our new Truth Over Lies collection at store.
I thought it might do that.
We got a loose nukes alert. A loose nukes alert. Again, I've got to do a hot take, no pun intended, about the missing uranium stockpile by Iran. We are now about 10 days post Israel attacking the nuclear capacity and facilities of Iran. We're now 2 days past the United States using a combination of Tomahawk missiles launched from submarines and the mother of all bunker busters launched from stealth bombers, B-2 bombers, 50,000 feet in the sky. And we don't know where the arsenal of the stockpile of the uranium is that we were fighting over. You'd think we'd want to secure that kind of early in the game, don't you? But that's not how the Trump administration works. Everything's half-baked. So 408 kilograms of uranium. Picture about a dozen traditional water heaters, those kind of size containers. That's all you
not
need
cool.
for the entire stockpile.
That's a
And in
tease.
there is already enriched uranium up to 60%, up to 93%, which makes it, when you get to the 90%, makes its weapons grade, is missing. How do I know? Because 3 days ago, when the war was only at the beginning, the International Inspection Organization that deals with nuclear weapons, its head said, we do not know where the 408 kilograms, enough to make 10 nuclear bombs, is. And I thought, well, all right, with all of our intelligence and that of the Israelis, we must know where it is now, right? Stay tuned for that cliffhanger here on my Legal AF update on Michael Popak. All right, so where is it? Marco Rubio over the weekend tells everybody that they're pretty convinced that it hasn't been moved. Okay, but that doesn't answer the question. Insiders within Tehran who have given reports to various news outlets and insiders within Mossad, the intelligence agency for the and Shin Bet for the Israelis, have said the following: that they believe that while at one time the uranium stockpile was in Natanz or in Fordo, that's that hardened facility in a mountain 23 stories down, or in Isfahan, they don't believe it's there any longer. In fact, they're pretty convinced that it was already moved, a large portion of it, and it is in clandestine sites along with advanced centrifuges, which are need to spin this thing into the appropriate enrichment level to make a bomb before the war started. Marco Rubio says, well, don't worry, because if they had it in a truck, the Israelis would have caught it. That was your planning? That was your war plan? All I can do is tell you that on Monday, after Saturday's bombing, we as an American people, we as an American government do not know where the stockpile is, the weapons of mass destruction that we dropped the bomb over. Does this sound familiar? WMDs missing in action while we attack another country and start a war? It's like a Republican thing. At least the Democrats would have secured the stockpile. It wouldn't have loose nukes out there. Now,
maybe
there are some things that bode to our advantage, that there are now 11 less Iranian nuclear scientists, top nuclear scientists.
What's up, homie?
So that helps. But I'm not focused on the human assets that have been destroyed and taken out, including one just the other day. I'm talking about where's the 418 kilograms? Where are the advanced centrifuges? Now, one of the things we were targeting at Fordo was that there were just like these 2 centrifuge rooms with these high spinning, perfectly calibrated advanced centrifuges. And we believe we've destroyed it. Although there's more bombing going on by the U.S. today that's been reported at Fordo. I guess they want to make sure that nobody easily gets back to it to assess the damage. So they're taking out the roads and the electrical grid around it. They're not using those bunker buster bombs at this moment, but they're still firing Tomahawk missiles on Isfahan. And now they're going around and the Israelis are going around and taking out other symbols of the regime, including, I heard today that they took out the Israeli destruction clock that they had predicting that 2040 they would be able to eradicate Israel. They took that out of a public square along with some other things, and they tried to open the gate to a prison to release political prisoners. So you got that going for it. But where is the 418 kilograms, and why doesn't the Trump administration care about it?
Some dungeon entrances in Top Heroes are super sneaky. At Sentry Tower, most players just grab the chest and leave.
Yeah, I thought this is what we're fighting over. If you have bombed the 3 major facilities, and there's a 4th one I'm going to talk about in a minute. If you've bombed the 3 major facilities, but you haven't secured the loose nukes, as Obama used to call them, then what's to stop them from just restarting it, installing the centrifuges somewhere else, and now rapidly move towards making the bomb? Has Donald Trump just created a fait accompli, right? Has he just created a self-fulfilling prophecy where they weren't close to making a bomb yet? The Ayatollah hadn't given the command for that, but now they're going to, because they're desperate and they feel they need the nukes in order to defend their country. So have we just created nuclear proliferation in Iran? That's the real question. Because when you look at the chart of activity, when Donald Trump went after them in 2018 and pulled out of the deals that Obama had set up, that created an incentive for Iran and Tehran to accelerate their nuclear programs. So you see a tremendous spike in activity and the building of these facilities after Donald Trump killed diplomacy the first time. This is who we're dealing with. Well, we've just killed diplomacy with a scorched earth bombing for all intents and purposes. So will they now, with the remaining, assuming they have, and I think it's a very good assumption, they have the 400 kilograms of enriched uranium and the centrifuges to get it, the bulk of it, from 60% up to the 90% that they need. Do they now move forward and make a bomb, or more than one? And then lastly, nobody's talking about, and this is a problem, because they're buying into the Trump narrative that we hit and obliterated the entirety of the nuclear capacity for Iran. Not if other reporting is right, that there is another mountain layer for nuclear production, which we call Pickaxe. That's double the depth of Fordo. It was hard enough We haven't even done the proper assessment yet to know whether we destroyed 22 stories down. Like if you took a 22-story building in New York and you turned it upside down, we don't even know if those 12 bombs, one after another, down that hole was able to destroy that. Let's assume it did. Pickaxe Mountain, where there has been rumored for the last 3 years that there's another hardened facility, double the depth, so 600 feet below ground, which we did not attack. What if there is a fair share of the uranium there, along with the advanced centrifuges? It would not take the Iranians long to come back online. It is a concern, and it's being minimized by mainstream media about the loose enriched uranium that no one from the international community nor the Americans know where it is. That should be job number one at locating it and negotiating it. And of course, the Iranians, if they don't have it, they need to bluff that they do. And if they do have it, they have tremendous leverage in any negotiations on a peace deal. You know, Donald Trump wants an unconditional surrender, and they'll let the Ayatollah run his country, and they'll as long as they stop having any nuclear weapons. And that's it, unconditional surrender. And of course, Iran doesn't want that, and they don't like the attack on their national honor and the rest. So, you know, the chances that they're suddenly going to come to the table and bargain their way out of this are pretty slim.
Yes.
We'll continue to
Got
follow
him.
what happens next as I get more information about Pickaxe Mountain and why we didn't bomb that.
I don't need to get
and
Berserker on my
where
team.
is the 418 kilograms of weapons grade uranium. I will report it right here on Legal AF. So until my next report, I'm Michael Popak. Can't get your fill of Legal AF? Me neither. That's why we formed the Legal AF Substack. Every time we mention something in a hot take, whether it's a court filing or a oral argument, come over to the Substack. You'll find the court filing and the oral argument there.
This is a breaking news alert as all hell continues to break loose in the Middle East. Iran is officially retaliating. They've launched medium-range ballistic missiles at a United States Air Force base in Qatar. Several U.S. defense officials have confirmed that U.S. forces at the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar were attacked earlier with short-range and medium-range ballistic missiles fired from Iran. No reports so far of any casualties to U.S. service members stationed in Qatar or the Middle East. Kuwait, Iraq have joined also Bahrain and the UAE and Qatar in now closing their airspace following the Iranian ballistic missile attack against the U.S. air base in Qatar. The White House is saying that Trump is monitoring the situation. Iran is calling this Operation Glad Tidings of Victory, again, targeting U.S. forces. And at this stage, we're getting footage like this. Panic scene in Doha during the Iranian ballistic missile attack earlier against the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. You can play this footage right here. Here we see the sirens sounding earlier in Bahrain as residents were told to take shelter. Let's play this clip right here. This is footage showing surface-to-air missiles launched from the Al Udeid Air Base intercepting the Iranian ballistic missiles earlier over Doha, Qatar. So you can see that. Play this clip. So right now, Trump is currently in the Situation Room. U.S. jets are scrambling over Saudi Arabia right now. The New York Times is reporting that Iran allegedly coordinated the attacks on the American airbase with Qatar and Qatari officials and gave advance notice that the attacks were coming to minimize casualties, according to 3 Iranian officials familiar with the plans. The officials said Iran symbolically needed to strike back at the U.S., but at the same time carry it out in a way that allowed all sides an exit ramp. They described it similar to the strategy to 2020, when Iran gave Iraq a heads up before firing ballistic missiles, an American base in Iraq following the assassination of its top general. The latest we have is Trump monitoring imminent threats against multiple U.S. bases in the Middle East now, potential Iranian retaliation against other bases as well. We will keep you posted there as we learn more. I had the opportunity to interview Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries and also the Democratic ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee, Democratic Congressmember Himes. The 2 top Democrats in this area. I interviewed them right before the retaliatory strikes. I want to play for you Democratic leader Jeffries, who talks about how Donald Trump's declaration of war powers is unconstitutional, a violation of the Constitution. Democratic leader Jeffries didn't mince words when I interviewed him. And then Democratic ranking member Himes of the Intelligence Committee. And the news was breaking as I was interviewing him. Let me bring you both of these interviews together now. Let's play them. I'm joined by Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries. Leader Jeffries, I want to get your reaction to the strikes by the United States of Iran, the fallout, the fact that Trump did not seek congressional authorization and didn't seem to even give any notification to at least Democrats. So what's your response to everything that just happened?
Constitution is very clear on this issue that only Congress has the power to declare war and to authorize the type of offensive military action that Donald Trump deployed in striking Iran. Now, Donald Trump is going to have to demonstrate to the American people and to us in Congress that there was an imminent threat that justified his actions. It's hard to imagine that he has the ability to actually prove that, because we've seen no evidence to justify this type of offensive strike. And the problem with it is that there doesn't also seem to be a plan for how to avoid the type of escalation that could result in America being dragged into another potentially disastrous Middle Eastern war, which the overwhelming majority of the American people want no part of at this moment.
It seemed that less than 90 days ago, Donald Trump's director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified under oath that there was not an imminent threat of Iran getting a nuclear weapon. Then all of a sudden, it seemed like in the past 2 weeks, behind the scenes, I mean, we would get drips of things happening. You know, things started escalating very, very quickly. And then all of a sudden, these strikes happened. There wasn't even any communication at all with the American people of what was happening. I mean, we get Trump's social media posts online, including this
Stream
morning that
Elements
looks
says
like
find
the
me in
rantings
other
and
places
ravings
Discord,
of
Twitter,
a lunatic
YouTube,
with exclamation
Steam,
points. We'll
Xbox,
talk
and
about the one from
PlayStation
this
Old
morning,
Mage
but
Guy on TikTok as Mage.
it's unclear what the hell is even happening. I think that's what the hell is happening is a common thing I'm hearing from our audience.
The reason that the Constitution, in the wisdom of the framers, gives Congress exclusively the power to declare war and authorize military force is so that there can actually be an informed debate in public that allows the American people, through their elected representatives in the House and in the Senate, to make a decision about what is right for the country, what's in our best interest, what's in our national security interest. And so the failure to have that happen is a high bar that Donald Trump needs to cross in order to demonstrate that aggressive diplomacy, which I called for, wasn't the right way to go. And what was strange about it all is that on Friday, he indicated that we're going to allow for 2 weeks to take place so that we can see if we can arrive
Sort is
at
faster.
an agreement related to stopping Iran from becoming nuclear capable, which is a goal that we all share. Iran is a sworn enemy of the United States of America. We cannot allow them to become a nuclear power. The question, of course, is what is the best way to do that? And the moment seemed to call for aggressive diplomacy, not a strike that was not authorized by the United States Congress.
Then a week before Trump said that, there was supposed to be, I think, the 6th round of discussions with Iran on the prior Sunday. And then Israel struck, I think, 2 or 3 days before there was supposed to be the 6th round. And then the Trump regime was basically saying, oh, that was all part of our decoy. We said we were doing a 6th round of discussion, but tricked you. And we did this because nothing's making sense. Have you been briefed? Have Democrats been briefed? Is Congress been briefed? Is there going to be a briefing? What's going on?
So we'll have an all-member briefing that takes place for the House of Representatives tomorrow. I spoke to the White House on Saturday, and I asked them for a leadership briefing, which has yet to be forthcoming. And if you have evidence that justifies a strike because of an alleged imminent threat of Iran becoming nuclear capable, all of a sudden present that evidence. And in the absence of doing that, you're hiding from congressional leadership on the Democratic side, and you're hiding, by extension, from the American people. So tomorrow, at that all-member classified briefing, I expect that on the Democratic side, at least, and perhaps a handful of Republicans are going to highly scrutinize the Trump administration, both as it relates to the justification for this strike without following the constitutional process, and the boastful claims that Donald Trump has made that the Iranian nuclear program has been completely and totally obliterated. We've also seen no evidence to suggest that that in fact was the case, notwithstanding the bravery of the men and women in the armed services who carried out the strike, and we continue to pray for them and for their safety. But this is about the Trump administration and the constitutional process that's in place, the law that is required in order to authorize military force that they have not adhered to, as far as we can tell at this moment, and questioning the aftermath of the strike in terms of was it even successful, and what's their plan to avoid entering into another potentially disastrous Middle Eastern war.
How unusual is it that there would not be a Gang of 8 brief or a leadership brief at this stage, and that it's the very first time that you or other leaders of the House Intelligence Committee are going to find out anything about what happened would be a few days after the strike took? How unusual is that?
It's highly unusual that there wasn't a briefing in advance of any potential military action being contemplated
There wasn't
by
enough
the Trump
water there.
administration. Then he strikes Iran without congressional authorization. And then days have gone by without even a Gang of 8 briefing, which of course represents the top 4 legislative leaders in the Congress and the top 4 leaders of the House and Senate Intelligence Committee. I mean, this is extraordinary. And I explicitly asked,
all you need to do is download Buff, let it run in the background as you play, and just like that you'll start earning Buff points. These can be used in the marketplace to purchase things like Riot gift cards, Steam vouchers, or even just gaming gear in general. It's a free program that works while you're playing your favorite games, and they support things like Valorant, League, as well as countless other titles. So what are you waiting for?
Donald Trump's Justice Department indicted a judge, they've arrested a mayor, they tackled a U.S. senator, and now they've charged a U.S. congresswoman for supposedly assaulting ICE agents. Now, assault has a very specific legal definition, and assault isn't just touching someone. Assault means you've placed someone in reasonable fear for their personal safety. So maybe Trump's personal lawyer turned interim U.S. attorney for New Jersey with zero criminal justice experience knows something about criminal justice we don't. But it sure looks like the Trump administration is making a concerted attempt to intimidate elected Democratic officials by weaponizing law enforcement, which is weird because I'm pretty sure I remember Attorney General Pam Bondi promising to end the weaponization of the DOJ at her confirmation hearing.
As Attorney General, how will you prevent the weaponization of the Department of Justice against Americans?
And Senator, you just gave the classic example of what's been happening regarding the weaponization. Will stop, must stop.
So let's break those charges down and take a closer look at the evidence behind them. The arrests of Newark Mayor Ras Baraka and Representative LaMonica McIver began with an incident on May 9th at Delaney Hall, a 1,000-bed immigrant detention center in Newark, New Jersey. Delaney Hall is owned by the GEO Group, a private prison company which inked a 15-year, billion-dollar contract with the Department of Homeland Security in February. Fun fact, Attorney General Pam Bondi used to be a lobbyist for GEO Group, which paid her almost $400,000 in 2019. Probably just a coincidence that the EPA just dropped a complaint against GEO for unsafe working conditions at another immigrant detention center in California. The company crowed to investors that it would pocket $60 million a year to run the largest immigration detention center in the New York metro area. Almost immediately, GEO Group started housing immigrants there, despite the city of Newark claiming that they had no certificate of occupancy and were refusing access to health and safety inspectors. The facility has become a flashpoint for protesters. Detainees report being given inadequate and rotten food with meals served at irregular hours, sometimes as late as 11:30 p.m. That represents a serious health risk for people with conditions like diabetes who need to maintain their blood sugar levels. It also makes prisoners really agitated, and on June 13th, there were reports of an uprising among detainees protesting insufficient food and inhumane conditions. In fact, 4 prisoners escaped by pushing through an exterior wall, which was reportedly made of drywall and mesh, which is a pretty strong indication that those protesters had a point about the GEO Group throwing open the doors and grabbing stacks of taxpayer cash before making sure that the building was habitable. The facility is reportedly being vacated pending a security review. On the afternoon of May 9th, New Jersey Representatives LaMonica McIver, Bonnie Watson-Coleman, and Rob Menendez Jr. showed up at the facility along with Mayor Baraka. Representative Coleman tweeted, "We're at Delaney Hall, an ICE prison in Newark that opened without permission from the city and in violation of local ordinances. We've heard stories of what it's like in other ICE prisons. We're exercising our oversight authority to see for ourselves." What happened next is not entirely clear, thanks in large part to the government, which has put out multiple versions of the story. While it was going on, that is, while the representatives were in the waiting room, the Department of Homeland Security put out a press release stating that a group of protesters, including 2 members of the U.S. House of Representatives, stormed the gate and broke into the detention facility. Representatives Robert Menendez Jr. and Bonnie Watson-Coleman and multiple protesters are holed up in a guard shack, the first security checkpoint. And DHS spokeswoman Tricia McLaughlin told CNN that we actually have body camera footage of those members of Congress assaulting these ICE enforcement officers, including body slamming a female ICE officer. Bonnie Watson-Coleman is 80. She's not body slamming anybody. And while Representatives Menendez and McIver are in their 30s, they're not exactly linebackers. The timeline here is critical, and the Washington Post laid it out really cleanly, so let's look at this moment by moment. At 1:15, the congressional representatives approached the gate at Delaney Hall. They did not storm the gate. They did not need to storm the gate. They are entitled to enter to conduct oversight at any time under the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2024, and they don't have to call first, as Representative Menendez pointed out. In fact, ICE's own policy manual acknowledges this, and the fact that the staff at Delaney Hall were unaware of it and initially refused these congresspeople entry does not exactly convey that GEO was totally prepared to open a federal detention facility in compliance with all state and federal laws. At 1:21, the gate opened to let in a car, and the representatives walked in behind it. According to the Post, Homeland Security agents, some of them wearing camouflage, emerged from the facility and escorted the 3 inside to a waiting area where they were made to wait for an hour. At roughly 1:48, the guards let Mayor Baraka inside the gate with his security detail. It's not clear why they let him in, and again, the government has told multiple versions of this story to different federal judges. Was he admitted because the guard was under the impression that he was part of the congressional delegation? Was he allowed to enter into the secured area when the guard became concerned for his safety amidst the crowd of protesters? Did he break into the facility some other way, perhaps scaling the walls like Spider-Man, as implied by the suggestion that he unlawfully entered and remained inside Delaney Hall? For what it's worth, Baraka says that the guard invited him inside in hopes of calming the crowd. Once inside, Baraka basically stood in the yard for about 45 minutes until 2:33, when Homeland Security agents came out of the facility and told him to get out. After about 5 minutes of back and forth, the agent in charge threatened to arrest Baraka, at which point he agreed to leave. You can hear the agent say, "All right then, walk out."
All right then, walk out. Walk out.
Which he did at 2:39, accompanied by his bodyguards and the members of Congress. According to Menendez, the representatives then went back inside the gate and prepared to tour the facility.
Right? We went inside and were there for over an hour and a half. When we came back, that's when we saw the mayor.
But when they overheard agents discussing their plan to go arrest Baraka, Menendez walked over to the gate and told Baraka what was happening.
But ICE and a member of the ICE team that was there was on the phone with someone who told the person there, even though Mayor Baraka was on the public side of the fence, to go arrest him.
The agents then rushed outside, followed by the representatives, and attempted to arrest Baraka. The congresspeople tried to form a human chain around the mayor. Now, it's clear that they did this because they are federal officials who were reasonably confident that Homeland Security wouldn't manhandle them, which was apparently wrong. In the scrum, as everyone was jostling and being jostled, MacIver slams into and is slammed into by the federal agents trying to grab the mayor. After the ICE agents successfully take him into custody, they drag him back inside the gate. And now, this one's going to be important. The representatives are also allowed back inside the gate, and in fact, they went on to tour the facility as they were allowed to do by federal law. Okay, so before the indictment of Representative MacIver, the Justice Department tried and failed to indict Baraka. That very day, May 9th, Acting U.S. Attorney Alina Habba announced that her office intended to charge Baraka with trespassing. Now, we've met Habba before on this channel. She used to be Donald Trump's personal lawyer after wowing him by sidling up to a 21-year-old waitress at his New Jersey golf club and getting that girl to drop her sexual harassment suit for a paltry $15,000. Habba went on to net Trump negative $500 million between his civil fraud case and the two E. Jean Carroll defamation and assault suits. Habba also sued Hillary Clinton, James Comey, and about 40 other people for doing the RICO to Donald Trump, which got them both on the hook for $1 million in sanctions. Habba has zero experience as a prosecutor, but on March 23rd, Trump named her interim U.S. Attorney for New Jersey. This involved pushing out John Giordano, a loyalist Trump himself had installed just 3 weeks prior, an act he accomplished by naming Giordano as ambassador to Namibia. By the way, interim appointments can only last for 120 days by law. As of this recording, Habba's about 90 days into that, so watch this space on July 22nd. Anyway, on May 9th, Habba's office files a complaint against Baraka for criminal trespassing. Note that this is a complaint, not an indictment, which means that Habba did not have to go to a grand jury or present evidence. All she had to do was present an affidavit to a magistrate judge suggesting that there was probable cause to believe Baraka had committed a crime. It is very much not the norm for prosecutors to file a complaint without an indictment in the case of a minor crime like trespass. Generally, complaints exist to get someone dangerous off the streets while prosecutors go to a grand jury and build their case. So this reeked of political grandstanding. After a complaint is filed, the government has 30 days to seek an actual indictment. But it never got there in the case of Baraka because just 10 days later, Habba tweeted that she had agreed to dismiss Mayor Baraka's misdemeanor charge of trespass for the sake of moving forward. Which is not how real prosecutors talk. Moving forward is a political goal. Prosecutors are in the business of trying and winning cases. And okay, we don't know why she agreed to drop that trespassing case, but I think we can speculate that it probably had something to do with the fact that the guards let the mayor inside the gate for fill-in-the-blank reason and then asked him to leave, which he did. Remember that clip?
All right, then walk out. Walk out.
Whatever the reason, Magistrate Judge Andre Espinoza, who signed the original complaint, was deeply unimpressed. In the dismissal hearing, he called it an embarrassing retraction and lectured Haba's deputy that your office must operate with a higher standard than that. Baraka then sued Haba and the agent who swore out the complaint against him, alleging false arrest, malicious prosecution, and defamation. He's represented in that complaint by the legendary New Jersey litigator Nancy
JST Brooklyn 77 says, hey.
Hello, how are you?
To avoid that settlement agreement Haba foisted on her. LOL. But Haba had something to comfort her, at least, because by then she'd filed new charges, this time against Representative LaMonica McIver. I guess that's what she meant by moving forward. On May 19th, Haba's office filed a complaint against McIver, accusing her of forcibly assaulting, resisting, or impeding a federal officer in the performance of his official duties in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 111A1. Once again, Haba seems to have been trying to juice the news cycle by getting out the complaint when there was zero urgency to take a dangerous criminal off the street. Filing a complaint weeks after the incident and before going to the grand jury gives the whole game away. But this time, Haba did eventually get in front of a grand jury and secure an indictment. Representative McIver is charged with 2 felony counts and 1 misdemeanor under Section 111A1. Count 1 alleges that during her attempt to thwart the arrest of Baraka, McIver slammed her forearm into the body of victim 1. McIver also reached out and tried to restrain victim 1 by forcibly grabbing him. The Post captured that part of the altercation here. And here's the moment described in count 2, which alleges that McIver pushed past victim 2 while using each of her forearms to forcibly strike victim 2 as she returned inside of the secured area of Delaney Hall. Count 3 is the misdemeanor, which just says generally that McIver did forcibly assault, resist, oppose, impede, intimidate, and interfere with officials engaged in and on account of their performance of their official duties. Haba immediately put out a tweet congratulating herself and boasting that the indictment has a maximum penalty of 8 years for count 1, an additional maximum penalty of 8 years for count 2, and a maximum penalty of 1 year in prison for count 3, which is ridiculous since courts rarely impose the maximum penalty for first-time offenders, and they almost never impose consecutive sentences for the same set of allegations. So even if McIver were convicted, pretending that she might face 17 years in prison because 8 plus 8 plus 1 is 17 is so hacky and amateurish. But I guess we should cut her some slack. It's like her first day as a prosecutor, and it gave her a chance to sign the indictment as United States Attorney. Again, she's not the U.S. Attorney for New Jersey because she hasn't been confirmed by the Senate. She's not even the acting U.S. Attorney since she hasn't been nominated for a full term. She's the interim U.S. Attorney, a placeholder, and she won't even be that for much longer. But at least her boss was happy.
The days of woke, no, I didn't. The days of woke are over. That woman, I have no idea who she is.
Maybe the congratulations are a bit premature, though. Now, just as a complaint is not an indictment is not the same as a grand jury verdict. A grand jury is heavily tilted in favor of prosecutors. The defendant is not present and cannot present evidence or rebuttal. A grand jury need only find that there is probable cause to believe that the crime occurred, not guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, as with a petit jury, or what most people just call a jury. The grand jury is made up of 16 to 23 jurors who sit for a longer term and usually hear more than one case. Prosecutors can secure an indictment if a mere 12 of those jurors vote in favor of it. So whoever succeeds Haba will have to convince all 12 petit jurors that their congresswoman deliberately tried to hit those poor little ice cops. But I think the problem with this indictment is that all parties acknowledge that Representative McIver was at Delaney Hall doing her job as a congresswoman.
Those are snow blocks.
I should give it a little more. Well, maybe not all parties. The indictment alleges that on or about May 9th, McIver arrived at Delaney Hall allegedly to conduct a congressional oversight inspection. But of course, they did let her into Delaney Hall along with Representatives Coleman and Menendez because McIver was there in her capacity as Newark's congresswoman, not allegedly. And members of Congress enjoy what's called speech or debate immunity. That is, under the Constitution, senators and representatives shall in all cases except treason, felony, and breach of peace be privileged from arrest during their attendance at the session of their respective houses and in going to and returning from the same, and for any speech or debate in either house they shall not be questioned in any other place. That has always been understood to mean that you cannot charge members of Congress for doing their jobs, which Representative McIver will certainly assert as a
Fake
defense here.
Santo.
So come with me back to that timeline for a second. Remember how the three representatives were inside Delaney Hall when Baraka showed up at the gate and was let in by the guards.
Oh.
That is clearly part of McIver's
Yeah.
job as a congresswoman, because otherwise they wouldn't have let her in the building. Here she is during the arrest where she says over and over again, "Don't touch me, I'm a federal official." She clearly thinks she's doing her job protecting a constituent, which the mayor is. Now, I'm sure that the lawyers who actually work in the office where Hava is camping out will argue that McIver was not acting in an official capacity during the 30 seconds they say she assaulted those ICE cops. But then, look what happens next. See how they let her go back inside the gate? Everybody there that day thought she was still acting in her official capacity. That's why they let her go in and actually tour the place after Baraka had been arrested. If she ceased to be acting as a U.S. representative, she'd have had no right to be back inside those gates. I mean, the government's argument here is that just for the 30 seconds of that scrum where everyone was jostling and the ICE agents were grabbing her and even shoving her, McIver quit being there in official capacity, and then she immediately went back to being a congresswoman covered by speech or debate immunity and entitled to due oversight of Delaney Hall 30 seconds later. How's that argument going to play out in front of a jury if indeed it ever gets there? I mean, I don't know, but I do know that it is not an argument that the U.S. Attorney's Office had to present during grand jury proceedings to get this indictment. For her part, McIver remains defiant. She says she was simply doing her job and called the indictment a brazen attempt at political intimidation and an effort to dodge accountability for the chaos ICE caused and scare me out of doing the work I was elected to do. She'll be arraigned on June 25th, and the case will be heard by Judge Jamel Semper, a Biden appointee who worked for many years in the U.S. Attorney's Office Hava is currently running. But even if this case is dropped, like the charges against Mayor Baraka, it's a massive escalation in the administration's efforts to punish its critics. Now, it's particularly interesting to see how the media is covering the charges against McIver. About 300 sources covered the indictment split evenly, with about 25% of coverage coming from the left, 25% from the right, and 50% from the center. And when you examine the headlines, you see very different frames emerge that shape how readers interpret and understand the events that are unfolding. From the right, McIver's guilt is presented as a foregone conclusion, framing her actions as breaching the ICE facility or that a lengthy prison sentence looms. This is in stark contrast to headlines from the left, which were most likely to characterize her interactions with ICE in softer language like tussle and confrontation. And then from the center, headlines were most likely to simply focus on the fact that she was indicted. The headlines you read first have immense power to shape how you understand the news, and that's why I like to see the news from as many angles as I can with the help of today's sponsor, Ground News. Ground News is a website and app developed by a former NASA engineer on a mission to give readers an easy, data-driven, objective way to read the news. And right now, they're offering Legal Eagle viewers 40% off their unlimited access Vantage subscription. Scan the QR code or use the link in the description to get the discount for a limited time. Or simply download the Ground News mobile app and enter Legal Eagle, all one word, as the discount code. Ground News gathers related articles from around the world and across the political spectrum so you can see the bias and compare coverage. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the sources reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. One of my favorite parts is the bias comparison feature, which highlights specific differences in reporting across the political spectrum. This can be especially helpful when reading stories from sources you've never heard of, where there's no telling who owns it or what agenda they might have. I also love their blind spot feature, which shows you stories that are underreported by either side of the political spectrum. And with so much happening in news right now, it's easy to miss important stories, like the story of escalating nuclear tension between Iran and Israel that was entirely ignored by left-leaning sources. This type of analysis helps explain why we often talk past each other and why some people seem hyper-focused on what to others seems unimportant or outright fake news. Ground News is my favorite way to get the news, and as a legal eaglet, you can save 40% off the Ground News Vantage subscription by scanning the code on screen or clicking on the link down below. This subscription gives you unlimited access to every feature, including the Bias Insight tool and blind spot feed, and by subscribing, you'll support an independent news platform working to make the media landscape more transparent. So click the link below or scan the code today. And after that, click on this link for more Legal Eagle, or we will see you in court.
Don't raise dragons right off the bat. For new players, At the start of the game, don't rush to raise dragons. You
We got 3 big motions and orders coming out of Tennessee involving Kilmer Armando Abrego Garcia. He likes to be called Kilmer Abrego. That's what I'm going to call him. That's the guy from Maryland, married to a U.S. citizen, who was thrown on a plane against his will and deported and removed to El Salvador illegally because he wasn't supposed to be sent to El Salvador. Finally, the Trump administration brought him back to Tennessee to answer charges on an indictment that they conjured up about human trafficking or human smuggling, and there's a difference. And now the judge, after about 9 days, after having a full day hearing and hearing from all the cooperating witnesses and all of that against him, has determined that he should be released, or he should not be detained pre-trial, because there's a presumption of innocence, although she also recognizes this is an academic exercise because the government is never going to let him go, because he's also inside of the immigration process that requires his detention. So she may not be detaining him as part of the Bail Reform Act before his trial on criminal charges, but that doesn't mean he's walking around free, and she recognizes that. Judge Holmes also does a considerable amount of work laying waste to all of the witnesses and evidence presented by the Department of Justice against Kilmer Abrego, including all of those cooperating witnesses and all of the quote-unquote evidence about him either sex trafficking, sex abuser, and or a member of MS-13. I'm going to cover it all right here. I'm going to put it all together, unpack it for you, the only way I know how, without blowing smoke or sunshine, on the Midas Touch Network and on Legal AF, and I'm Michael Popak. Let's get into it. So we get the order, just late, a day or so ago, coming out yesterday from the magistrate judge. We've been waiting on it for about 9 days. And in her memorandum of order, which I'm going to read to you from certain sections of it, she says, look, my job is relatively straightforward. There is a Bail Reform Act. There are 3 and only 3 requirements that have to be present in order for me to deny pretrial release for an accused. Let's back up a minute. In our system of justice, our system of democracy, a person is presumed innocent until proven guilty. The presumption also requires that you are out on bail or bond or conditions, and you are not pretrial detained unless you satisfy one of the 3 elements of the Bail Reform Act to allow the judge to order you to stay in jail pending your trial. That's why Puff Daddy is in jail, because that judge found one of those 3 requirements, right? One is a criminal act involving a minor. The second is a flight risk. And the third is that you have the potential for obstruction of justice, intimidate witnesses, and the rest. It's one of the reasons many people thought Donald Trump, while he was indicted, because of his penchant for obstructing justice and tampering with witnesses, he should be put in jail, but nobody had the balls to do that. Those are the 3 requirements. You don't have that evidence put on by the government, the prosecutor, judge is not going to put you in jail before your guilt or innocence is determined, and that's the starting point for Judge Holmes. Now, let me also explain the magistrate system. You got a magistrate judge in federal court. They handle, in the criminal world, they handle a lot of the day-to-day. They handle bail and bond conditions, release, pretrial release, or pretrial detainment. If there's violations of the release or bond or bail conditions, they handle that. Discovery issues, exchange of documents, keeping the government, producing the information necessary for the defense to be able to defend the case, all under the magistrate judge in general. There is a district court judge, in this case Judge Crenshaw, who sits over the entire case, and to the magistrate reports to that judge. They are the Article 3 judge. That is who the case is going to be tried in front of. But the magistrate judges do a lot of the laboring oar in a case, and that's why that's why I'm reporting on Magistrate Judge Holmes. Not a lifetime appointment, not a Article 3 judge. Many magistrate judges get elevated. It's like they see it as a feeder program to become actual federal judges. but respected nonetheless. I mean, I've been in front of dozens of federal magistrate judges, and you treat them at your own peril like a real federal judge. They are wearing the black robe. So she issued her ruling, and here's what she had to say at the very beginning. So you get the flavor for this, which is effectively, this is an academic exercise, because even if I release him, he's not released. Let's go through it. Perhaps the sole circumstance about which the government and Abrego may agree in this case is the likelihood that Abrego, that's the last name he likes to use, will remain in custody regardless of the outcome of the issues raised in the government's motion for detention. Either Abrego will remain in the custody of the Attorney General or her designee pending trial if detained here under the Bail Reform Act. That's the pretrial detention for the traffic stop in 2022 in Tennessee, where he had 9 people in the car with him. Or he will likely remain in the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, custody, subject to anticipated removal proceedings that are outside the jurisdiction of this court. That's the magistrate judge's recognition that there's 2 parallel proceedings going on here. One criminal that she's in charge of, along with Judge Crenshaw, and one immigration, with an immigration judge, immigration procedures, immigration due process, and they're moving to get Abrego Garcia back out of the country under a new removal order that doesn't send him to El Salvador, which was the problem the first time around. That was the major issue, that he got sent without due process to El Salvador over an order in his back pocket that said he was not allowed to be sent to El Salvador. And everybody, even up to the United States Supreme Court 9-0, recognized that removal was illegal. And Judge Zinnes in Maryland has been trying to get him back to the United States ever since. They finally brought him back to stand charges in Tennessee for what they call human trafficking, but the judge reminded everybody is at worst human smuggling, which doesn't have that exploitation of another human being quality to it, right? Smugglers are working in collaboration with those people. Traffickers, you're victimizing the people that are in the car or in the van or in the truck, or that kind of thing. So the judge says that that suggests that, because he's not going to get out, Abrego, that suggests that the court's determination of the detention issues is little more than an academic exercise. That suggestion is understandable, but the foundation, the judge writes, of the administration of our criminal law depends on the bedrock of due process, and due process requires me to determine whether he should be detained in this criminal case, not in the immigration case. She ultimately finds he should not be because those factors are not satisfied. She then goes over the evidence. She wants to start with what he's been charged with. She says, I know in the courtroom they kept using, the government used interchangeably human smuggling and human trafficking, but they are different, and they expose him to different penalties if he's convicted. There's no exploitation for human smuggling, and that is what Abrego's been charged with. And she did a review of the sentencing history of people similarly charged and found it's about 12 months, which she said is not great enough. That he's facing a 12-month sentence is not great enough for him to be a flight risk. That's how she analyzes the difference. The government pressed a lot about one of the people in the car being, in their view, 15. But the only evidence they had of that was that the Highway Patrol in Tennessee made a roster of who was in the car, made everybody fill out a form or fill out a piece of paper, and somebody wrote a date that looked like he was 15. And the judge said, that's like double hearsay. The person's not, the 15-year-old's not here. I got a piece of paper, I got a copy of a handwritten with bad handwriting about a date. And even if the 15-year-old is in the car, she also didn't credit other cooperating witness testimony. Everybody facing jail time now turning and snitching on Abrego. She didn't really credit their testimony that on occasion he had also brought his children with him from Maryland to do human smuggling. She said there wasn't enough evidence, and whatever evidence there was double hearsay. And she did not credit it at all. Here's what she said when she went over the confidential informants. So I think that's fascinating. She said the first cooperator who provided interview statements and grand jury testimony that she got a look at has 2 prior felony convictions, has previously been deported 5 times, and was released early from a 30-month federal prison sentence for human smuggling as part of his cooperation in this case. He is the purported domestic leader of the human smuggling organization in which Abrego is accused of participating. But now, instead of serving 30 months, he's getting a deferred action on his deportation in exchange for his testimony. The second cooperator is an avowed member of the human smuggling organization and is currently in custody on another federal crime and is closely related to the first cooperator. The first female cooperator, this is on page 26 and 27, is also closely related to the first and second male cooperator, and she testified and she got deferred prosecution in exchange for her cooperation. The judge says on page 27, the court gives little weight to this hearsay testimony, double hearsay through the agent's testimony. In other words, the agent who testified live, he isn't even the one that spoke to these people. Of the first male cooperator, a two-time previously deported felon and acknowledged ringleader of a human smuggling operation, who's now obtained for himself an early release from federal prison and a delay of a sixth deportation by providing information to the government. And there's too many layers of hearsay for her. And then she does a similar thing against all the other co-conspirators who testified against him. She then takes on the MS-13 issue on page 39 of her order and kind of blows the doors on that one. She says on page 39, the government's evidence that Abrego is a member of MS-13 consists of general statements, all double hearsay, from two cooperating witnesses, the second male cooperator and someone else. Those statements are directly inconsistent with statements by the first cooperator. And so they set up that even the cooperators can't get their story straight on MS-13. So she wants a hearing on Wednesday at 2 o'clock, in which the conditions of his release are going to be discussed, at which time the government can argue he should never be released. He should just be transferred into ICE immigration detention pursuant to the immigration process that's going on. In the meantime, they have filed, the government, at the same time with Judge Crenshaw, the supervising district court judge, a motion for stay of the release order, saying that they need more time and more briefing in front of him, and they have more, that he should not be released in any event. We shouldn't have the hearing on Wednesday. They kind of went through a survey of the information. It was really done very quickly. It's a 2-page document, effectively a 3-page document. It has no record citations. It's asking for more time to consider it and asking the court to grant its motion and stay. So they want to stay. I don't think so. And I'll report on it. But my gut is Judge Crenshaw is going to let Judge Holmes do her job on Wednesday, conduct a further hearing. He's got a 50-page order from her. He'll take a look at the transcript that's been prepared of the hearing, including the testimony that was given, and then he can make his decision. But look, even Judge, to manage expectations here, even Judge Holmes says out loud that he's never going to see the light of day. He's just going to be transferred. And ultimately, as the prosecutor, the U.S. Attorney for Tennessee, said out loud in court, they're just going to remove and deport him, but through a due process to another country not named El Salvador. And that's what's going to happen. But we then have a separate matter, which I'll leave it with here on the hot take, of what Judge Zinnes is going to do, because she ordered his return 2 months ago, as did the United States Supreme Court. And there are contempt proceedings that are going on in Maryland about that. So how these two things come together, I'll do that on a future hot take. So in the meantime, thank you for being on Midas Touch. Come over to Legal AF, the YouTube channel. Hit the free subscribe button there. Follow us on Legal AF, the podcast, Wednesdays and Saturdays at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on the Midas Touch
Stream
channel.
Elements says find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Well, as the MAGA right attacks Donald Trump for entering into the war with Iran on behalf of Israel and American interests, including the Proud Boys attacking him, Marjorie Taylor Greene attacking him. At the same time, he has to interpret a very nuanced response by Iran. Yes, the first headline is Iran attacks, U.S. Air Force Base in Qatar. I get it. But now that we've had a couple of minutes to digest it, here's what really happened. They chose the time, 1 p.m. Eastern time, because they knew from reporting that Donald Trump was in the Situation Room at that time. Message directly to Donald Trump. 2, it appears that they warned the Qataris, the base sits in Qatar. They warned the Qataris that they were going to strike, giving them enough time to clear the base and to prepare their anti-missile defenses. And the Qataris shot down the missiles with very little damage at the Air Force Base. It allowed the Iranians to brag with martial music on their television or whatever's left of their radio stations that they responded against the great evil empire of the United States, the great oppressor, but without doing any real damage. The United States gets to see a nuanced response by Iran, similar to what they did when they warned the Iraqis many years ago that they were going to attack the U.S. base in Iraq, giving everybody time to not have it be a serious escalation of the conflict. But my question is, one, you've got the right MAGA right wing. I mean, you got Marjorie Taylor Greene pressurizing Donald Trump and saying out loud, he's not a king. He did a bait and switch with MAGA, that they didn't vote for foreign wars. They wanted no foreign wars. For them, America first means no foreign wars. Donald Trump has a different interpretation. He believes America first is you take America's interest first. And having had the Israelis basically laid to waste all air resistance and have air superiority over Iran, he had no choice but to try his hand at taking out completely their nuclear arsenal while he had the moment. That's the counter-argument. Proud Boys, who Donald Trump pardoned, feted at Mar-a-Lago, I'm sure is going to support giving them tens of millions of dollars in their phony lawsuit to try to get reparations for being political hostages. They literally posted on their social media, F this shit, after Donald Trump was bragging about the precision military strike in the 3 locations in Iran that house their nuclear capacity. That's one pressure point on Donald Trump that concerns me. That'll make him ignore the signal by Iran to bargain their way out of this, diplomacy their way out of this, not bomb their way out of this. On the other hand, I always want to look at the inner circle that's guiding Donald Trump. Let's assume, for the sake of this hot take, that we all can agree that Donald Trump is mentally impaired. Okay? That, the elevator doesn't go to the top floor, if you know what I mean. He's a few sandwiches short of a picnic. And he makes erratic decisions
short of a six
that
pack.
have no continuity. That there's the executive function is missing from the executive branch. Let's assume that. Then you look at the people around him. Who's in the Situation Room? Yeah, who's there? Okay. You got the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Joint Chief of Staff head, General Kane. I'm sure he's a fine guy, but he wasn't a 4-star general. He was elevated. I think he was a lieutenant general. Or maybe a 2-star. He was elevated by Donald Trump because he passed the litmus test of being a loyalist. Doesn't mean he had, he wasn't a across the chest brass and the military experience that is required. In fact, he was more the head of the National Guard than he was any kind of forward strategic operational unit of the military. So he's in there as the chief military representative. And then you got Pete Hegseth, who until 6 months ago was on the Fox and Friends weekend duty couch and was hosting the ball drop on New Year's Eve for Fox. He's sort of a hair dry, blown, tattooed, wrote a dozen books, empty head, all hat, no cattle kind of guy, if you know what I mean. Was a major, but never had operational control of a unit. Isn't smart, as we've seen, is over his skis in the job. but he is Donald Trump's Pentagon chief. You got J.D. Vance, who was in the Marines, but at a low level. I think he was in the press corps. And never really worked a day in his life. He was a phony Silicon Valley investor, wrote a book, served a year or two in the Senate, and now he's your vice president. So he's in there. There are no gray hairs in there. Let me just put it this way. Susie Wiles, White House chief of staff. Okay. What's her qualifications? Did a lot of Florida politics, has no military background or training. John Ratcliffe, head of the CIA. All right. He was once head of the CIA. Relatively competent in intelligence. Tulsi Gabbard, who's the head of 14 different intelligence operations in the United States as the in-name director of national intelligence. She's not even allowed in the room. So this is the brain trust. I mean, this ain't Henry Kissinger. You know, Marco Rubio is in there too as the Secretary of State. Brand new Secretary of State. He was sort of a low-light senator out of Florida. You know, kind of kept his head down, trying to hope he could become president one day. Little Marco Rubio, has he impressed you at all in his decision-making, his thought process? I know him sort of personally. He used to work at a law firm that I worked at. Yeah, he was a partner that got a paycheck. We never saw him. It was a no-show job, to be honest. The firm just wanted his name up on the letterhead because at the time he was the youngest Speaker of the House in Florida in the legislature. Seemed like a nice guy, but he collected like a $60,000 or $70,000 paycheck for doing absolutely nothing. And that's what he's done most of his career. He's never been a successful lawyer. He was never a successful anything. He was a legislator his entire life.
Oh my God,
he just legislated. And then he went from there, and then he ran for the Senate, and that was it. That's Marco Rubio's entire history. So it concerns me that the Iranians have sent the message. We're going to bomb you because we have to, but we're going to warn you. We're going to do it in prime time while you're in the Situation Room, and we're going to warn the Qataris to allow them to shoot down the missiles as we do it. Is Donald Trump and this group who has absolutely no experience as a wartime anything, are they going to figure out that this was a signal likely by Iran to resolve the issues by saving face? Or are they going to try to appease the MAGA far-right base who's complaining that Donald Trump sold them out because he's quote-unquote joined another war? Is he going to follow the Proud Boys and Enrique Tarrio with this F this shit postings and Marjorie Taylor Greene, hurting Donald Trump's feelings and saying he's not a king? Or is he going to listen to smart people around him? The problem is he's got reactionary, infantile, immature people in command positions. Stephen Miller? Stephen Miller wouldn't have been elected student council president in his high school. Yeah. He was, I'm sure, bullied most of his life. You could just look at him. And now he's getting the bully's revenge. He's getting the bullied revenge. It's the revenge of the nerds. But he's really the domestic policy guy. Bannon used to be his sort of military guy when he was in the White House, because at least he served in the Navy. But there's nobody comparable. Howard Lutnick never served in the military. He's just Commerce Secretary. Steve Bessent, Treasury, didn't either. Marco Rubio, State, didn't either. He doesn't have the generals he used to have around him in the first term. He doesn't have that around him, which means he doesn't have the guidance that comes from wisdom and experience. There's no James Mattis. There's no fill in the blank. Mark Milley. You could name a half a dozen generals that would be better situated to guide him at this particular moment than the group he has around his table. They are sycophants and bootlickers at best. And so we're going to have to see now what Donald Trump's reaction is. They certainly got his attention. There's no or low fatalities as a result of the strike.
Down.
And now,
Down.
They've sort of emptied out their chambers. They've thrown their haymakers at each other. And now what's going to happen next? Israel continues to bomb. It's their war. They continue to bomb Iran. They're opening up the gates of the prison to let out the political prisoners. I like that. They bombed away the end of Israel clock that was in one of their public squares, counting it down to 2040 as the end of Israel. They bombed that away. They bombed a lot of the mechanisms of repression within Iran to try to, get people to rebel against the regime. I get that. I get that part. So I'm going to continue to follow it right here. Takeaway is Donald Trump is surrounded by people who don't have the wisdom to guide him at this moment. He's getting pressure from the far alt-right, and now he's going to have to make some sort of decision with that addled brain of his about how to respond to the Iranians, and therefore how secure America will be moving forward. I mean, they're already issuing these very scary memos through Customs and Border Patrol and Homeland Security. Customs and Border Patrol is like, there are thousands of Iranians that are unaccounted for in the United States, and any one of them could be a sleeper cell. Like, really? Then why are you chasing after Tren de Aragua, the Venezuelan gang? And why are you sending the Marines to LA? Why don't you go after the undocumented or the hiding Iranians and try to bust up some of these sleeper cells before they start blowing up, elementary schools and food courts and movie theaters? How about that? That'd be a proper use of strategy and tactics and resources. But that's the problem. Donald Trump's entire policies are so warped by his sense of vindictiveness and retaliation. Money for, he's not putting money towards the criminal element of the undocumented. He's only putting it towards, getting 3,000 arrests and deportations a day. It's just madness. But we'll continue to follow it because we have to. We have to speak truth to each other. You're here on Legal AF. Take a moment, hit the free subscribe button. Come on over to all our Legal AF other items. We got Legal AF, the podcast, the Midas Touch Network. We got Legal AF, the Substack, where I post all of the articles from today and all of the filings in the courtrooms and the rest. So until my next report, I'm Michael Popak. I'm Michael Popak, and I got some big news for our audience.
I think that's about all I can take for now. Rather exhausted. It's probably time to get up and take a smoke break. I don't want to pass out. I need to finish getting my inventory cleaned up, though. I'm curious about those Christmas balls, but I also don't want to waste them. I think they're like, I'll treat them like basically mini master balls. And the monster's gone. Alright. So, I am going to go out for a break. Use the bathroom too. So, I shall return.
Stream Elements says find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
All right. I am back. Wow. Did I? I did not offload everything yet. Oh, wrong way. Now, they're being sold in a different way, though. From down here. Five armor stands. The combination he burns. Because I can. No other reason. Well, besides the fact it actually does kind of burn. Those will be replacing normal torches in my base. Boo. Leave it. Yay. Purple. I just need some more. Black would be the preferred color, but hey. I don't know if I want to keep doing this or something else. Yeah, crap. Yep. You're not even ready for what's in your training hall. Hmm. Oh, yeah, Brokey's gone. See, just lay down. Smile to wand. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh shit. Well, sound like I catch a level 100 or something. I'll beat you. Huh, whatever that was in the way. Time to get my butt kicked. Hi, Dub Dub. Oh, shit. Wow. And we got it? Ultra Force Flower. It looks like a Pokemon sprite. Hi, my girl. What you doing? Ooh. Oh no, it's desert. What's the crystal, not ice spikes? Sorry about that. Ah, crap, my fear became paralyzed. Oh, cool. Huh? Hmm. Like the Pokeball didn't generate. Oh, 48. I do like Houndoom, but it's too low of a level for me to worry about trying to catch at the moment. Right now I need to focus on catching a little 100. Harass this thing to the end of the biome. That was the same way. Oh. I don't know where you. You're level 100. You we can work with. Mm-mm. Good job, you two. Well, I'll get some levels on my guys. Use nimble strike. Start holding. Not holding an item, this attack inflicts massive damage. Enables the user to evade all attacks. Fury slaves, yay! Ready to leave. Then I end up going back and picking him up. Full duel. What the? Oh. There's color. Let's see if we can get him. Damn. Talking about getting my ass handed to me. So I thought was going to happen the other round. Jesus. What, Bo? Yeah, he looks pretty cool. He'll kick my ass, that's for sure. Life orb. Central. There's electric biome. Metal, non-electric. See if I can catch myself a butt head floating around over there. One or two, that is. What have we here? Oh. It's you. Eh. No. I'm not falling down a hole in that biome. Gravla. I very much hate this biome. What is, oh, it's one of those.
Restreambot says, YouTube, Hinson Jackson, hey Justin.
Hey, Jackson. That's a big one. Oh, relief from the snow.
Restreambot says, YouTube, Hinson Jackson, how are you today, bro?
What done? No. Well, the van's gone already?
Looks like they're packing up for the night.
Yeah, no, they haven't been back in yet. I'm doing all right. Looks like I might get the first disconnect of the session. Oh, nope. Cool. Boo. Hey. Boo. Go. Good boy.
All right, I can be there real quick. I'll be right. Off. And on. And on.
Level 100 Josie on.
There you are. Woohoo! You just got to channel up and down to change channels. Wonderful, thank you. No problem.
Sweet.
And guess what?
Got Jolty on.
They've changed shit around.
Of course. It's a newer system. Woohoo! Lucky egg.
Got this special little button.
Nice.
So if mom's trying to finish relaxing, she can just set it for look like 180 minutes.
Mm-hmm. And so it's like, ooh, nice.
Because the wonderful button right there.
The off button.
That's the one.
I fell in the hole, damn it.
I got us another loaf of bread so we can make burgers.
Yep. I made it out.
Restreambot says, YouTube, Hinson Jackson, what's for dinner tonight?
Burgers.
How do those smell?
Ooh. That smells scrumptious.
Thinking about taking the neighbor friend into the office where we got a bigger table to cut on.
As the person doing the cutting, I would say Go for it. Yeah, second lucky egg. Oh, for dinner? Huh? I want to go down there. Ooh. What is this contraption? It's supposed to have a minecart. And it's supposed to do something. No, I had cheesy nachos for lunch. Uh-oh. I'm stuck. And me without a pickaxe. I mean, a lot of this is very useful stuff. It's just going to take a little bit to get. If I even can. This might just break on me as I try to grab it. Yep, that's exactly what it is.
Restreambot says, YouTube. Hinson Jackson, I'm going to have some fried fish and fries.
Nice. Damn ankle. Yeah, my ankle is several flavors weak today.
Stream Elements says find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube,
Yep.
Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
I'm just not moving so quickly. I was already moving and just not moving fast. Oh, I need to get that on the charger. Ah. I don't know what I'm doing to my ankle, but it's not fun. What did I just pick up? I'm pretty sure it wasn't the Observer. Nope. Huh. Not sure what it was I picked up. Yeah. I just got struck by lightning. Whoa. What? Lightning energy, code base, set base, common. Nope. Must have come from the hopper. I don't know. Because that lightning energy, I got 5 of them, and I got 5 Pokemon that were struck by it. That was kind of weird. Kind of weird. You like to buzz. Nose pass. Voltorb. And that blobby thing. that. Oh shit. I guess that's what I get for semi-mocking it. Hi, Dub Dub. Aha. We're out. You're okay, baby girl. Focus sesh. Knew it would happen eventually. Well, you just leave her sudden. Nothing like classic fish and chips combo. I would almost be willing to bet I'm doing this the hard way. Ten more lightning energy. Curious. Makes me wonder. What are these good for? Rocky helmet. Weakness policy. curious. Oh, baby girl. What you doing? Interesting. So, why did I come over to one of these ones and go looking? Hmm. Okay, that's something. I'm gonna get sand. Hmm. I figure for sure would have had sand in my face that moment. No electric bolt of smiting. Over here in this biome, I will get mining fatigue for mining.
Restreambot says, YouTube. Howie, hi my friend just wanted to say hi and I'm sorry if I bugged you last night.
You didn't bug me at all, Howie. Now, like I said, it makes it worthwhile when you guys come through and say hi. Nothing down there. So, looks like the one way to go is down this way. Big hole there.
Restreambot says, YouTube. Howie, I fixed homemade pizza for supper tonight. It was really good.
Nice. Dad made burgers when he's we're cutting onion and tomato for them right now. We might be nowhere in the laundry room tonight though. Mom's gotta work late. Oh, so the iron one's the text redstone signal. That's right. Well, other than Homeboy here, this spot's not really even worth going into. Oop. That is more than likely from Dad. Okay. That's just, you forgot the mayo, ketchup, and or ranch if we have any, so it's his way of saying, please bring it over. I'll be right back. Might take me a few minutes, so we'll see. Okay. Okay. Where's my vape? Crap. That's not good shit, Mater. My baby. Daddy's trying to figure out what to do with his vape pen. Usually I would put it somewhere where I can find it easily, just because I need the damn thing so much. But for the life of me, cannot figure out where the fuck that is. It's not here. I didn't accidentally put it in the fridge. It's not in the bathroom. And my hands are full of condiments for it to be too full of condiments for me to be able to be that. Not exactly how I wanted to sit, but I accept. I don't like this. Did you start playing with my vape pen? Daddy's gotta get up. How the hell did I misplace it? Dublin, are you tearing up my bed again? You little shit. What the fuck? For real though.
Restreambot says, YouTube, Howie, hi my little kitty friends. Restreambot says, YouTube, Howie, hi Hinson.
Yeah. Time to see if it made it down between the cracks. No. Didn't make it down there. Alright, Dublin, what'd you do with it, you little monster? Didn't think I opened it, but I'll check anyhow. Because I feel like I'm losing my mind here. Oh shit. Hi, Dubs. Got the pillow moved, and all of a sudden, all I see is a Dublin face. Rawr. It's like, ah. Hi, Dublin. There it is. Eh. Oh. Well, now I see why I've been hurting from sleeping. Not putting it there again. That was a bad choice. Epic Boss Nails deck. Minor. Durant.
Stream Elements says find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Take the easy way in. Well, guess I should see if there's another way in. Like that. Save myself a little bit of trouble. I got it a focus-ish. I mean, okay. Oh, the weakness policy? Oh, next week, sure. Tempted to steal the door. Pardon me. Woohoo! Got an elevator? Oh. Aren't that just fancy? Just gotta find one more of those and perfect for the gym. I got in there somehow. There it is. What? Oh, it is, isn't it? I'll get my ass kicked though. Oh, so I just didn't go down. That's all I did, but guess not. How you doing from that ride? How you doing from the ride? Sounds about right. Especially if it's been a while. Oh, cool. I have no breath time limit at the moment. But I do very much have a limit of space. This sucks. That can go. Blue shard. Huh. Damn.
Guess my meds are actually kicking in.
Good.
But guess what?
I was gonna say, I was thinking about going that way myself. Hmm.
You're hungry, the burgers and stuff are in the other room.
Okay, so they are in the laundry room tonight. All right. Cannot crouch at all now. No, that wasn't it either. What the hell? You bastards! Oh, that's why. Home tower, home tower. It's hometown, dumbass. Where there's 3 bases to go. All of which are on a different server. That doesn't go in there. Technically, no. But we will start separating the redstone stuff. This is my ores bin. Oops. Oh wait, stay separate and I'll realize that's different. For now, I'll have another spot for stones later. Okay, I still need to make pickaxes because I'm gonna fucking need them. I don't know how much more work I'm gonna do on this place. I might just leave this place be. $54 shield form. As much as I want to take Berserker with me, I need to take Furo instead. Because Furo's flying type. Come on out, Hour. You are rideable. Houndoom, my bad. Oh yeah, buddy. I bet you can ride Jolty too. Yep, I can ride Jolty too. Sideways Jolty's a little slower, but I think Jolty's got the got the forward speed advantage. Now I could go back and actually fight some guys and level up my party. Furo's my buddy. Dooby-doo. Whoa. Hello, Big Mama Jamma. Red cloud line, nice. Server reboot 10. I am gonna have to go get some food soon now. I figured that was about the end of that run. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Hey, we finally found a biome that wasn't mountainous or plains, forest. Just in time for it to start raining. No, I don't think I want to go down there. I think I'll stay up here. Somebody's already been here. And if you want to bet that's their base up there. Booster set. Purple. Oh, so I would bring my cards to this person. Okay. Trade with them. Stealing sign. This space is not claimed. For real? Okay, I'll take the cakes too. I might not keep the cakes because they take up a lot of space, but for now I'll take them. I'm gonna need books at some point. It's okay, I made it where I could go back there. Hi, baby girl. Everything else like that is probably okay. These up the tools. That includes film. Filters, I don't know. Oh, those two did. Ooh, we're back. Yeah, someone's been here. Forgot to bring them. Damn it.
Stream Elements says find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Butthead won't even take them. Oh, gee. No, you're gonna stay here on the potty pad. And not get it all over the floor. You're ridiculous making yourself sick like that. From all thunder, lightning, and bluster to nada. Ouch. I'll have to do some experimentation. No, it's not. Luckily for you lovely folks, this is a regular world, not the resource world. When you've got more lava than you know what to do with. That's exactly what it is. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Ba 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 ba. Should probably go get some burgers. I mean, I'm hungry after all. Don't have a stonecutter yet. Make an emerald pickaxe. I could buy ores. That's faster. I need to take pictures of Pokemon. No door. didn't go up in the tower for nothing, so. Surprised that didn't kill me. Can't just sneasel. Well, the item is garbage, but I like the setup. Road border. Hmm. Kind of curious about that Cave of Wonders looking spot over there. Nope. Let's check. If I remember correctly, and I hope I do. Consumed upon use. Created infusing crystal block with an Akabari. Relic statue. Can be sold to shop. Sold to shopkeepers. I'm gonna see how it looks. Frostwalker. Nice. Projectile projection. Iron. Another statue. I don't think projectile protection Quick charge 3. Quick, yeah, projectile protection is gonna do me any good. You. Huh? Yep. Oh shit. That's true. Okay. Okay. Yep. Like okay. Huh. Yeah. Well, not quite sure how we're gonna make that work. But TNT will not explode. Obviously. That was the wrong one. Doom cannot be confused. Ooh, nice. Psychic types don't work on him? Ooh. Duly noted. Oh, it sounds like Groki's ready to evolve. Yep. Swacky. It's okay, I didn't want it to be. That's the only... Yeah, I gotta get him some attacks. He survived with boosters and just Ember. Magmar, I wouldn't be worried about his accuracy. I'd be worried about mine. Alright, catch in, level up my team. Even if that's just my base team, which is alright. Better level up some form of a team than no team at all. Oh, short. Wasn't very effective. No, you don't need to learn Screech. Choice band. What's up, buddy? Ooh. It's got the absorption trait. That's awesome. Right out of that one. Damn, toxicity's being toxic. Go figure, right? Got him. I need a fishing rod. This one actually looks like a complete. It's got power. The thing it doesn't have for sure is a minecart.
Stream Elements says find me in other places: Discord, Twitter, YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage. More lightning. And you need to break the hopper this way too. Forgot about that. Blunder policy. Bother. Made it.
Doo-doo. That's right. Shelter from the snow. All right. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying. No, new girl being trained. Meh. Your world. Trying to get partner on YouTube again. Kind of, sort of trying. Here and there. I know. Somebody Rolfed on it. Right? The Papa.
Alright, dude, I'm here now. The truck died. It says the diesel exhaust system is full and C dealership. Yep. Probably gonna be about $1,000 worth of work too. We just don't have.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What'd you think of the burger?
Pretty good.
Oh, crack burger. I saw a TikTok reel this morning, and as soon as I saw it, it's like, that's what's for dinner tonight. Yep. Called a crack burger. It's what I did was the original recipe called for like a pound of hamburger, so I used pretty much 3 pounds. I just like super sized, multiplied, because I knew we were gonna I was gonna leave some for Junior to eat, and bring it up for Mom's coworkers, since Mom's working the desk tonight. But anyhow, it's hamburger. The original recipe, I guess, called for like 3 tablespoons of one of those powdered ranch dressing mix things. Well, I use the whole damn package. Let's see what else. White cheddar. And three tablespoons of sour cream.
I think that was it. Just mix all that together and fry them up. I like fun. But what I did was instead of just straight white cheddar, I got the 3 or 4 cheddar.
Oh, nice. That's what I was seeing on the cheddars.
Yeah, it had mild, sharp, and light. Well,
You're right.
Mom doesn't like spice. Well, when you made it, I was pretty much the only choice for dinner, so she ate it. When she's actually in the mood for spice, she'll eat it.
Oh yeah, and
Other than that, she doesn't want surprise. She's kind of. She's freaking off. No. I've been busy on my phone trying to figure out the damn truck issue. He won't touch that system. He really doesn't know anything about it.
You didn't tell him, did you?
Got to go to court over his animal neglect charges. Yep. And his got dropped. Yeah, I'd have to take my truck out there, and right now I don't think it would even make it. Serious power loss.
Johnny, it's a cold. A sinus infection, be more precise. Yeah.
Wish it was that easy.
Mm-hmm. And restricted passage, breathing passage. Uh-huh.
Well, that's just it. He breathed just fine. It's release. He's more constipated than he is.
Okay, that is kind of a fair point. Mm-hmm.
Oh. So in other words, the 20 or whatever bucks that I put on getting out is just for my 25 cents a message to you, Randy, and Travis.
Yep.
That would explain why plastic's so fucking off. Yeah, I know, and that's IC Solutions. You know,
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you're an hour into my future. I was looking for $9.
Go. Mm-hmm.
So I take it the key holder is extremely homophobic.
No touchy. I have issue. No touchy. You have issue. That's a little excessive, but I kind of get where it's needed in some extent. Yeah. Yeah.
No, that's fucking bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, that's fucking bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah. Elder abuse?
Yeah, Rose is an older guy.
Oh. Yeah. Quite literally, they've got you, and they're doing everything they can to keep you in there and keep making them money. Yeah.
Stream Elements says find me in other places:
That's
Discord,
pretty
Twitter,
ridiculous.
YouTube, Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation. Old Mage Guy on TikTok as Mage.
Yeah. That's the problem with private. That's the problem with private prisons. For real. Yeah. And that's why there's the whole cops are class traitors. Yeah. Well, it does take time. No, you can stay under there. You already sat here and made yourself sick.
She's already spent 95% of her life under a fucking blanket already.
That point is fair.
By her choice.
Yeah.
Just imagine what her autobiography would sound like. What? It's dark and warm. Good night. Pretty much.
Yeah, I know. Okay. She's like, Daddy will defend me. I can come out with Daddy here. And shit, you can't stop me.
Mind a baby cheese.
Loki's jealous.
Mind a baby cheese.
Jealous too.
Yep, pretty much. Okay, there you go. We're done. I've got a doggy in my lap now.
Nope.
Nope. The boo. You smell clean and great. You do. You smell clean and great. He didn't get a bath. I've got a bottle of that leave-in spray-on shampoo shit. do is I spray it on and then I brush it in. They're a lot better.
Oh yeah.
After I paid out the gas back in like
November.
November-ish to take him to a groomer. Use Deep Flea shampoos.
Boo.
What updates?
Shots. Vax.
For him, yes. I was hoping they were gonna did all that shit. Well, I had my fingers crossed. I had to drop him off at like 7 o'clock in the morning, and picked him up by like 3. Gee, no. Glenn. My headset's dying.